notice one change as well in the Derbyshire team as printed on your scorecard. In the Glamorgan team, Tom Bevan replaces Shubman Gill, and Andrew Salter is playing instead of Kieran Carlson. So the Glamorgan team, not necessarily in batting order: David Lloyd, Eddie Byram, Tom Bevan, Sam Northeast, Andrew Salter, Chris Cook, Billy Root, James Harris, Tim van der Gooten, Ajaz Patel, and Michael Hogan. In the Derbyshire team, Adam Sylvester is playing instead of Nick Potts. So Derbyshire lineup as follows: Billy Goggleman, Lewis Rees, Brooke Guest, Wayne Manson, Luce Deploy, Harry Kane, Anuj Dahl, Sam Connors, Alex Thompson, Ben Aitchison, and Adam Sylvester. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support throughout this summer. This summer is extending a very warm welcome to everyone here at Sophia Gardens today. The past few years have been very difficult for everyone, so we are all so very grateful for your continued support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. A warm welcome as well today to the players and officials from Derbyshire, as well as to our two match umpires, Billy Taylor and Ian Blackwell, as well as match referee Jason Swift. We're also delighted to welcome staff and pupils from Birch Grove Primary School. And the boys and girls are going to be forming today's Guards of Honour, as well as entertaining us with a display of their quick cricketing skills on the outfield during the lunch interval. So, we hope everyone from Birch Grove, we hope you all enjoy your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club. Scorecards, as well as copies of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, plus copies of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook, are all now available for purchase via electronic means from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Copies of these items are also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and is situated opposite Gate 2. The shop will be open today until about 5 o'clock, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased again using electronic means from the kiosk, as well as the mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. And members, please note that tea and coffee is available in the Lewis Lounge this afternoon from 3 until 4, and then again tomorrow morning from 9:30 until 10:30. Don't forget that drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open once again today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. There is a special exhibition in the museum which is commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster who sadly died in the spring of 2020. His family have donated a number of items for this display, and it's well worth a visit. Finally, I'm delighted to say that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval, which is scheduled today for 12:30, as well as the tea interval, which will be taking place when there are 32 overs remaining. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, though, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket surrounds. And please, don't take any food or drink out with you if you're venturing onto the outfield. Just to repeat, the game will be starting at 10:30. Derbyshire have won the toss, and they'll be bowling first when this game gets underway.
things. Yes. They're all going to college. They're all going to college. There you are then. All set for another exciting adventure.
It's a shock team, that is. Gills that played. Gills that played. 2 spinners.
Well, it's pretty miserable, isn't it? Things greasy and obviously.
You can't even do that to somebody, can you?
No, 5 and 7.
Oh. Sitting there, over there.
How are you, alright?
Yes. No walk today? Walk today?
No. Family business. Tomorrow.
What the hell is that? The train.
It's over there. Posh stuff. But I was invited by a friend. Yeah, I told her what to take to her as well. I was going to take her to work. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Yeah. So I'll be back then.
Still going then?
Yeah. That's the danger, isn't it?
Two spinners are going to
Middlesex won the top last week, but he was actually one already.
Sometimes hold on to the fact that my psychology is the best part of the day. That's it, when there's no wind, it's lovely.
Yeah. Finished third. Or third, people still in the way.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens on BBC Sport Online for the final championship game here this summer. Glamorgan against Derbyshire. Derbyshire have won the toss and invited Glamorgan to bat, or instructed Glamorgan to bat, as one ought to say more correctly. I'm Nick Webb, and alongside me is Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby. Always a welcome visitor to Cardiff. Very good morning, Dave.
But you say that, good morning, Nick. It's only the second time I've been. Twice to Swansea, once to Colwyn Bay, and of course 2017 here, which was Derbyshire's first win, the pink ball game, which was watched by nobody apart from me and you, I think.
Yes.
I think Edward popped in every now and then.
You were dancing a jig upon the streets of Cardiff on Derbyshire's victory.
Well, it was the first time I'd seen them win, so yeah, after 18 months covering them, so that wasn't too bad. Just no Nick Potts for Derbyshire. Alex Sylvester, the fourth Welsh-born player to play for Derbyshire, makes his debut. He's been playing in the second team and impressed by all accounts, so he gets an opportunity. That camera that wasn't pointing at us might be pointing at us soon, which is a slight concern.
Dave is talking about the commentator camera, which is being used for other rather more useful purposes generally these days, to show what's happening in the middle, which is far more interesting than what we have got on. So Glamorgan have made two changes, one enforced with Shubman Gill, their Indian top order batter, out with flu, and that means there's a championship debut for 23-year-old Tom Bevan. And then Andrew Salter comes in instead of Kieran Carlson, which is a selection decision. Carlson has been short of runs this season, and Salter gives Glamorgan an extra spinner. So it is Glamorgan to bat first with David Lloyd and Eddie Byram. Glamorgan line up: Lloyd, Byram, Bevan, North East, Root, Cook, Salter, Harris, Van der Hoogten, Patel and Hogan. And the Derbyshire line-up: Godalman, Rees, Guest, the wicketkeeper, Madsen, Duploy, Kame, Dahl, Connors, Thompson, Aitchison and Sylvester, not necessarily in that order. First class debut for Adam Sylvester, who was briefly in the Glamorgan system, didn't quite make it, but has won a debut for Derbyshire. And it's Aitchison to start, down leg sides. Lloyd tries to glance it away, it's hit him on the pads and it's raced away for 4 runs. So Glamorgan are up and running, a little punch of the gloves between the batters and mid-wicket. That was not a great delivery, and although Lloyd didn't get a bat on it, probably deserved to go for runs. So Aitchison comes into this match with 15 first-class wickets at 29.8 this season. That's a better delivery, and it's driven by Lloyd out to Godalman in the covers, and there is no run. 4 without loss then on this cool, dry morning in Cardiff. Thankfully, we haven't had any rain around in the last couple of days. And the pitch, well, I guess Glamorgan will be hoping it takes spin, having included Salter as well as Patel. Aitchison is in and falls over in his delivery stride. Now he's slipped there and he looks in some difficulty. Umpire Billy Taylor summons aid, hopefully for Derbyshire. That is just a temporary tweak. He's up on his feet now, is Aitchison, whose front foot did appear to skid. Now is he going to be able to continue? As umpire points down at the offending patch, there is a mark next to the stump, so we can see clearly where he skidded. And he's down once more. Is Ben Aitchison, having bowled just a couple of deliveries. This really would be serious for Derbyshire's hopes if he's not able to continue. He's limping as he gets up again.
A couple of years ago at Durham, he was bowling at lunchtime. He wasn't playing in the game, and he bent over on his ankle, and that ended his season. But he looked in a worse way then than he does now. That looked quite concerning.
He's hopping around slightly. There doesn't appear to be any medical treatment now applied to him. There is a member of the ground staff coming out to the middle to maybe stick a bit of sawdust down.
He's running okay, though, isn't he? Julian, for the physio, has been out there to have a look at him, and he's chatting to Billy Taylor at the moment. I think he'll be okay to carry on. By the look of it, you'd certainly hope so. The Glamorgan physio coming out as well.
Just in case any extra magic spray is needed, I suppose. 4 without loss.
We're running low on magic spray at this time of the season, of course. There's no point in ordering a new bottle, is there, at this time? I don't suppose. I don't know.
A member of the ground staff deposits a load of sawdust at the back of the bowler's runs at this end, and is going to put the same down the far end. And as I say, it hasn't rained, as far as I'm aware, in Cardiff over the last couple of days.
It wasn't wet last night. Well, it was wet in the pub, but it wasn't wet outside last night, I have to say. Well, I didn't notice it, but by the time I was going back to the hotel, I wouldn't have noticed if I'd been hit by a bus, I don't think.
Well, yes, I did see on social media a picture of you and fellow Derbyshire types carousing, although Dave Griffin, the Derbyshire photographer, stats archivist, etc., I'll break off because Aitchison is back in action and bowling to David Lloyd. That's again on leg stump and punched by Lloyd towards mid-wicket, where it's well fielded by a diving Connors. Mr. Griffin assures me that he is not carousing these days and is on the straight and narrow for medical reasons.
He is indeed, yes. So he did join us in the pub last night. I think he's going off here, incidentally. Yeah, he is. He's going off. Ben Aitchison, which isn't good news.
Bowled just one more ball as we concentrate on what's going on in the middle. It's
3 deliveries.
It looked as though he was okay bowling that one. I mean, it was on leg stump, but it is a serious issue for Derbyshire, as Dahl will bowl the last 3 balls of the over. So where are Derbyshire in terms of seam possibilities? I guess they've got Rees as
exactly, yes. Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors, Sylvester obviously on his debut. There is Anuj Dahl and there is Lewis Rees with his left arm. And Nafis Sheikh is the 12th man, smallest man in the world. He's very young as well. He's only 18.
Nafis Sheikh, not a name known to me, but there he is.
He's yet he might have made his first class debut in one of the tour matches, but he certainly hasn't played much.
Here's Dahl in to bowl to David Lloyd, who drives into the offside, fielded by Godalman at mid-off, and there is no run. He's wearing a very large sweater at point, is young Mr. Sheikh, which is coming down well beyond his waist. Looks as though he's been borrowed from someone older.
Well, he's following the, if you look, first slip is Harry Kame. He also favours the netball dress style sleeveless sweater.
In comes Dahl and bowls outside off stump. Oh, that's come back a long way and almost trimmed the off stump. Well, that was quite a bit of movement from Dahl there.
That's a terrific delivery for Alex Dahl. He wouldn't have been expecting to bowl anytime soon, you wouldn't have thought. Wow. Very good. Very good.
So Dahl has nearly picked up a wicket with his second ball. And Dahl is in to finish this very long first over with a half volley that David Lloyd has clipped through mid-wicket for a couple of runs at least. Will it reach the boundary? Not quite, but they're back for 3 runs as it's returned by Thompson, having been flicked infield by one of his colleagues. And Glamorgan is 7 without loss after a 7-minute first over delivered by 2 different players.
There's never a dull moment with Derbyshire. That isn't good news though for Ben Aitchison at all. The fact that he did bowl the next delivery, and as you said, Nick, he looked okay when he bowled. Yes, it was on leg stump, but it looked okay. And it may actually force them to bowl Sam Connors with the new ball, and he's not a huge fan of the new ball, which is, I always think it's a bit strange, seeing a bowler who doesn't like bowling with a new ball, but he doesn't. So we're going to see Alex Sylvester for the first time.
Adam.
Who is he?
He's born in Llandoch and he's 22 years old.
Yeah, man.
Llandoch is between Cardiff and Penarth for Derbyshire listeners.
I think David Griffith called him Alex this morning. That's what's got me. Apologies to the Sylvesters. Adam Sylvester.
So well-known South Wales cricket family on the club circuit.
Yeah, he's played for a few clubs, hasn't he, in the South Wales Premier, from what I can gather. He's on his way in the River Taff end. And he bowls to Lloyd, who cuts it away out towards, well, he didn't time it actually, I thought he timed it better than that, out towards Anuj Dahl on the cover boundary. And Glamorgan move on to 8 without loss. I don't know why I'm looking at peering round this television to see the scoreboard, when if I look over there I can see it without moving my head, because there are 2 of them.
Indeed. Or if you look at the television screen you can see most things, or a few things anyway.
That's true. So I'm just peering around this television, ignoring the numbers on the bottom line.
Yes, video stream available via both club websites with our commentary thereupon.
Yes, you can always turn that down though. There's Eddie Byram on strike now. And Sylvester bowls to him and pushes out into the offside. And there is Sam Connors to do the fielding. Nafi Sheikh is out on the point boundary. There are 3 slips in place. Harry Kane, Wayne Madsen and Leas Deploy, who I last saw excuse me, probably a week last Sunday, playing for Lower House in the Lancashire League against Burnley at Turf Moor. I went up to watch him. He was a sub-pro. He made 8. and took a wicket though. He took a wicket with his left arm stuff. I'm not entirely sure what it was. I don't think he pitched many. Sylvester's in again. Oh, that beats the edge of the bat this time.
Or does it? Welcome to the wonderful world of the Byram Leave.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's
famous
virtually
for it,
indistinguishable from the Byram beaten outside off stump.
Right.
There is a very late twitch of the bat inside the line. It's not a Labuschagne Leave. It is the polar opposite to a Labuschagne Leave, which has a lot of drama in it.
You know when Labuschagne's left one. He's signed up again, hasn't he?
He has,
That's good
yes.
news. That is good news. Sylvester's in again, and this time he can't leave it because it's on the stumps and he turns it into the leg side. There's Byram fielded by Anuj Dahl.
So Derbyshire without Shan Masood, who has exited stage left to play for Pakistan against England, and Glamorgan without Shubman Gill, their Indian top order batter, who I'm told has the flu.
Yes, we will not see Shan Masood again, sadly, after Yorkshire lured him to Headingley.
Rotters.
Well, I always thought that. Sylvester's in again, and Byram turns this very nicely into the leg side, out towards the square leg boundary. The quickest man on the pitch is Anuj Dahl, who just gets there in time. hoiks it back and the batsman come through for 3. It's one of those where you cannot tell from here whether he was over the rope, touching the rope, not touching the rope. He says he wasn't. Glamorgan move up to 11 without loss.
You never can you? You can never tell.
Not without multiple cameras, I don't think.
I fielded one on the boundary earlier this season, and I thought I'd hooked it back inside. And someone said from the other side, "Didn't that go over?" I said, "Well, there isn't a line. If you'd actually painted a line, I might have a chance of telling you."
There were just some flags around with it.
Yeah.
His next delivery, it was a short one, and it's up in the air as it's hooked away out towards the mid-wicket boundary. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and it's 4. He banged one in there, Sylvester, and Lloyd was onto it pretty quickly, to be fair. He moves on to 8. Byram has 3, and at the end of 2 overs, Glamorgan have 15 without loss.
I received in the post the other morning my copy of the magazine County Cricket Matters, which has a lovely picture on the front of Sam North East peering out from the Leicester scoreboard. And then I turned to the centre page spread.
I haven't seen this yet, because...
and I get this stuff including lines like, "If custard cream biscuits could talk, they would sound like Fletch."
Is that what it says?
Yeah. Apparently your stock phrases include, "Derbyshire have got to be careful here or it could all fall apart."
Okay.
"That was a horrible shot, horrible." And "No, he can't hold a bat." Any of these phrases familiar, or is this journalistic licence?
I think they can't hold a bat. Yeah. I'm not sure about the second one.
Next delivery outside off stump and cut away. It is Dahl continuing from this Cathedral Road end. You can peruse that at your leisure when you're off air next.
She asked permission to use the photograph. Yeah.
It is the back of your head at its very best.
I'm not sure she needed permission to use it, really. I didn't know she was taking it. Yeah, very good. Thank you, Annie, if you're listening.
There we are. County Cricket Matters. If you're interested, I'm sure you'll find it on social media if you want to subscribe, as Dahl bowls and Byram defends on the offside.
It'll take you long to get that out. Very early. We're not even at 11:15 yet. No, I said it was fine.
It's an affectionate tribute to Mr. Dave Fletcher.
Remarkable, really. Remarkable.
Absolutely. Well, you've been through enough with Derbyshire. You deserve a tribute. Dahl round the wicket to the left-handed Byram, who is, I think, beaten by that one generally. Looked to have a bit of pace and bounce from Dahl, who would not expect to be bowling this early. Has he ever opened the bowling, as far as you can remember?
Yes, I think he has. Certainly in second innings he has.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in the first, but yeah.
If you are just joining us a few minutes late, Anuj Dahl is bowling because Ben Aitchison slipped while delivering his second ball. He delivered one more before limping off. Dahl into Byram through low outside off stump, and it dies somewhat on its way through to Brooke Guest, who was Derbyshire's hero in the first match between these two sides, which was a jolly entertaining affair.
Wasn't it?
Back at the end of April, first day of May.
That was only this season, was it?
That was this season.
It felt like the season had started again 2 weeks ago when the championship resumed. And then, of course, Derbyshire didn't play last week, so now it feels like it started again.
Umpire waves at someone in the crowd behind the bowler's arm, and Dahl bowls, and Byram is hit on the pad. That might be close. There's an impassioned appeal, but it's not given.
I mean, Anuj Dahl isn't known for being too demonstrative. It's close.
It was close. He might just have got outside off stump.
Yeah, but he was convinced he'd got his man there.
Yes, it was one of those you wouldn't have been surprised to see the umpire's finger go up, but Billy Taylor, despite being a former bowler, did not.
Too early.
Dahl to Byram, half volley driven through the covers, not quite timed, but I think it'll still reach the boundary. It does. Glamorgan move on to 19 without loss after an eventful start to the day. Dahl confusingly has 1.3 overs next to his name on the scoreboard, but that is the end of his over, since he bowled 3 balls in his first set, as they'd say. Don't tell the 100, otherwise they'll invent 3-ball overs. There are very few people in at the moment, a few down beneath us, scattering at the far end, but 10:30 start, and the fact that it was decidedly cool, hopefully it'll get a bit fuller later.
And Sylvester to continue. Yeah, and bowls to David Lloyd, who pushes that one out into the offside, fielded by Sam Connors, who of course lost his cap when he was chasing that last ball to the boundary. He always loses his cap when he runs. It's far too big, clearly, or his head's far too small. It's one or the other. I haven't quite worked it out.
It does look slightly baggy, even from this great distance.
Yeah, it looks like the goodies from the Ecky Thump sketches. Not quite as bad as that, but...
Has he got a whippet with him?
Sylvester, sorry, Ed's just sent me a message back from back at base. This next delivery is driven into the ground, and it's tipped over the bar by Sylvester, which means that they're going to pick up a couple of runs here as it's chased down by Lewis Rees. He didn't time that. Hit it straight into the ground and over the head of the bowler, and picks up 2 more. He moves on to 10-21 without loss in the 4th over. Apparently absolute nonsense is another of my catchphrases.
It's terrible, isn't it, when you get a phrase into your head and you go to say it all the time.
You sort of almost have to repeat yourself, given that we're on air for about 7 hours a day. As Lloyd waits and leaves this next delivery from Sylvester alone outside the off stump, goes through to Brooke Guest.
Given that we have to assume that a lot of people are only listening in short chunks and between the various other bits of their daily lives, then you have to repeat information quite frequently, and we're indeed told to do so.
We're told to do a lot of things though, Nick, aren't we? Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to do it. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
Indeed.
Sylvester's in again, and Lloyd this time stands and just chops that one away backward of square on the offside for 4 runs. Great shot all the way along the floor. There was a man out there, it's Dahl as well, and he is sharp in the field, but he barely moved as the ball raced away to the boundary. 2nd of the morning. Lloyd moves on to 14-25 without loss. Glamorgan.
As one of my line managers once memorably said to me, I don't know why I bother telling you to do anything, because you do what you want anyway.
I think that's fair enough.
Up to a certain point.
Yes, yeah, there are times when it's better to bite your tongue, I always think. Not often, though. Sylvester bowls again, and that one just surprises him a little bit. Perhaps that moved back into the batsman, Lloyd, and he plays it out backward of square on the leg side towards Nafi's Sheikh. There's a man down at long leg. It's Alex Thompson, the lesser spotted Alex Thompson.
Another man who knows Cardiff, having been at university here.
Indeed, his best figures are still for Cardiff MCCU or UCCE or whatever they're called, or were called at the time, because they keep changing, don't they?
Yes, they're still called MCCU, but not first class anymore.
Nothing like expanding the game, as this one is pushed out into the offside. A little bit of a hint of a leading edge as it's fielded there by Sam Connors, and it's the end of the 4th over. It seems to have taken forever. And Derbyshire do tend to take quite a long time to bowl overs anyway, but having bowled 4 overs in 20 minutes, we could be here quite late tonight. 25 without loss, 14 to Lloyd, 7 to Byram.
I don't think we can blame them for the injury break, really.
Well, I think we can.
So Tom Bevan is known to Welsh cricket followers for one innings principally, and that was against Hampshire in the One Day Cup, where he hit 134.
Well, that's not a bad one.
As Dahl is in round the wickets to bowl, and Byram plays on the leg side, and there's no run. I think it's fair to say that His preferred modus operandi is to attack and strike the ball strongly. But I haven't seen him in 4-day cricket. He did get a couple of centuries at least in second 11 4-day cricket. In a real purple patch midsummer, which has earned him first team recognition. As Dahl bowls and Byram forces it through the offside past point. Sheikh is off in pursuit, hauls it up just short of the point boundary in front of the empty grandstand, and they'll go through for 2 more runs, and Glamorgan tick along to 27 without loss.
The thing about scoring a lot of runs early in your career is it prevents the amount of drinks that you have to buy throughout the rest of it, doesn't it?
As Dahl bowls full length, driven through mid-on by Byram for 4, racing up to the long on ropes. Nicely timed that one, and so nicely timed that it hops over the boundary and the boundary boards, and is lobbed back by a spectator down to our left, just to the side of photographer extraordinaire Dave Griffin.
He's with one of our companions from yesterday evening, Paul Hand. And Goose is with him as well. It's good to see. The last we saw him, he was wandering off to the bus station. We had no idea where he was going, but I don't think he had much of a clue either.
Well, good luck to him to finding a bus station in Cardiff.
Is there no bus station?
There isn't a central hub as such.
Okay.
They knocked it down 10 years ago or so to...
It used to be near the Empire swimming pool, didn't it? I suppose that's gone as well, hasn't it?
The Empire swimming pool has gone.
I thought it might have done. It's a long time since I've been on a bus to Cardiff. I'm sure it pulled in near the pool, though.
31 for no wicket, Glamorgan.
Raining.
In rapid time. I'm trying to think where the Empire pool... I think it was on the edge of where the Principality Stadium now is, wasn't it? So there's some sort of cinema building there next to the stadium. I think that was where the Empire Pool was, but
okay.
You're going back a while there.
Yeah. I was, probably 40 odd years.
As Dahl is into bowl to Byram, who defends it back down the wicket.
Once I was able to drive, I didn't really feel the need for getting a bus to Cardiff.
That's a fair point. But no, the bus station went about 10 years ago, and it's caught the council by surprise, so they haven't quite got round to having a new bus hub as yet. It is, I think, being constructed as it is. Buses from the edges of the city stop at various points around the city centre.
Oh, okay.
Dahl is in to bowl to Byram, who is caught behind, pushing at that one, changing his mind too late and edging it through. Glamorgan are 31 for 1, and Byram has gone for 13. Court guest bowled Dahl.
Yeah, good delivery. It surprised him a little bit, and it was one of those involuntary shots, really, as much as anything. Anuj Dahl, who, as Nick said, wouldn't have been expecting to be bowling at this stage, only on because Ben Aitchison has left the field in the first over, picks up the first wicket. And having won the toss and decided to bowl first, they're going to have to pick up a number of wickets before lunch, you fancy, to justify that particular decision, especially on a pitch that I went out to look at it quite early, I think before it had been given its final mow, but the feeling appeared to be that it was going to break up a bit as the game wears on, which makes the decision to bowl first slightly baffling, but I'm sure they had their reasons. I'd love to know what they were.
This looks like Tom Bevan.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Tom Bevan.
That's why it looks like him.
On championship debut. 4 matches in the One Day Cup, 2 in the 2020. All of those as an opener, so he's just had a little time to look at things. 4.5 overs, and Glamorgan rattling along at 31 for 1. Little punch of the gloves with his captain David Lloyd as Bevan strides to the middle, still numberless. In theory he is number 13. Not unlucky for some, he'll be hoping. Dahl will go back over the wicket in that patchwork of marks that delineates all the bowlers' run-ups. They've all marked them out with some sort of white spray paint. As Dahl will bowl to Bevan. His first ball in Championship cricket, and he leaves it outside off stump. 31 for 1. And that is the end of the 5th over here on BBC Sport Online with Dave Fletcher and myself, Nick Webb.
Yeah, it was a much needed wicket because, as you said, they were just getting off to, well, they had got off to a flyer, really, hadn't they? 31 runs in the first 4 overs of 4 balls. So much needed wicket for Anuj Dal, who's had a terrific season. Really has. Both as a batsman and a bowler. That's his 31st wicket. He's taken took the first 30 at 29, which isn't bad for an all-rounder. And he's averaging 73 with the bat. As Sylvester begins a new over, inside edge by Lloyd down to backward square leg, where Thompson does the fielding. They pick up another single, 32 for 1.
He's just hurrying David Lloyd a bit, hasn't he? That's the second that's squirted off the inside edge. One was chopped down fairly near the leg stump.
He's quite a beefy chap, isn't he? It's my first sight of Adam Sylvester. I didn't even know his name half an hour ago. So yeah,
very fashionable haircut and all shaven at the sides.
I think it's called a fade. I believe. I'm not sure. Sylvester bowls and Bevan. So the two numberless cricketers are in opposition here. Bevan pushes that one up to mid-off, and there is no run. That's the email you always want to see from the boss back at work, saying there are cupcakes on the table. It will only take me about 2 hours to get there.
Well, we have been provided with a couple of Welsh cakes by Mrs. Bevan.
Yeah.
Our thanks to Margaret.
Marvellous, I've had one. 32 for 1, Glamorgan. Bevan waits, and Sylvester's next delivery is left alone outside the off stump. Short of a length and too much bounce, really, to trouble the batsman on that line. Brooke Guest, it's a toss-up between Guest and Dahl for the player of the season, I think, this season. I'm not sure which I would go for. I might go for Guest. I've got no say in it, of course, so it makes absolutely no difference who I go for. But he crouches down now, the wicket-keeper, and Sylvester bowls. It's defended straight back to him by Bevan, and Sylvester throws it unnecessarily to the wicket-keeper.
So, in your Player of the Year awards, you're completely ignoring a guy who's got 1,000 runs, are you?
Well, there are two of them, in fact.
Yeah.
And Guest is 863 with 4 centuries as a wicketkeeper, batting number 3. I think that's a magnificent effort. Dahl's got the 3 centuries. Guest got 2 in one game as well. Sylvester bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Bevan to go through to the keeper.
It's luxury, isn't it, having so many contenders with Madsen and Masood both past 1,000 runs?
Yes, well, I think Madsen's only second on the list because of Sam North East, isn't he?
Yes.
On the
50 between them.
Is that right? So 2 more matches. This one.
Second in Division 2, I think Compton in Division 1 is between them.
Is he? He got a lot of runs early on, didn't he?
Yes.
Threatened to get to 1,000 first, but didn't quite manage it. Sylvester bowls wide of the off stump again. It left alone by Bevan to go through to the keeper, and it's the end of the over. Just a 1 run from it. Glamorgan 32 for 1 after 6 overs. Lloyd on 15, and Bevan yet to get off the mark.
Speaking of Bevan, hopefully he'll be heading our way fairly shortly. Perhaps you could just give him a little knock on your way through, Dave, if you would. 32 for 1. So Glamorgan will certainly know all about Madsen and Guest, who both scored more than 200 runs in the match. As Dahl bowls, and it's driven by Lloyd, but not timed, to mid-off, and there's no run. Lloyd 15, Byram the man out for 13, and Derbyshire a man down at the moment. With Ben Aitchison going off after delivering just 3 balls. He slipped on delivering his second. Dahl is into ball, driven by Lloyd, out on the offside, no run. David Lloyd, who was in something of a drought, admitted that he'd been struggling for form, and I talked to him at Lord's, but came back with a fine innings of 70 in the second knock there. Unfortunately, his dismissal started a slump which resulted in Glamorgan losing the match very comprehensively by 10 wickets. As Dahl is into bowl, outside off stump, Lloyd ignores it. As a result of which, Middlesex have moved into second place in the championship. They lead Glamorgan by 12 points, and Glamorgan in turn have a 7-point advantage over Derbyshire. So both these sides are in with a chance of promotion, but they will need to at least win one more match than Middlesex in the last 2 weeks, as that is defended by Lloyd on the offside, or indeed hope that Middlesex lose at least one. But you would have thought the odds are against Middlesex losing this week, because they're facing bottom of the table Leicestershire away. Middlesex there at 21 for 1. As Dahl bowls and Lloyd defends on the onside. Dahl's got his radar straightening as we speak. Leaders Nottinghamshire have made a good start with the ball, and indeed thanks to Ball. Jake Ball has taken a couple of early wickets for Nottinghamshire at Worcester at 21 for 2. The other game in Division 2, Durham against Sussex. Sussex 2 for 1, rain delay. Well, they're a long way north in Durham. As that's down leg side, and Lloyd flicks at it, and there is no run. 32 for 1 on BBC Sport Online.
Did you have a rota at all?
I think Mr. Bevan might have misunderstood my verbal rota.
I'm happy to carry on. It's what I'm getting paid for. Handsomely, some would have it.
Well, you're a handsome chap, as the photo of the back of your head in the County Cricket Masters.
Of course. I'm disappointed. There's a bit on the front there. There's names going down, descending order. Michael Holding, David Lloyd, Vic Marks. Why is my name not on there? That would have been a great list to be included in.
Well, it's about you rather than by you, isn't it?
I have to write about myself. Sylvester begins a new over from the River Taff end, and it's left alone by Tom Bevan to go through to the keeper. Sun desperately trying to poke out. There is actually a fair amount of blue sky up above now, so that's promising. The forecast for today and tomorrow is pretty good. And I don't think they can actually forecast any further than 2 days, in all honesty.
Yeah, should get 3 good days of weather, which may be enough.
Well, yes. Sylvester in and bowls and is driven, but oh dear no, I was going to say stopped by Sam Connors at cover, but it wasn't. It went straight through him and it's gone to the boundary. Can't be caught by Billy Godwin, and Bevan is off the mark with 4. That was a slightly disappointing bit of fielding from Sam Connors, who's looking at his hands, presumably looking for the hole, because it seemed to go straight through them. He's now looking at the ground. I don't think you can blame the ground either. Unfortunately, that was just a bit of a disappointing one from Sam, who ordinarily is a pretty good fielder, as I've said on many occasions over the course of the last season, or the current season. And Bevan waits as Sylvester bowls wide of the off stump, leaves alone through to Brooke Guest. We've seen that a couple of times. Still the 3 slips. They've got to carry on attacking, having won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. Bevan halfway through his 4th over, 0 for 19 so far. Dahl 1 for 13. He's also bowled 3.5 overs rather bizarrely. That's because Ben Aitchison sadly is not with us, having gone off in the first over. As Sylvester is in again, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. A pattern is developing. Bevan leaves it alone. 36 for 1 it remains, and Edward Bevan is here.
Good morning, David.
How are you, Ed?
Lovely to see you again.
And you.
3rd time this season.
I was just saying to Nick, I haven't been to Cardiff since 2017.
Haven't you really?
No, a couple of times to Swansea, once to Colwyn Bay.
That was Quadri's Hall.
Derbyshire's first win under my watch. Yeah, only 18 months in.
The young spinner went to Kent. It was
got a medal at the weekend.
Allegedly.
Sylvester Bowles, and that one's also left alone by Bevan to go through to Brooke Guest. The youngest man since W.G. Grace to take a 5-wicket haul on first-class debut.
Right.
was the story, as I remember it. He had to have a chaperone with him. He was so young at the hotel.
Yes, it's an amazing story.
Yes, and as you say, sadly, he was allowed to leave. Went to Kent, where he won a medal at the weekend, a winner's medal.
Yeah, good for him.
Bevan on 4 weights, and this next delivery again is left alone outside the off stump and through to the keeper. End of the over. 8 gone, 36 for 1. Glamorgan. Lloyd has 15. Bevan has 4.
Any thoughts of the insertion? As rumour has it that this is going to turn later on, and Glamorgan have included Salter.
Baffling,
and,
I would say.
And you look at it now and you think, yeah, the ends are beginning to look a bit wretched.
Yeah, baffling.
I think Glamorgan wanted to win the toss and bat, which they are doing.
Establishing now a seamer light as well. It doesn't look like he's going to come back anytime soon. Aitchison.
Hello. What's the matter with Dahl?
Oh no, and his Dahl's bent over now. It doesn't look like he's too well.
He's been sick. Sorry to have to tell you, but if you're on the screen, you can see it.
Lovely. And
it's Dahl in the wars.
He's got a smile on his face, though.
Is he?
Yeah, he has. I just looked at him on the. He seems to be all right after that.
Mr. Gill has got the flu for Glamorgan, and Kieran Carlson has been left out. Hasn't been a good season for Carlson and a few others. As Dahl now prepares to bowl from this end, and he's in for the first ball, and Lloyd defends on the line of off stump back to the bowler. So a bright start from Glamorgan after being put in 36 for 1. And no doubt you've spoken about Sylvester.
A little bit, got his name wrong. Yeah.
Adam Sylvester.
Yes, I know that now.
From down by the coast there, Barry Way. I'd like to know why he's gone to Derbyshire. As
No.
Dahl in, bowls, nice looking shot there, and it's going to be 4 runs. He just leant into that, didn't leave his crease, and it just sped to the boundary down here at the Cathedral Road end, and 4 more to Lloyd, who played extremely well in that game at Lord's, recovered his form, and after he got out, Glamorgan just surrendered. I think I described it, losing 6 for 21. And that was the end of that. 40 for 1 then, and we are in the 9th over. If you've just joined us, it's not good news for Derbyshire. Dahl is in again, bowls to the right-handed Lloyd, who tries to whip that away, doesn't really time it at all, and it just dribbles out too short with Mickett. Yeah, Aitchison fell over on his ankle. What we think, and I think he Fletcher, that he turned on his ankle, or it could have been a strain, and I think it's something they'll have to look at the ECB when somebody goes out in the 3rd ball of a 4-day match. Surely. In comes Dahl, who replaced him, and has got the wicket, and he beats Lloyd outside the off stump, and he groped there outside that off stump, and a good delivery. And who's that? Is that Wade Manson has run the length from 3rd slip to have a chat with him, and
Lister Ploy, actually.
Lister Ploy.
Yeah.
And he's going to race back, no doubt, to his position, but he's just said something to him which might help.
Yeah.
Have you seen him open the bowling before, Dahl?
I'm fairly certain he's opened the bowling in second innings, but not in first innings that I recall. Not that I recall.
Very steady bowler.
Oh, he's better as a centre, Nick. He's had a terrific season. He's got 3 centuries and 31 wickets.
We didn't have a game down here when you played at Worcester, and I watched most of that game, and he played superbly, all-round performance.
Effectively won it. I think he got a century, a half century, and a five for.
Yeah. Here he is, Dahl. In, bowls to Lloyd. Lloyd is forward and plays it up to mid-off, where it's fielded, and there is no run. How about this then? If you play on the first day of a 4-day match and you play the morning session, you get injured afterwards, fine. But I think it's grossly unfair now that somebody is out, and after 3 balls...
You can have substitutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just first warning. After that, you can't have anybody. As Dahl bowls behind that, and that's going down to the vacant third man boundary, and that's going to be 4 runs. And I wins yet again, but there we are. No third man. 44 for 1. And Lloyd has moved now very quickly on to 23.
What I will say, I mean, it's nothing to do with rain either. It was entirely down to the dew. It was very damp out there. We walked on onto the pitch about 8:45, and it was very wet. They'd already started preparing it, and they'd had a rope round it and all sorts, but it was very damp. So
that's better way,
it's got to be a little. But talking about Aitchison, and perhaps a little bit of moisture around at this time of year.
Exactly.
I mean, we're in the middle of winter nearly. Not quite, but yeah, I see what you're saying, and obviously I would probably agree with you now because
to be a bowler short, well, for the match.
You would expect so now. That'll be. I think that might be the end of his season. So a real disappointment for Ben Aitchison, who missed the first half of the season with a back injury. Sylvester continuing from the root tap end. Good pace, good bounce, but misdirected, and it's left alone by Bevan to go through to Brooke Guest.
Apart from that cover drive from Bevan, he's been very subdued. Now, he is a batsman that gets on with it from the first ball of any innings. Had a terrific season for the second team. He scored a marvellous 100 in the Royal London against Hampshire. And he's been given his chance, and I think he should have played before, to be absolutely honest with you.
He's waiting now. Sylvester bowls to him, and he goes after that one. It comes off a thick edge down to the vacant third man area for 4 runs. It was wide, and he went after it. And there are 3 slips in place, but he managed to get it in between them and the man at point to the boundary, and it moves on to 8 with his second for Glamorgan, already 48 for 1.
Yes, they realise that there is an outside chance, of course, as do Derbyshire, because rain is going to come on Friday for most of the country now. If Middlesex just falter there and get a draw, you just don't know. And
can Leicestershire last 3 days in a first-class match
against Middlesex, against Roland Jones and Merta? We got anything on that? I haven't looked this morning. Who's won the toss? Who's batting? Who's fielding? Nick will probably tell us now. Found of everything.
I have the ability to tell you. Leicestershire won the toss and put Middlesex in.
I thought they might.
Sylvester in and bowls. That one is pushed up towards mid-off where Godalman does the fielding. And there's no Middlesex 38 for 2 in the 10th over.
And I suspect is the man who got 100 against Glamorgan, the opening left-handed batsman. Stoneman.
Sam Robson made 7, Stoneman made 4, Eskenazi's 15. Peter Milan is just come out to the middle, he's faced 1 delivery and he's yet to get off the mark. 48 for 1 here. Glamorgan is Sylvester bowls. Oh, that goes through to the keeper. Bevan tempted to play at it.
Too wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, just about managed to keep his bat inside the line.
It's a good start for Leicester.
Good start for Leicester.
How are the Brewers doing?
I'm glad you asked, Edward.
Burton Albion, to anybody who's not interested in football.
I can't tell you how pleased I am you asked. They won their first league game of the season on Saturday at Exeter.
Oh, good.
Well, yes, about time. They've got a new manager. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank's no longer there.
He's gone, is he?
Oh, he went, of his own volition, before he was pushed, I'm sure. As Bevan waits, Sylvester bowls to him, and he guides this to backward point. Anush Dahl is giving chase. Doesn't look to be... just had that one moment where he was a little ill, but he seems okay now. Gets to the ball. Bevan picks up a single. He moves on to 9, 49 for 1. Yeah, so he's been replaced by his assistant, Dino Marmry, who has only had 2 games in charge, but has managed to get the first win, which is excellent. So everybody's happy about that.
extraordinary goings on down here at Cardiff City. Steve Morrison had 10 games in charge, signed a load of players, and he's just been sacked.
Yes, there were a few went at the weekend, weren't there? Sylvester's in again, driven straight back towards him by Lloyd, not fielded cleanly by, but he took the pace off it, and the over comes 2 and then 5 from it. 49 for one. Glamorgan. Lloyd has 23 and Bevan has 9.
Yes, good start, 49 for one, just ending the football theme. I suspect the former Swansea City manager, Brendan Rodgers, might be quaking at the moment.
Yes, I think so.
1 point. I don't suppose he will quake a lot because he had a huge payoff from Liverpool, and now he's at Leicester. So I think he'll be all right financially.
Yes, I think he got paid well at Celtic as well, didn't he?
And Tuchel picked up for 15 million. 15 million for having the sack. Good money, just about above your salary and mine.
Where can we where can we apply for the job?
Dahl starts a new over, and Bevan gets down on a full-length ball, Yorker length. Bevan looks at his bat as if it's the bat to blame, but he just got down on that. He's on 9, 2 boundaries, and David Lloyd is on 23. This after that very good innings he had last week at the home of cricket. I think it was 70 he got in the second innings. 70 exactly, yes. Dahl is in and bowls. Bevan drops his wrists at the last moment and plays it out into the covers. Cloudy but fresh and pleasant morning here. Hardly any wind in the trees. Beginning to change now. As autumn is upon us.
Yeah, soon be Christmas, Edward.
I went into a well-known shop the other day to get some food as in comes Oops, and that's edge, and it's a good take in the end. It was on the half volley going to wicketkeeper Bess, but he flung himself in front of first slip, and it was well short of the... Do you know, we found that at Lord's, and I think I mentioned it in commentary, that the ball was just landing short of the slips in both innings, as if the fielders didn't think it would carry. But now we've seen it again, whether it's this time of year, as Bevan waits now, and this is played defensively down to third man all along the ground. It's a long chase up towards that boundary. They should come back for a 3, but they would have easily got there, but they decided not to. 50 comes up for Glamorgan in the 11th over, so they're going on a very healthy rate of nearly 4.78. This after being put in. Last home game last time, we'll see Michael Hogan playing a match here, and his last match will be down at Hove next week.
Nice place to finish.
Yeah, Dahl comes in, bowls, half volley, driven. Good stop. Excellent stop there at cover. Sam Connors, we haven't seen him bowl. I thought we might, but diving away to his right, an excellent bit of fielding.
But he's had problems bowling with the new ball and going for too many runs. So they've obviously decided that they'll keep him back. He's Derbyshire's leading wicket taker.
Yeah, he's bowled well this season, hasn't he? But it's Dahl at the moment, and he's in, bowls full delivery, which is driven to Godalming, the captain, at mid-off. That completes another over, 51 for 1.
So he's the leading wicket taker with 42 wickets, but they've come at 37, which is a little expensive. He earned himself, he's coming on now, look, earned himself an England Lions call down at Canterbury against South Africa. Wasn't an official game though, unfortunately, because I think it was 13 against 12. So unlike George Scrimshaw, who did play in a one-day game, an official Lions one-day game against South Africa at New Road, Sam Connors hasn't played an official Lions game, sadly.
So Sylvester on his debut, 5 overs for 24, rather expensive, and it'll be Connors from that river end. Scrimshaw I'd never heard of before he came down here to play in the 100.
Good quick bowler.
Where is he today?
Injured, I think. He bowled all those overs down here, didn't he? How many did he must have bowled? He must have bowled 7. Yes. It's definitely overs. I think Ben Aitchison's coming down the steps, which is quite good news. Connors has now decided he can't deliver that ball. For a moment, it looked as though he had crumpled on his front ankle.
I think I wonder if Godderman might just have a word with the ground staff there, because it's obviously not a news, it's a very used pitch.
Yeah.
And he would have thought that it needs some filling in.
So it's the back foot, where the back foot was landing. It's some sawdust going down from. And
he'll be conscious of that, Fred, won't he?
Yeah.
You think you're going to land on that? Oh, that's good news.
But that looks like Ben Aitchison right out on the boundary's edge with the.
Perhaps just a strain.
Yeah.
That's because you don't like to see that. Third man is coming up, and he will go to extra cover.
Yeah, so
don't want to nick down there now.
Third man once again vacant, Edwin. I'm sure that'll delight you. 51 for 1. Start the 12th over. Connors bowls, and that one is pushed by Lloyd up towards mid-off. And in fact, Sylvester comes around from extra cover to do the fielding. So Nafi Sheikh, his time on the field will come to an end shortly with his oversized sweater. I think that's probably as small a sweater as you can buy. He's a very, very small man. Nafi Sheikh. He's tiny. He's very young as well.
Aaron Dal isn't particularly tall either, is he?
No. He's fielding a backward point as Connors is in and driven again by Lloyd up towards Billy Godleman at mid-off. Billy Godleman always at mid-off, of course. Just the 2 slips for Connors. Harry came at first, so you would expect that Aitchison will slot in there. He is very much a slip fielder. And Wayne Madsen is at second. As Leas de Ploy, who would have been in the slips, has gone out to a shortish mid-wicket. As Connors is in again and bowls, that one is defended straight back to him. He doesn't collect it in his follow-through.
Coach Glamorgan and Derby had a cracking game up earlier in the season, didn't we, Fletch? With Glamorgan set 3-3-2 after lunch and got them within 20 minutes, 20 runs and 8 wickets down. I think a draw was a good result.
It went both ways that second innings, didn't it? At one point they looked like they were odds on to get there, then a few wickets fell. That was a great game, great 4-day match. Connors is in again, and that one is driven out into the offside. Sylvester stops it, I think, with his chest. Diving away to his right-hand side. They do scamper through for a single. Lloyd moves to 24. 52 for 1.
2 umpires in this match. Billy Taylor, he was here a fortnight ago. A former Sussex and Hampshire bowler. And the popular Ian Blackwell, who had time at Durham, Derby, Somerset, 3 county man.
I think we've had Blackie this year, but
I've had a lot of Blackie.
We haven't had any Billy Taylor yet this season until today. This next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Bevan to go through to Brooke Guesser. The sun is now out. Very nice too. There is a plenty of blue sky around, which is good news for everybody. Ian Blackwell just looking at the where Sam Connors' back foot is landing. Don't know whether they have a duty of care to make sure that what they do clearly, because if something's dangerous, the umpires would act as Connors bowls. That one is driven up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. There's no run.
It's a bit on the slow side, you can see from here, because Bevan played a little bit too early at that, and they wouldn't. We haven't got it up on the screen. 79, yeah. That's not express pace by the long way. Just to remind you that Derbyshire won the toss, elected to bowl first, and after 3 balls, Ben Aitchison, who went off the field, and he's come back, which is good news for everybody, because if you want to win the match and win it convincingly, you want the full side playing against you. It's not a hollow victory by any means, but they're at full strength, and let's hope we see him bowling before long. But Anish Dal, who came on instead of him, got a wicket in his second over, I think it was, and when he dismissed Eddie Byram for 13, and he's been kept on, and he's now bowling to David Lloyd, who is 24. And the first ball is flicked on the leg side. This could go down to the fine leg boundary, and it's a little bit of a fumble, but it doesn't go for 4. Good sprawling stop and 2 more runs. Lunch today, of course, is in about 63 minutes at 12:30.
It's always a bit early for lunch, isn't it, when we get to these 10:30 starts?
Yes. There's abundance of cakes next door in the technical room, and I brought some up today, so we're not going to be short of... and the great man from Derbyshire, Dave Griffin, is on a diet. I think we should tell you that, as the next ball comes in, it's defensively played by Lloyd and there's no run. So he is trying to explain to me this morning, I couldn't take it all in, there's so many things he can't eat or drink.
The fatty food is basically out. Alcohol is definitely out at the moment as well, so I'm not sure what that leaves, in all honesty. Bless him.
Oh, yeah.
It came out with us last night, it was very good. 2.5 pints of water.
Anish Dal is in, bowls. Lloyd flashes outside the off stump, but again, I think that was taken on the half volley. Let's just have another look at that. It was wide, but that's how Lloyd plays. Gets him out a lot this season when he's flashing outside the off stump. He'll turn around and say, well, it also gets me a lot of runs.
Yeah. It's a tricky one, isn't it? If you're an attacking player and you want to attack. Doing anything.
Third slip is taken out. He's on the drive now as the next ball is pushed out to cover and fielded by Sylvester. Lovely blue sky away to our left. Nice early autumn weather. Who Derbyshire got last game?
Leicestershire at home.
Oh.
Yeah.
So this is a big game for you.
Yeah. This is the one.
Dal is in. Bowls. Lloyd gets behind it and plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run. 54 for 1. Bevan has reached double figures. He's on 11th. Great opportunity for him now, as he has a little word with the umpire Billy Taylor.
I don't know where Nick's gone, but I'm going to have to go in a second.
You carry on. I have commentated on my own.
I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have.
You can go whenever you like.
Yeah. Be like being at Durham.
There he is, on cue. Go on then, Fletch. Dal is in and bowls, and this is left by Lloyd. That completes the over. We've had 13 overs. Glamorgan are 54 for 1, going to over 4 and over. And I didn't think, or Dal wouldn't have thought that he was going to have a longish bowl like this, if you can call 6 overs and 3 balls. And there's a committee meeting out in the middle. Godalman, Rees, wicketkeeper Guest, and we will see now whether Aitchison is fit to bowl. Morning, Nick.
Yeah, I suppose they'd be keen to get him back on the field at least, so that he's eligible to bowl, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Looks as though he's gone to slip. And Connors will continue from the River Taff end into bowl to Bevan on 11 not out, and Bevan drives nicely into the covers, but there's some very good cover fielding there.
Just say, Nick, to Dave Fletcher there that he's batting within himself. We normally see Tom Bevan coming in and he's flying away. We've only seen him in one-day matches.
Yep.
And this opportunity for him now, with plenty of time to wait for the bad ball, play his shots and defend as it comes.
Next delivery to Bevan is driven firmly towards mid-on, and again he's somewhat unfortunate not to pick up anything for that. So it's a couple of decent shots for dot balls. Let's hope he doesn't get too impatient with the process, having just played white ball cricket in the first team so far. And certainly a lot of people were calling for his inclusion in red ball as well, as Connors is in to bowl to Bevan, who leaves outside off stump through to Guest it goes. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how patient he can remain.
Did you drive back from London?
Yes.
I came back on the whatever day we finished, Thursday, was it?
Thursday, yes.
Yeah, excellent run.
I didn't come back till Saturday morning.
That's right, I know you were
nights,
staying
As Bevan drives, but this time it's back to the bowler, and there's no runs. Connors fields in his follow through. Yes, managed to get back to Cardiff by lunchtime, and then after a brief coffee stop, onwards to Llanelli for my first
How did that
rugby commentary go.
Good game, or?
Yes, very interesting. 23 all. Ospreys equalising with the last kick of the game.
Oh,
fascinating stuff. As next delivery sees Bevan get an inside edge down to fine leg for a single. He moves to 12, Glamorgan to 55 for 1. He'll be in action again for any Scarlets supporters listening, or indeed anyone else who fancies listening to a bit of rugby. Scarlets against Ulster, it's on BBC Sport website from 1 o'clock on Saturday.
early kick-off.
Early kick-off. Yes, have to get used to all sorts of kick-off times in the world of rugby, the professional rugby these days. Connors is in to bowl to Lloyd, who leaves outside off stump. Ball comes back in a little bit, but not to threaten the bails. This goes through to Guest at a decent height. 55 for 1 after 14 overs are Glamorgan. Lloyd has 26, Bevan has 12. Byram, the man out for 13, caught behind off decent delivery from Anuj Dal, who'd taken over from Ben Aitchison, who limped off with injury but is now back on the field. Now will he be bowling?
There's a change.
No,
Reese. Because coming on to old for Derbyshire is Middlesex.
yes. Nick, talking about rugby, we were all devastated, of course,
Absolutely.
by the passing of our good friend and colleague Eddie Butler. It was a huge shock. And I'm talking now about Eddie, the cricketer, because he was a very, very useful cricketer. He, as you may imagine, hit the ball a very long way, but he was an opening bowler. And I remember I had to take a team down to open Carmarthen Wanderers, his new ground, years ago when it was officially opened, as Reese now starts a new over, bowls, again it's driven away in the offside by Bevan and Noran. And one of the people I asked to come down, and he thoroughly enjoyed the day, was Eddie. And as I said, he had some runs there and hit the ball very hard, loved his cricket, and played to quite a high standard when he didn't win a blue, because he won 3 rugby blues, didn't win a blue of cricket, but would have been very close to it. And really we do mourn his passing as Reese comes in and bowls full length and muted appeal as the ball is taken by Guest, the wicket keeper.
Yeah, one of the photographs that emerged on social media of Eddie was him umpiring a schoolboys match a couple of years back, so clearly kept up his links with the game. A very fine player, a brilliant broadcaster, a fine writer as well in the newspapers, and absolutely charming colleague as well, given the level of his achievement, to remain a decent human being as well.
Wonderful man. And we send our love and condolences to Sue, who again worked with us, Nick, in the office, the old BBC office in Llandaff. And I worked in that office for many, many years with Sue, and it is absolutely dreadful news. Especially when you're away from home, such a long way away from home as well. It's a sad time.
Yes, tributes on TV and radio over the weekend.
They were very good too. Here's Lewis Reese bowls. And he just holds back on that as Tom Bevan, taking his time. And when you tell somebody he's 12 from 34, especially the second team mates, 12 from 34, Tom, because he's in there, crash, bang, and he hits the ball a very long way.
Well, he's hit the ball hard so far, but straight at fielders largely.
I don't think the timing, because it is a slow pitch, you can see. I think you'll see some turn later on. Lewis Rees, left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls again, well pitched up, and this he will get runs as Sylvester has to move to his left, just a single though, and the run rate now marginally under 4, 3.78. They started off very, very quickly, going at 5.5 and over, but what they might regret is that they haven't got a specialised spinner in the side.
Well, Thompson's taken 20 wickets this season.
Madsen has taken wickets, but McKinnon might have played perhaps. Anyway, here's Rees, bowls well pitched up and beats him outside the off stump, taken low down by Guest. He's getting a little impatient, and as you would have probably realised with the left arm, Seamer going across, that's his line, across the right hander, and that completes the over. 56 for 1, 26 to David Lloyd, who was put into bat, and Tom Bevan is not out 13, not like a fortnight today, Nick, or fortnight yesterday, when the opposing captain, D'Oliveira from Worcester, you can tell the story, you were out there.
Yes.
Can't use the language.
Today, Billy Godleman said, we'll bowl very quickly. Fortnight ago, D'Oliveira on winning the toss said, oh dear.
Well, not quite those words.
As he had to make a decision. Here's Connors then from the River Taff end in the sunshine. Bowls, Bevan pulls, as big appeal for LPW and not out.
Gets a bit low, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked a bit off stumpish to try that shot.
Outside leg stump. Off stump, rather.
Yeah.
But he just showing a little impatience there.
Maybe
Blackwood brought his hand out of his pocket. I thought, well, here we go.
Maybe he thought it would sit up. So both sides looking to get on with it this week, just in case, I suppose, there's a bit of rain around on Friday. Just light showers forecast at this range. As Bevan flicks this one down to fine leg. Alex Thompson does the fielding. And they go through for a single, 57 for 1. Derbyshire bowlers then this season, 30 wickets for Anuj Dal, 31 now, 29 coming into this game. Just one first class wicket for Wayne Madsen, one as well for Lehis Duploy with his slow left arm. 20 for Alex Thompson, but an average of 42. 15 for Aitchison. Potts not playing, is 12. As Lloyd tries to work on the leg side, is hit on the pad, and they'll take a leg by as Guest retrieves it from short fine leg position. Connors 42 wickets, but at an average of 37, and Adam Sylvester making championship debut. 58 for 1 with the leg by. Lloyd has 26, Bevan has 14. As in comes Connors and bowls down leg side. Bevan can't get anything on it. Billy Godleman was somewhat surprised to learn, I suppose he hasn't played in Cardiff for 5 years and it didn't apply then, to learn that the floodlights cannot be used here in Cardiff, which is a bit of a pain.
It is indeed.
Something that I'm perpetually bemused by.
So am I. There isn't a house within what?
100 yards or so?
Well, you've got the leisure centre, there's plenty right there.
Yeah. Connors is in to bowl. Bevan drives to mid-on, and there is no run. So no floodlights, so we may struggle with the light if it's cloudy in the late afternoons.
Well, we found that last week, didn't we?
At Lord's, yeah, when bizarrely they went off for bad light one evening when the floodlights weren't on, when all the shadows had come out.
I couldn't understand that, and the spinners were on.
Why they didn't stick the lights on and see if that was...
There's some odd rules in this game, Nick.
58 for 1. Connors to Bevan, who tries to pull again outside off stump and again misses, as in the previous delivery that hit him on the pad. He's looking to whip through leg side from outside off, and well, that one was about the top of the stumps as it went through to Guest behind the wickets. 58 for 1. Bevan just starting to look impatient, and David Lloyd having a little word with him in mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think it is a slow pitch because we've seen a couple of balls and he's played far too early, and the innumerable drives also from both batsmen which haven't been timed. A few of them have been, especially from Bevan, but it is holding up, and the suspicion probably now that the pitch will turn later on in this game. Lewis Rees starts a new over, and that's bowled outside the off stump.
It'll be interesting to see how much it does, because we haven't really seen vicious spin in Cardiff for years.
1965. Let me give you the feel.
They did one or two T20 pictures that turned a lot, didn't they, a few years back, when a lad from Somerset, Sapphire, got 6 for 5 here.
And the other lad from Sussex, Lenham.
Yes.
Over the wicket goes Rees and bowls again, well pitched up but outside the off stump. Not to be tempted is David Lloyd.
Sounds as though it could be Welsh, doesn't it, Lewis Rees, but spelt rather differently.
U-I-S, Louis.
Spelled
En
Louis.
France. Yeah. 2 slips, a cover, an extra cover rather deep in mid-off, and on the onside a long leg, a straightish mid-wicket and a mid-on. 6-3 field. Rees again bowled on that line, and it's driven hard out to Sylvester. As I say, he's deep at extra cover. It's a well-placed field because you've got a man on the drive for just the push, stopping one there, and then a man, some 40 yards behind him. So, thoughtful field placing here by Derbyshire. 58 for 1.
No third man though, Edward.
No, there's been a couple of boundaries. Well, that's up to them. Lewis Rees again is in and bowled, and this is defended, but there is a run as he just taps it away, Lloyd, out towards mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. Probably hear the talking.
There's a bit of chatter downstairs, but I don't think it's not at this early stage of the day too lubricated, if you see what I mean, by any beverages that may be on sale downstairs.
Rees turns at the end of his run and bowls, and that's fiddled around by Bevan, who decides at the last moment just to leave it. That extravagant lead that he has, reminiscent of Marnus Labuschagne, as if he's cutting wood when he comes down and chops.
I was saying early on that Byram's leave is almost imperceptible. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to leave one from Dal, and
it was a good delivery though.
Edge through, yeah.
Lifted across him. Last ball of the over from Rees. Bright sunshine as he comes in and bowls, and that is driven. It's straight to Gobelman, who's a little bit of a fumble, but they won't risk a single. It's the end of the over. 59 for 1. Comfortable start. We had 17 overs, and the captain, David Lloyd, good to see him back in some sort of form now. 70 at Lords last week in a losing game, and 27 he's now not out. And the man out was Eddie Byram, called Guest, bowled Dal for 13. We had some drama after 3 balls, if we've just tuned in. When Ben Aitchison had to go off, he turned on his ankle. He's back on the field, has been for 20 minutes or so, but has not returned to the attack. Probably given it time to that old ankle to get a bit stronger and run about a bit.
Here is Connors then from the River Taff end to ball to Lloyd, who nearly plays on, just chopping the ball down into his crease and turning and wondering whether it was rolling towards the stumps, but Lloyd survives on that occasion. As we look at the replay, it's inside edge onto boot, and thankfully it stopped on the crease thankfully for Lloyd, rather than Derbyshire's preferred option of rolling towards the wickets. 59 for 1. Connors in again to Lloyd, who works that one away on the leg side. He's timed that one nicely, and it's beaten the dive of Sylvester on the square leg boundary and just bounced over the ropes. 4 runs to David Lloyd, 63 for 1.
Yeah, drifting down that and perfectly timed. Going back to the ball before, he played again, as we've seen both batsmen do, a little bit too early on this slow pitch. And you've got to try and get to terms to that, because often you see, you know, he thinks it's a good drive and it lands up at cover mid-off on mid-arm's hands.
Next delivery. Connors to Lloyd, hit on the pads. Lloyd again sees the ball dribbling around his feet on the crease. At Leicester, Middlesex, who are second in the table, these two sides third and fourth respectively. Middlesex are 66 for 3 against bottom side Leicestershire, with Robson, Stoneman and Milan back in the pavilion cheaply.
Milan had a first baller up there last week with us. Pete Milan, South Africa. But that was hopes then for Glamorgan.
Briefly.
Simpson and Stoneman got to work.
Connors is in to bowl to Lloyd, who works that one into a gap on the leg side and will take a single. 64 for 1. Leaders Notts are playing at Worcestershire. Worcestershire are 66 for 3. In the first division, it's a battle between Surrey, who lead by 8 points over Hampshire going into the penultimate round. Surrey are 37 for 1 at home to Yorkshire, who won the toss and put Surrey in. And Hampshire have got a couple of early wickets at home to Kent. Connors is in to bowl, and Bevan pulls. Again, doesn't quite time it, but gets a single safely out to Sylvester at square leg. 65 for 1.
He likes that pull, doesn't he, as opposed to going for the cut.
Indeed. At Southampton, Kent 24 for 2. Muyeye and Bell Drummond both out without scoring. And former Glamorgan player Aaron Donald is again keeping wicket there, even though Ben Brown is back in the side. Interesting.
Very interesting.
As Connors bowls to Lloyd, who leaves outside off stump through to guest. And Aaron Donald, who was our guest on several white ball commentaries earlier in the season, and hopefully will be able to join us again on the microphone in between his playing commitments next summer. Glamorgan are 65 for 1 after 18 overs, so they're slowing down somewhat after an adventurous start, but Connors and Rees bowling good lines at the moment.
Yeah, and it's not easy when it's a slowish pitch. The ball not coming on to you. We've seen, you know, as I mentioned a few moments ago, the ball driven hard, but then it just trickles to the fielder. So they'll have to adapt to this, and they have done so pretty well. As Lewis Rees will start his third over, and he's bowling to Bevan, who plays that, and again one of those shots where he's played, and like Lloyd, the ball, he doesn't know where it is. It's gone behind him where leg slip would have been.
As far as second 11 cricket are concerned, Derbyshire are in action, Glamorgan are not, and Derbyshire 53 for 2 against Notts at Belper Meadows, with Wood and Hargrave the men out. Alex Hughes and Matty McKiernan the men at the crease there. Some unfamiliar names to me in that Derbyshire side.
Rees is coming in to bowl. Bowls and Bevan drives. Will get runs. Well, there we are. If you bowl outside the off stump and it's driven down to third man and there's nobody there, well, you deserve it. What you get, I'm afraid. It was a thick, very thick outside edge all along the ground. I'm just trying to make the point, Nick, that would be 3 runs less had they had the man there. And they know that these players are too aggressive batsmen. 69 for 1. Bevan making an impressive debut here, 19 of 45. And showing restraint. obviously likes to pull. And he again looks to that leg side boundary, and there's nobody patrolling the boundary as Lewis Rees passes umpire now, and that's driven nicely up towards mid-off. They realise that Godleman is a little deep, and they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, mid-on Godleman, mid-off. Mid-off Godleman and mid-on Thompson are quite well back, aren't they? And there'd probably be a single there for most shots, unless it's hit really hard.
I talk about the mistimed shot. It's probably too deep for the mistimed shot if it stops on you. Rees to Lloyd now as he comes in and bowls, and that's well outside the off stump, and it's driven very well fielded there by Sylvester. Extra cover. Oh, that takes a tumble, but no chance of a run. 70 for 1. We have got 38 minutes before luncheon. Glamorgan can go up around to the 100 mark. They'll be very pleased, especially having been put in. Godleman, not so. Lewis Rees turns, comes in and bowls again, and this is left. Good delivery outside the off stump, kept its line that time, and there is no run. One ball left of this over. I suspect we might see a little bit of spin. Marsden is an off spinner that invariably gets breakthrough wickets.
Not maybe this season.
No.
As against Glamorgan in the past. Thompson, I suppose, will be the first spinner.
But let's see Rees come in and bowls to Lloyd. Lloyd is forward. That's the end of the over. I remember an occasion you would have been there when Mark Wallace had opened the bat in, as he did for a while for Glamorgan, and was going like a train. And the last over at Colwyn Bay, last over before tea, Godleman called upon them. You know, he doesn't, not a regular off spinner. Madsen come on, first ball of the over. Wallace reverse swept him straight to a man. The ball just lobbed into his hands. Off they strode for tea. And what he couldn't believe is, well, not his luck, he should have realised. But Marsden, if you watch him, you probably will see him, perhaps not before lunch, but during the game, he just holds it back a little. But as you say, not many wickets this year.
It is Connors to continue, and Bevan drives to cover, and there's no run. So batting to come, North East. His usual number 4 slot, top championship run scorer still, despite a quiet time recently, courtesy of that 400 at Leicester. He's still 50 ahead of Wayne Madsen in the second division run stakes, with the first division batter Ben Compton of knots in between them. Bowls, Connor, short down leg side, and Bevan has nothing to do with it.
What is that?
So
one for the over.
Yeah.
Getting a no ball then.
Root will probably bat at 5. Could be either Root or Chris Cook.
I suppose it's how the game is going. If they want quick runs, Cook.
Harris or Salter at 7. One of those two.
I think it'll be Harris.
As that from Bevan is just played down into the gully.
I know what you think.
No run.
We saw Salter opening the batting half the season, no success, and we sympathised with him because it wasn't easy that time of year. And I don't think that Andrew was too happy doing it. He wouldn't say anything, but it was difficult, wasn't it?
Well, he did it on the grounds that it made sure he was in the team at the start of the season, with which the spinners aren't always. Connors is in to bowl, and Bevan again heralded slightly by that one. Working up a good bit of pace is Connors, again played down to Dahl in the gully. Van der Hoogten is the man with the best averages out of those lower 5. He's averaging 47 because he's not out very often.
We saw what
Patel can swing
Mr.
a bit.
Patel.
Yeah.
Well, he played some lovely shots at Lord's.
Got 36 and 9 as Connors into Ball, short delivery. Bevan's played that one
He has.
well, down into the gully. Again, for the third ball in the row, fielded by Anuj Dal, who is Derbyshire's sole wicket taker so far.
He had a very good season, bat and ball. Good all-rounder, Dal.
Yeah, half century in the first innings against Durham in Derbyshire's last match, or most recent match, a couple of weeks ago. Derbyshire sitting out last week. As next delivery is driven by Bevan firmly to Godleman at
20 times you reckon he's driven to
mid-off.
cover? Or mid-off?
Yeah, he's hitting the fielders quite a lot at the moment. Tom Bevan, he remains on 20. David Lloyd on 32. 70 for 1 after a decent over from Connors.
You're wondering where's Dave Fletcher? He's sitting right behind us, about to let the people of Derby know all about the play up until midday, and then he'll be back to join Nick, and I'll go sniff in to see what's around for lunch.
Ham.
Oh, they're ready, is it?
No, I've been told what the lunch
He's
is.
been down the kitchens as a fetch.
Ham and
Parsley
boiled
sauce?
or some sort of sauce.
Lewis Rees is to continue. Passes umpire Taylor on his way and bowls, and this time Lloyd drives nicely but straight to his opposite number. Billy Godleman at mid-off.
I can inform you of lunch for all 4 days if you so desire.
Let me guess. Sausage and mash.
Tomorrow.
Lasagna and chips.
No lasagna and chips this week, I'm told.
Oh, good.
Chicken and ham pie and chips on
We're being
Thursday.
spoiled as Reese is coming in again and bowls. Oh, it's a beauty, but he didn't have to play it. It just slanted right across, and Lloyd tells us, yes, no, it didn't move a lot. It just kept its line. As Lloyd, it was well wide. We've seen that. Dismiss Lloyd, and we were saying it to listeners earlier on, that he does like a waft outside the off stump.
Aggressive player.
And Reese basically is boring the batsman. That line just or outside off stump. And he comes again. That's another absolute beauty. This pitch is doing a bit. Bounce not terrific here.
Lloyd was all over the place there, wasn't he? He was sort of squared up. There was a sort of twitch of his right leg towards gully.
He quickly wanted to get his bat out of the way. But good over this, and just says that's if we get the full days, I suspect we might have a result in this game, which both sides want, as Reese comes in and bowls again. And this is played firmly, Godleman will field. And there is no runs off this over. There are 2 balls left, and this is the 21st over. And if the sky stays as it is, we should be having the full 96 overs.
Yes, I just wonder whether if there is any cloud at all, we'll probably have a few off at the end.
Reese having the battle with David Lloyd here, comes in and bowls, and this time Lloyd is exaggerating the forward push. It's a little game between him and Godleman. When he hits the ball, he goes to mid-off. 70 for 1 ball remaining of the 21st over.
Yeah, may be lucky and get any intervals as we get towards the close of play. If we don't,
I've given up after Lords. We had
Probably
four different forecasts we had for one day. Last ball of the over. Reese is in and bowls, and Lloyd is forward, and that's a good maiden over bowl by Lewis Reese. And Glamorgan remain on 70 for 1.
yeah, looks unlikely that we'll get any rain over the first 3 days of this game at least. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Possibility of some light rain on Friday, but with the teams both striving to, particularly needing victory to keep in touch with Middlesex, and maybe a pitch that is going to wear a little bit more than usual.
Especially with a bit of sun on it.
Having been Maybe prepared as a result wicket, positive result wicket. Bevan plays another ball down into the gully from Connors, as he has done for the last several deliveries. Middlesex 73 for 3 against Leicestershire.
That man Simpson again, who seems to deny every county when he comes in.
Yeah, it's Eskenazi and Holden at the wicket at the moment. Simpson presumably next. Sunshine here at Sapphire Gardens. Very pleasant vista for this final home game of the season for Glamorgan, as Bevan is beaten outside off stump, prodding at that one from Connors, who's bowling well at the young man.
I'm just going to ask Dave before he goes on the air, is this the full run and pace of Connors? Yeah, it seems to be cut his run down. I may be wrong. Dave will tell us later, I'm sure.
Connors, yeah, about halfway back to the boundary at the River Taff end, and Bevan drives, and yet again it's fielded at mid-off and there is no run.
He did play for the England Lions earlier on in the season. Didn't bowl a lot. It was one of those odd games where there were 13 or 14 players.
Derbyshire completes their season next week by hosting Leicestershire, the bottom side, so Derbyshire will have high hopes, weather permitting, of finishing with a win. As in comes Connors, bowls to Bevan, who plays defensively to mid-wicket, and this is a good test for the 23-year-old Tom Bevan.
And he's coped with it pretty well.
Yes, he's just turned 23 the other day. It looked as though he wasn't quite going to come through, but he was saying he was enjoyed a spell out in South Africa for some coaching and a bit of university cricket. Next delivery is Bevan cutting, and this time he has beaten the man at backward point and races away for 4 to the backward point boundary. 74 for 1.
Which would have been cut off by third man had he been there. 16, I'm counting today, Nick, even though it's the last game. That's 16 runs now I've gone. People will be so glad to hear me.
Edward Bevan, president of the Third Man Society.
Not hear me in the winter, yapping on about third man.
He'll be saying that Swansea City and Central Defence need a third man.
No, they didn't last week. 3-0, thanks very much. Should have scored 6, 3 at the bar, but I'll finish on that.
Last ball of Connors over from the River Taff end, as Edward will be replaced by Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby, and Bevan drives into the offside, and again it's fielded by the captain at wide mid-off. 70 for 1. Lloyd is on 32. Bevan is on 24. Byram, the man out, caught behind off Dal for 13. And a little bit of musical chairs, and Dave Fletcher will drop in alongside me. There we are, as smoothly as is possible when given the...
That was seamless.
So that was seamless, particularly given the size of the commentators involved at the moment.
There are some big men in here.
There are some large men on commentary when Mr. Bevan isn't involved.
Lou Trees to continue then. Over the wicket. Bowls on leg stump, and it's flicked away down to fine leg by Lloyd for a single. Alex Thompson is now warming up. He goes through some fairly extravagant warming up for a spin bowler. There's Alex Thompson. He's at mid-on.
Is that Aitchison just twisting gently as well in the slips?
Yeah, well, he will be in the slips. Yeah, he'll be at first slip, Aitchison. So he's just been... You haven't seen him, have we, since he came back? But he's crouching down now alongside Brooke Guest and Wayne Madsen as... That one is playing a miss. Bevan with an expansive looking drive, and he misses it and goes through to Brooke. So you can't use the floodlights.
No.
Right.
Questions to Cardiff Council.
That's mad.
You might say that. I couldn't possibly comment.
No, wouldn't expect you to. I'll take the rap. That's mad.
Yes.
So, of course, they had to use the light. Well, they didn't have to because it was in the middle of summer, but they had to use the lights when we were here at Cardiff last time with Derbyshire. As Reese is in, and that one is defended by Bevan.
The dreaded pink ball affair.
Yeah, dreadful.
Won by
Absolutely.
Derbyshire, prompting the jiggers of delight from Dave Fletcher, who carried Hamadullah Kadri off the field shoulder high.
I thought about it.
To shouts of "Put me down, who are you?"
Yeah. Bless him, he wasn't yet 16, and we interviewed him twice in that match. It was quite remarkable. Once when he made his debut because he was so young, and once when he remarkably won the game. Reese is in again, and Bevan drives this out to Sylvester, who's fielding at cover.
If I remember rightly, Tim van der Hoogten opened the batting and the bowling in both innings.
I think you might be right, yes.
As a night watchman.
Yeah. It's always it's a good quiz question, actually. Very good. I hadn't realised that was the case, but 75 for 1 here. I don't think he'll do too much opening of the batting here in the second innings either, as that one is left alone outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper. Nick Hartshorn, who's a regular contributor, has sent me a message saying he's sitting by the pool watching the game on his phone in Elvira in Spain, which he unfortunately tells me is in Spain, otherwise I'd have had no idea where he was. Elvira in Spain, very nice too. It looks a bit like Spain here, the sun's shining. Not sure it's quite as warm. That one is defended by Bevan into the onside, where it's not fielded cleanly by Harry Kane, but no damage done as the ball barely dribbles past him. And it's the end of the 23rd over. 1 run from that. Lloyd has 33, Bevan has 44. The partnership 44 now.
Stephen Moss offers a few thoughts on Twitter. Assume Derbyshire didn't fancy facing Michael Hogan on a green and lively looking pitch. Hadn't been so. This was before the start of play, to be fair. Hasn't been that lively. Lucky for Glamorgan that Derbyshire attack is inexperienced, though Dahl looks handy. Interesting that Carlson has dropped, though his form has been abysmal, says Stephen. I wonder if Sam Northeast is a potential captain. Well, certainly Northeast could do the job. He has done the job for Hampshire and Kent, but whether it's too short-term an appointment, 2 seasons, should they opt for a change? I mean, David Lloyd is coming back into form, and this is only his first season in the job. They generally tend to do 3 here. Key question, says Stephen, is how they replace the irreplaceable Hogan. Well, yes, they'll certainly have to make a bowling signing or 2, given that since the last match we've had the announce of the players released from Glamorgan. Alex Thompson then, Cardiff University's product, into the attack to bowl to David Lloyd, and he's got a short leg, and the ball is deflected just past short leg for a single by Lloyd. 76 for 1. With the other players released, including Rory Smith, who's managed 1 match this season with continuing injury problems, unfortunately for him, because he could have been a first-team regular over the years, certainly in white ball. Thompson bowls, forward stretches Bevan, beaten by that one, pushes out on the offside off the pad. Also being released, James Wheel, signed from Durham, been in and out of the first team, but never been quite a regular. Some handy contributions here and there. Down the wicket comes Bevan and drives to mid-wicket, who fires the throw in. Anuj Dal to guess, just in case he was wandering. Lucas Carey, who unfortunately has not played for the first team this season. Joe Cook, all-rounder. Thompson bowls, Bevan steps back, cuts, and Guest tries to kick it up in the air, so I suspect that might have been a chance.
Yes, he's cut it onto his foot, I think. Just looking at a replay now. Yeah, I think he's cut it straight into the wicketkeeper's pad, and then he's tried to kick it up into Wayne Madsen's hands, but failed.
Bottom edge, maybe. Thompson to Bevan again, who's back on his stumps defending this time.
Good to see that Derbyshire with one specialist spinner. He's having some success in the first over that he bowls on the first morning, and Derbyshire will be batting last in the game.
Yes, well, Mr. Madsen may be twirling a little more frequently than most this season to add to his 1 wicket.
Yeah.
As that's clipped off his legs by Bevan down to backward square, but Aitchison is fairly close in there, and there was a shout of no from Lloyd at the other end. 76 for 1, Lloyd 34. Bevan has 24, just to run off Alex Thompson's first over. So yeah, Ben Aitchison is back on the field, having twisted his ankle or thereabouts, bowling his second delivery and limped off after his third. Are we going to see him bowling, or is he just on the field in the hope that that ankle recovers?
It seems a bit daft to have him out there if his ankle is causing him any problems. He's fielding at slip, so he's not doing an awful lot of running at the moment.
No. Does he usually field at slip?
Yeah. Yeah. Rees begins a new over, and the first delivery of which is pushed by Lloyd up to Thompson at mid-on. There's another spinner, I used the word incorrectly, in the Derbyshire side. Leicester Ploy has got 1 wicket as well this season. 32 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 120. I did see him pick up a wicket for Lower House against Burnley. Slightly different level of cricket, I think it's fair to say. As Rees is in again, and that one is whipped nicely into the leg side for 4 runs by Lloyd. That's a nice shot out towards the mid-wicket boundary and in front of the big grandstand away to our right. Lloyd moves on to 38.
Edward Cooper, on the subject of our musings on Central Cardiff, confirms the Empire Pool was demolished as part of the construction work on the Millennium Stadium, as that was then known, in 1998.
Yeah, I couldn't have directed you to it. Well, I couldn't now, obviously, because it doesn't exist. But even back then, I couldn't have directed you to it. We had my sister-in-law lived in somewhere around here. Here is Louise Rees bowling again. I completely forgot where she lived. Church Village.
Oh yeah,
she lived around that kind of area. Lantwit Major.
That's not quite the same.
Okay.
Church Village is near Pontypridd, north of here, and Llantwit Major is down in the Vale, which is west of here.
Oh no, well it was it was Pontypridd.
Okay.
Yeah, well that kind of area.
Probably confusing it with Llantwit Vardra, which is nearer.
That's it. Next delivery from Lewis Rees is driven but not timed by Lloyd up to mid-on. So when we were at university, we got the bus from Liverpool to Cardiff to come and visit, which is why I knew approximately that there was a bus station.
Yes, well, there is a bus station going up a mere 10 years after the demolition of the last one, which is now where the BBC Cymru Wales main building is in Cardiff, opposite the railway station. So
it wasn't far away from that last night. That's not too far away from the big stadium either, is it?
No.
Yeah. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Lloyd, which I only called the big stadium because I'm terrified of calling it the wrong thing.
It's the Principality Stadium after the Building Society.
Right. I still call most stadiums by their original names, which is not necessarily a good thing.
Yes, not Principality Stadium in relation to the status of Wales, which of course is a subject of some debate.
Well, you did mention that last time, so I'm going to avoid that at all costs, as this next one, a foolish delivery from Rees, is driven. Again, not really timed by Lloyd, and it's fielded by Thompson once again. 82 for 1 it remains.
And Rick Walton and Random Female on Twitter thanking us for our comments about the late great Eddie Butler, who will be sadly missed.
Yeah, absolutely. The montage that they've played a couple of times now, it's a country the size of Wales that starts that, is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. There's so many of his work. This next one is defended by Lloyd once again, and it was a no ball that the 4 was scored off that I completely missed. 82 for one, Lloyd has 38, Bevan has 44, and this partnership is a rather irritating 51 now off 121.
And Eddie Butler's last montage was following the death of Her Majesty the Queen, and I thought, oh well, that's probably been recorded sometime in the last few years. Obviously, some of these obituary tributes are pre-recorded, but apparently not. He'd recorded it while on the charity trek in Peru and sent his voiceover back, which was his last work. But a thoroughly nice fellow, and especially given the heights that he'd achieved both as a player and a broadcaster. But
was it Pontypool?
Pontypool, yeah. He was the brains behind the brawn, if you like. A lot of very vigorous physical types in the front 5 in front of him, and
Pontypool front row. I know nothing about it, but I have heard of the Pontypool front row.
Indeed. As Thompson starts a new over, reverse sweep, and is played effectively by Bevan, and will pick up a couple of runs at least. There's a sliding stop and some good work by Connors down on the third man boundary to keep them down to 2.
Lost his cap again. Always loses his cap when he runs fast.
Yes, Eddie Butler, of course, was a Cambridge graduate, and from an educated background. As Thompson bowls quicker and Bevan just defends to mid-wicket, and I think it was fair to say that there was a slight discrepancy maybe between his accent and education and others in that Pontypool pack.
Oh, okay.
Who were more down to earth types. But he was appointed captain, so they must have grown to love him. 84 for one, Glamorgan here, as forward stretches Bevan to defend, and so far, I hate to jinx him, but Bevan has played pretty intelligently.
Yeah. Aitchison is warming up slightly more vigorously now at what would you call that sort of backward square leg, shortish.
As Thompson bowls, Bevan stretches forward and deflects it down to Aitchison at that short backward square position. So if you want to contact us, I'm Nick Webb 2017 on Twitter, and Mr. Fletcher is at
Fletch Sport.
Yeah. You're using that one?
Yeah, I think so.
As that is driven but completely mistimed by Bevan, who was looking to hit it through wide mid-off and ended up hacking it to mid-on. 84 for one. 11 minutes till lunch. Get your head down. Thompson is in to bowl. Bevan is forward defending to short leg. No run. End of another tidy over by Thompson. Couple of runs off it. He has bowled 2 overs, 0 for 3. And Rees, for a man with only 8 wickets this season, is bowling very tidily indeed and asking the batters a few questions. Or he has been.
And he's now being replaced.
But he is being replaced by Aitchison, who is going to test his ankle again. A little surprised they didn't give them until the other side of lunch to test things, but maybe they do want to know in the afternoon session.
Now and then not bother coming back afterwards if it's not right.
No.
I don't know. But unless that's the amount of how long he was off for quite a while, wasn't he? He was off for the end of the first 12 overs.
Maybe he hasn't been allowed back before now, as he tries a practice run up. He's bowling from the same end, the Cathedral Road end.
He's also got the benefit of this reduced run-up that he now bowls on or off. It's about half the length of his original run-up, which he started to develop as he was coming back from the injury that he suffered in pre-season. It was a back injury, and he just said he just felt more comfortable bowling at half the distance, which makes perfect sense, really. It does to me, if you can do anything shorter. The first delivery that he bowls, he looks okay, and it's defended by Lloyd out towards Harry Kame, who comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. So far, so good for Ben Aitchison, who's had a fairly curtailed campaign as a result of the injuries. This is only the 5th game he's played in the Championship. 15 wickets at 29 or thereabouts. He's in again. This one is cut away for 4. Glorious shot from Lloyd, who moves to 42. Absolutely smashed that out to the cover boundary. Fielded out there by Nafi Sheikh, who's one of 2 Derbyshire 12, but I don't know where they found the second one from, unless it's the one of the backroom staff in whites, just so we can deliver drinks and such like. But there are 2 Derbyshire substitutes out there sitting on the seats in front of the pavilion. As Aitchison is in again. That one is in a similar place, but this time it's cut straight to Anuj Dal by David Lloyd.
Would the other one be Potts?
Yes, that would make perfect sense, wouldn't it? Of course, but Potts has got an injury. I understand. I got a little niggle. So,
right.
But yeah, no, that would make perfect
Probably
sense.
able to field.
Yes, of course it would.
Because he's not dashed home to play for Derbyshire Seconds.
No.
Who was 60 for 4 at Belper Meadows against Notts Seconds.
Yes, Notts Seconds. They'll be strong, won't they? I know they're slowly releasing players back into the wild from their captivity at Trent Bridge, where they don't play very much, but Zach Chappell on his way to Derbyshire next season. This next delivery from Aitchison is driven by Lloyd up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Godalman.
Yeah, Zach Chappell's playing in that game.
Is he?
Yeah.
For Notts?
Notts, yeah. 7 overs, 0 for 17.
Well, how bizarre. Anyway.
Unless there's another ZJ Chappell in the
seems
British County game.
It seems slightly unlikely. Yeah, I thought he was injured. This next one is, I thought he had a niggle as well. This one is pushed up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Billy Godwin. Now, Derbyshire wanted him, as clubs often do, don't they? They make a signing for next season or the following season, and then the player joins them on loan. Sol Buddinger has done that already.
Tom Lowton of Yorkshire appears to be playing for Notts Seconds. I think he's being released by Yorkshire.
Just in again. That one is defended by Lloyd into the ground. Barely travels a couple of yards in front of him. And the first over on his return from Ben Aitchison, who's been asked by Billy Godalman how he feels, and he's nodded, so presumably said he was okay. Went for 4 runs. And Glamorgan, after 27 or 88 for 1, with around about 6 minutes to go until the lunch interval here at Sophia Gardens.
Yes, a lad called Zain Ul Hassan, who has done quite well for Glamorgan Seconds over a couple of weeks, is now popped up playing for Kent Seconds against Yorkshire. It's the sort of
that time of year, isn't it?
It is that time of year. I was just having a flick through a couple of cards to see if any of the players released by Glamorgan have appeared elsewhere, but not so. Alex Thompson bowls, forward stretches Bevan, optimistic seeming appeal. I think he got a good stride in and was indeed hit outside the line of the off stump.
About 2 stumps outside.
While playing a shot.
Not much going for it.
88 for 1 Glamorgan in what is likely to be the penultimate over before lunch, as Thompson bowls and Bevan stretches for this. A very interesting field from Billy Godalman. It's quite funky. Before lunch on the first day, he's got a forward short leg, a leg slip and a slip. So he's got 3 close catches in for Alex Thompson. That is a vote of confidence in the tall spinner. And Bevan plays 1 2 short leg, where Harry Kame is under the lid. Aitchison has also got to be lidded at leg slip.
Lias deploy rather. Looks like he's getting ready to have a bowl.
Thompson into bowl. Forward comes Bevan and defends back down the wicket. 88 for 1 it remains.
Extra cover. He's just gone through his bowling action. Now he's stretching out his hamstrings. I mean,
looks like a man who's been told he's bowling
at the pace he bowls, he doesn't really have to stretch his hamstrings out too much. And he didn't land many, it has to be said, when I saw him in the Lancashire League.
As that's driven by Bevan up to mid-on. There's no run. Well, he'll enjoy watching Ajaz Patel bowl then. He doesn't come off a hugely long run. Or indeed much run at all. Short cut away by Bevan, not entirely timed, but well enough for Sam Connors to lose his cap in the pursuit and for them to jog back for a couple of runs. 90 for 1.
Just for a moment, I didn't think he was going to reach terminal velocity there, but he did. He did just about manage to. And we are indeed going to see Lias deploy. So they've just tested Ben Aitchison's ankle out with the previous over. Of course, this means that they might actually get another over in from the River Taff end, doesn't it? Potentially.
Does it mean that Aitchison might be still feeling it a little bit?
It either means that he's still feeling it a little bit, or he's perfectly fine. So
one of those two.
You pay your money and you take your choice. I don't think there's anywhere we can really find out unless we see him bowl again. Clearly, they don't want it stiffening up over lunch, but. Harry Kane has bowled a little bit in first-class cricket this season. Not an awful lot, to be fair, just the 8 overs, but quite tidily, and he's a spinner as well. So, I've been suggested that Derbyshire didn't have any spinners. They've actually got thousands of them. 5, I reckon.
Good morning to Steve West, who contributes to our discussion of the Cardiff traffic system.
Excellent. You'll have to be quick. In between the umpire and the stumps around the wicket comes deploy.
He makes a fair point that it's difficult knowing where the speed limit is 20 or 30. Yes, that is a matter of some debate in Cardiff these days. There's a lot of 20s limits.
A lot of cameras as well. That one doesn't land, and it's clubbed away for 4 runs by David Lloyd, who moves on to 46. So you can almost get away with it in the Lancashire League, but I don't think you can get away with it in County Championship cricket. That one, a full toss and beaten away out towards mid-wicket. That was a horrible, horrible delivery looking at the replay. But he did bowl a bit like that for lower house.
Thank you to Swans 1990 for your kind words on our commentary. Keep it up, boys. Much appreciated, he says.
Excellent. We are contractually obliged to stay while they're playing, so...
we shall keep it up.
We shall keep it up. They might deteriorate in quality. 94 for 1. As deploys in again, that's better. Pushed out into the offside by Lloyd, no run.
Wayne Walters asks how many players have Glamorgan got registered after the 5 have been released. I think it's still reasonable numbers.
And deploy again, that's another good delivery, goes back, and that's always dangerous to any spinner. Hands on head for Wayne Madsen at slip.
I would say there's somewhere around 17 or 18 still left. They have had a large squad over the last few years in numbers.
Deploy, well, that's a flat, horrible delivery, and it's pulled away, and that's a half century for David Lloyd. Dear, oh dear, that's a horrible, horrible delivery, and Lloyd was on it very quickly, raises his back to the pavilion away to our left-hand side and to the crowd inside Sophia Gardens. Just 79 deliveries for his half century. And that was his 9th 4. It was an absolute gift.
I think a lot of batters at any level of cricket would quite like to get that sort of delivery.
I think I might have hit it for 4. This one's swept, this time backward of square, and there's a run around the boundary on the far side for, I think that's Sam Connors down there, and they pick up a single, 9 runs off the over, and at that is going to be lunch. That's exactly 12:30, which means I need to get off.
Thank you, Dave. So the story of the morning is that Derbyshire won the toss and decided to bowl. They give a debut to Adam Sylvester, 22-year-old right arm seam bowler, born near here at Llandock instead of Nick Potts. Alex Thompson for Mark Watt. Here's the other change in the Derbyshire side. Derbyshire had an injury scare for Ben Aitchison, who limped off after bowling 3 balls, having apparently turned his ankle after the second of them, but has bowled a further over since. Glamorgan giving Tom Bevan a championship debut in place of the unwell Shubman Gill, who has flu, and Andrew Salter in for Kieran Carlson in the side. And Glamorgan lost Eddie Byram Courts by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Anuj Dal for 13. That was 31 for 1. But since then, Lloyd and Bevan have taken it on to 99 for 1. Bevan has 28 on championship debut. Lloyd has 51. And we'll be back with commentary at 1:10 here on BBC Sport Online.
A reminder that if you're looking for refreshments, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk and mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. Also, don't forget that members can obtain tea and coffee between 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon in the Lewis Lounge, as well as tomorrow morning from 9:30 until 10:30. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines, which is situated at the rear of the indoor school, situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're aware that 2022 has been Michael Hogan's testimonial year, and I'm delighted to say that representatives of the Glamorgan followers are now making a special presentation to Michael in front of the pavilion with a very generous contribution towards his testimonial funds. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. That includes a special exhibition commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan England cricketer who sadly passed away during the spring of 2020. If you're seeking a scorecard or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan year, all of these are available for purchase from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, or alternatively from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite it too. As I mentioned earlier, we're delighted today to welcome staff and pupils from Birch Grove Primary School. As you can see, the youngsters are making their way onto the outfield because they're going to be giving us a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills. I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere in the country. In the LV Insurance County Championship, we started the Aegeus Bowl in a game where Hampshire have won the toss and have elected to bowl against Kent, and currently Kent are 35 for 5. That's after 30 overs. It's lunch as well at Taunton, where Somerset, opting to bat first against Northamptonshire. Somerset have reached 55 for 1. At Chesterley Street, it's lunchtime there, where Durham elected to bowl first against Sussex, and the visitors at lunch are 47 for 3. At Chelmsford, Lancashire won the toss. They elected to bat first against Essex, but at lunch, Lancashire are 83 for 6. At New Road, Nottinghamshire elected to bowl against Worcestershire, and Worcestershire at lunch are 99 for 5. But Bristol, Warwickshire won the toss and opted to bat first against Gloucestershire. At the interval, the Bears are 73 for 3. At Leicester, Middlesex were put into bat by Leicestershire, And at lunch, Middlesex are 91 for 4. The other game today is at the Oval, where Yorkshire won the toss and invited Surrey to bat first. And at lunch, Surrey are 82 for 3.
traffic usually? How do you approach the traffic usually?
And they allocated this area, and then they took the way they called it, and they sold it.
And a positive start for Glamorgan. They're 99 for 1 after being put into bat by Derbyshire. Both teams needing to win this match to stand a chance of overtaking Middlesex in the second promotion spot. Glamorgan without India's Shubman Gill because of flu, but Championship debutant Tom Bevner's made a solid start on 28 not out, showing a stand of 68 so far with captain David Lloyd, 51 not out at lunch. Eddie Byram, the man to go, caught behind off Anuj Dal for 13. They resume at 10 past 1 with Glamorgan 99 for 1.
thanks to the pupils from Birch Road Primary School here in Cardiff for performing today's Guard of Honour. Thank you also for entertaining us with a display of your quick cricketing skills during lunch. We hope you've enjoyed your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club.
Welcome back to the afternoon session then, here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Derbyshire Club streams. I'm Nick Webb, Dave Fletcher is alongside me. Edward Bevan is the third man of our commentary team. Edward always likes a third man. And Dave Fletcher has been catching up with some light reading from the magazine County Cricket Matters. Other cricket publications are available.
Well, I hadn't realised that it was Greg Watts who'd written the piece. He sent me an email actually earlier on, which he signs off by saying, "By the way, there's an excellent article about you in the new edition of County Cricket Matters." Well, even I wouldn't be that crass to blow smoke up myself. The one thing that did make me, well, there were several things that made me chuckle, but yes, the New Zealand badminton team conversation I had with Bob Hunt was exceptional. Most conversations I had with Bob Hunt were exceptional.
I'll have to look that one up.
Second par. He's really sadly missed. He'd go for Dal or Guest, incidentally, Greg, for the player of the season. Guest for his batting and excellent keeping. Madsen and Masuda both been fantastic with the bat, he says, as Alex Thompson opens the bowling at the start of the afternoon session. First delivery from the River Taff end is defended into the leg side by David Lloyd, and there's no run. But yeah, I think Dal or Guest, personally. Good to hear from you, Greg. Thank you for the article. I'm very flattered. The next delivery is defended by Lloyd out into the onside. A very, very good morning for Glamorgan, a very disappointing morning for Derbyshire, having won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. 1 wicket is not what they would have been looking for, certainly. As Thompson's in again, and this one is driven out into the offside. Deploy, who I don't think we'll see bowl at the start of the afternoon session, as he did at the end of the morning session, fields in the covers, and there's no run. Ajmal Shahzad is currently standing immediately behind Adam Sylvester, who's standing on the square leg boundary. So that's the bowling coach and the man on debut. This one is a rather ugly looking shot from Lloyd. He's better than that. Goes straight up to Lewis Rees. The 100 is up for Glamorgan. 100 for 1 coming in the 30th over. School children enjoyed that.
Something's happened to each year.
They were playing cricket on the outfield at lunchtime, so it's good to see that.
It is.
Youngsters at county championship matches. Toppers won't like it, but it's happened again. As this next delivery is played off the back foot by Bevan out into the offside. Deploy again, the fielder. No run. But yeah, a hugely disappointing morning for Derbyshire's bowlers. The good news was that we did see Ben Aitchison bowl, and he is out there again now. He's at leg slip with the helmet on. Short leg as well. Thompson bowls. That's swept straight into the short leg, I think. It was Harry Kame. No, it didn't. It didn't get anywhere near him. He missed it completely, and it went through to the wicketkeeper. Thompson bowling at that 49, 50 mile an hour kind of pace, which is about right. Anuj Dal's going to open the bowling from the Cathedral Road end. Sorry, I was struggling to remember the name of the end. It is River Taff end, the other end, isn't it?
Yeah, River. Yeah, well,
I know it's the river.
River or Taff or any combination of the two words.
I'll shorten it.
Mark O'Leary on Twitter points out that when Thompson was bowling to Tom Bevan, it was a meeting of two former Cardiff MCCU Crimson Caps, which he enjoyed, being the former coach of that establishment. Stephen Moss says, hope Cullen and Cook get a go somewhere else, both excellent players. Must feel a bit hard done by age a factor with Cullen, I guess. Well, yeah, he's 30 and Alex Horton is coming through, the England under-19s keeper. As Dal bowls and Lloyd defends. And Horton played a few white ball games when Chris Cook was injured, and presumably be hoping for a little more first-team cricket as his contract goes on. Player Pompey manages to get a horrible pun out of this morning's only wicket. Was Eddie Byram caught behind from a nudge? Well, sort of. As Dahl, the aforementioned, bowls, and Lloyd plays it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think you have to work with the pronunciation a little bit to get the pun there. 100 for 1 Glamorgan, having been inserted by Derbyshire, who used 6 bowlers in the morning session, albeit just an over from Duploy and 9 balls delivered by Aitchison. As Dahl bowls, that's half volley-ish and driven through the offside by David Lloyd for the first boundary of the afternoon session. Glamorgan 104 for 1. They have tended to over-pitch a little bit, the Derbyshire seamers.
That was a poor ball, wasn't it? I know he's trying to let it swing, but can't really bowl there. Not expect to be driven away for 4 runs, in all honesty. That's exactly what David Lloyd managed to do.
So he's with his second half century in consecutive innings. Shall cheer up his figures somewhat as Dahl bowls and Lloyd is forward defending. No run. England play Pakistan in the first of a lengthy international T20 series. That's at 3:30. There'll be coverage of that on the BBC Sport website.
There's 7 of them. That's a lot, isn't it?
It's because England bottled out of a couple that they were meant to play last year.
Absolutely. No,
Pakistan having come over in the COVID times, and England probably didn't repay the favour as quickly as they should have.
Bless them, they stayed in the Travelodge next to the county ground in Derby for 3 weeks.
As Dahl is in to bowl and Lloyd defends to mid-off,
which was completely refurbished before they arrived, and they came, and that it was all fenced off, so it was an entire bubble. They had a first-class match, an intra-squad first-class match at Derby.
Really?
They had that many players, and it was classed as first class. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, Pakistan Greens against Pakistan Reds or something, was it?
Yeah.
Good heavens.
Yeah.
104 for 1. Dahl bowls, Lloyd defends.
Because they hadn't played much cricket, obviously, because the entire world had gone into lockdown, hadn't it, effectively. So when they eventually arrived, they thought, well, we'll have an intra-squad first-class match. I'm fairly sure that Nigel Gardner, who's the ECB Reporters Network journalist who works at the county ground, covered the game as well. So, yeah.
Must be official then.
Well, yes, quite.
Middlesex, the side that both these teams are chasing the championship, they're 101 for 4 against Leicestershire. Eskenazi is on 48 not out.
And Alex Thompson is going to continue. So I thought I'd done something hopelessly wrong there, because I just saw that Anuj Dahl had bowled a strange number of overs, but of course he has. That one's turned into the leg side. First delivery by Thompson to Bevan, fielded by Dahl. He bowled the 3 balls that weren't bowled by Ben Aitchison at the very start of the day's play, when Aitchison went off. This next one is swept by Bevan out towards Sylvester, who just goes down on one knee, doesn't have to move. Does the fielding, they pick up a single. Bevan moves to 29, 105 for 1.
Notts have reduced Worcestershire to 99 for 5. Notts, inevitably, it seems, winners of this division.
Yeah, well, they'll escape the wilderness, won't they? The wilderness of the second division, bless them. And we're all cheering them on. This one is played backward of square by Lloyd for a single. Wayne Madsen, not mentioned too often this morning, goes and does the fielding from first slip.
Yes, the next season's structure looks to be the same as this-ish, apart from timings.
Yeah. Thompson in. That one is clipped very nicely up towards a deep mid-on. It's more than halfway back to the fence there. Lewis reach, which allows Bevan to go through for another single, moves on to 30.
Although there's talk of playing the One Day Cup in April and May.
Next delivery from Thompson's defended by Lloyd.
Which may make Championship cricket a tad warmer for the spectators.
Yeah.
But begs the question of what will be played alongside the franchise stuff in August.
Well, the whole August problem is the problem, isn't it? The next delivery is driven for 4 runs by Lloyd. That is a nice shot out to extra cover in front of one of the 2 big scoreboards here at Sophia Gardens that show that he's moved on to 61 now, and Glamorgan at the end of that Thompson over 111 for 1. Yeah, the whole the debate will go on, and nobody is closer to it. I'm spending so much time with David Griffin than I. But the debate is almost pointless while August is out of bounds for your ordinary county cricket. Because once you've taken August out, you've got to stick the rest of the stuff somewhere. And this is where you stick it. I know we've played into September in the past. I know we've played early in April in the past. But this April was lunacy, wasn't it? Did they play 5 games in 6 weeks or something? Derbyshire?
Glamorgan played the first 6 on the bounce.
Yeah,
there were, I think, 7 scheduled in April and May.
Madness.
Dahl runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end and bowls, and Bevan fiddles at that and is beaten outside off stump.
Filled at many.
But to be honest, this season I think is possibly the least worst under the current options. If you've got to have the 100, the One Day Cup running alongside it, I think is a better option than trying to play the T20 Blast alongside it, which would be lunacy. As Dahl bowls and Bevan drives firmly back to the bowler, who gets a hand to it in his follow through. And the other option, of course, is trying to play several rounds of Championship cricket alongside the 100, which devalues the Championship.
Do that. Well, how many would Glamorgan lose? 1?
Glamorgan lost
1.
2 this year.
2. Derbyshire lost 3.
Yes, it would possibly benefit these two sides.
Yeah, get them played.
Dahl bowls, Bevan drives straight to Godalming at mid-off, no run.
Tell you what it might do. Just putting this out there. Whoever signs the contracts of players at the team at Trent Bridge, who just happens, I think, to be the coach of the other team at Trent Bridge, might not sign all his players for the 100 and might actually spread it around a bit. I mean, you never know, do you? You never know.
As that's driven into the offside by Bevan, but well fielded by Kame at short cover, no run.
I didn't watch a lot of it, as you can imagine. But this idea that it was the best versus the best was quite frankly laughable. There are no Indians. The top Australian, well, no Indians come anyway, do they, generally?
Well, Welsh Fire had Johnny Bairstow. Oh.
No.
Nearly had Johnny Bairstow
nearly,
for 2 matches.
Joe Root didn't turn up at Trent.
Dahl bowls, nice and straight. Bevan defends back to the bowler. He's played a lot of fairly firm shots for not many runs, Tom Bevan.
Just imagine that Anuj Dahl's right hand is stinging a bit as well now, because he's got down to 2 or 3 of them in this over.
30 off 90 balls, but David Lloyd needs to keep talking to him to say, this is all right, you've got all day. You can hang on and wait for the bowlers maybe to tire and the ball to get a little older. Dahl bowls, and that is through Bevan. That's an excellent delivery from Dahl at 73 miles an hour, we're told. 111 for 1 at the end of a fine over.
That was beautiful from Dahl. Just moved away a touch, and well, there's nothing that Bevan could have done about it really. So that's the other aspect, of course, which he'll sort of get from even white ball cricket. Though if you play and miss, you forget about it and move on. But that's so important in proper cricket that if you do play and miss, you just put that to the back of your mind, and the next delivery is the most important one. He's at the non-striker's end, of course, Tom Bevan, after that maiden over from Anuj Dahl, who's now bowled 2 maidens in his 8.3 overs. I don't know if he bowled .3 over maiden, if that counted, but I'm not sure. Here's Thompson continuing from the river end, bowling to Lloyd, who pushes it out into the onside, and Dahl fields.
If you bowl 3 balls, that's 0.5 an over, so it's not, is it 0.5 over maiden?
It should be 2.5 maidens. Thompson's next delivery. Oh, now then he goes back and it strikes him on the pad. We can't see because he's got his back to us. We will get a replay. The ball delivered at 50 miles an hour by Alex Thompson. We won't get a replay. Oh, we do get a no, we don't.
Nearly.
We sort of got a replay, but it was a bit of that afterwards. Anyway, it's not out. Here's Thompson. This one is turned into a full toss as Lloyd uses his feet to get to the pitch of the ball and bunts it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. And Lloyd moves to 62, 112 for 1. The man at leg slip is back. Ben Aitchison dons the helmet. Harry Kame at short leg. And Bevan clips this into the leg side, but can't get it beyond Anuj Dahl, who's at mid-wicket.
Imagine Brooke Guest's gloves are twitching with both batters coming down the wicket.
Well, Thompson won't mind it, will he? It'll be a signal soon. I've no idea what the signal is, I imagine, from
Quick
the wicket.
down leg
Yeah,
side.
absolutely. That one isn't it. It is on leg stump now and turned away nicely by Tom Bevan for his 31st run, as it's fielded by Sylvester out in the deep, and Glamorgan move on to 113 for 1. They're not milking Thompson by any means, but it's been fairly comfortable so far for the 2 Glamorgan batsmen. Again, he uses his feet, Lloyd, and again he pushes it up towards a deep mid-on. And again, he gets a single because he's neither one thing nor the other, Lewis Rees, really. Sort of halfway back, which means there's a comfortable single to him, and if he wants to go over the top, there's plenty of grass beyond him in which to land the ball on its way to the boundary for a 4. 114 for 1 at the end of the Thompson over. Lloyd has 63, Bevan has 31.
Welsh listeners won't be counting any chickens as yet, because Glamorgan managed to get to 123 without loss in their most recent innings before being bowled out fairly cheaply for Middlesex to win the game. So Derbyshire can hang on in there, and Glamorgan don't maybe bat as deep as usual. I think that's fair to say. With Dahl coming in to bowl to Lloyd, who pulls and will get at least a single. 2 runs down towards backward squared, and time it as much as possible. Graham Smith is wondering about Mark Watt. Is this just a selection decision that Thompson's preferred to him, or...?
No, Mark Watt's in the Scotland T20 World Cup squad, so they'll be doing warm-ups, won't they, now? I think he's done for Derbyshire.
Okay. That answers that one, thank you. It's the other change from Derbyshire's most recent match. Thompson for Watt, as well as Lloyd driving to mid-on, as well as Sylvester making his debut. Llandoch-born Adam Sylvester, and he replaces Nick Potts from the most recent Derbyshire side against Durham a couple of weeks ago. Here is Dahl again, pulled very tightly so far. That one on leg stump and noodled away by Lloyd for a single. 117 for 1. 66 to David Lloyd, who did well in the first match against Derbyshire this season. He got 84 and 49. Sam North East's got a few as well, 49 and 81. Labuschagne, of course, was Glamorgan's top scorer, whereas Madsen and Guest scored more than 200 runs apiece against Glamorgan in that fixture, which finished on the 1st of May. Seems a long time ago. As that is driven firmly in the leg side by Bevan, but straight at Madsen at short mid-wicket, no run. It's a very entertaining finish after it looked as though I'd been confidently saying it was heading for a dull draw, and all of a sudden Glamorgan got interested in the last session.
They did, and then they started losing wickets, and their interest waned.
Indeed, finished up 21 short with 2 wickets left. But fascinating stuff it was, fine game. As forward comes Bevan and defends, and looking just over Dahl's shoulder as he's bowling. We're a fairly straightish long on, and certainly Dahl is getting his lines right. He's not giving Glamorgan anything much in the way of freebies. 1 for 32. Last ball of the over as Dahl bowls, firmly driven by Bevan, straight at Came at short cover. There is no run. Dahl has 9.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. Glamorgan 117 for 1 with Lloyd on 66, Bevan 31. Bevan taking the place in the order of Shubman Gill. May of course be that Bevan might have played otherwise, but Glamorgan replacing Kieran Carlson, who's a batter and occasional spinner, with Andrew Salter, who's a regular spinner and lower middle order batsman. 117 for 1. So if Gill is fit for next week, it'll be interesting to see who might be at risk. Thompson to continue. Lloyd drives back into the pitch, back to the bowler. No run. So Thompson wiping his hand in the dirt as he goes back 8 to 10 paces. Not exactly a vigorous run up the wicket, and Lloyd pinches another single up to mid-on. And Lloyd is using his feet well and driving to mid-on and picking up the single most times. So Thompson might be happy for that to happen, because there's always the risk of a stumping, of course, with the batter coming down the wicket. Or he might bring in mid-on a touch closer to cut off the single and invite the hit over the top. Thompson to Bevan, who sweeps and gets a good bat on that. He's hit it very firmly away. It went racing away and towards the party from Birchgrove School in their yellow red tops away to our left in the corner of the pavilion seating. It reached the boundary boards, which in that corner of the ground are some 25 metres or so behind the boundary rope. It's a fairly central pitch for this last home game of the season. 122 for 1. Bevan moves to 35 not out. Thompson is in to bowl, and that one pops a little bit. It's turned just past leg slip. Was that off the bat? No, it wasn't. Oohs and ahs from the Derbyshire infield, but umpire Ian Blackwell tapping his knee in leisurely fashion to show that was in fact a leg by. 123 for 1. Glamorgan going along nicely, but they're being forced to work for most of it. Derbyshire bowling quite tidily. Glamorgan got off to a flying start. The run rate still over 3 as Lloyd comes down the wicket and drives to mid-off. This time doesn't manage to pinch a single. And Glamorgan will be very keen to get runs on the board, with maybe the thought that this pitch is built to deteriorate a little bit more quickly than some of them have at Sapphire Gardens. Lloyd works one to short leg. It's well fielded by Came. And there's no run. 123 for 1. Lloyd 67. Bevan has 35. Gareth Lewis, interesting listening to the conversation about August. Accepting the 100 is here until 2028. How will it assist the England team if red ball is played in spring and autumn? And thank you for your words about it, commentary. Presumably, if red ball, if the 50 over, having the 100 doesn't necessarily assist England red ball at all. I suppose that the point is that having 50 overs early in the season, in the build-up to a 50-over World Cup, gives the possibility that some England players will turn up if they're not in the IPL. Dahl bowls and Bevan plays gently on the leg side, no run. And I suppose it might be that a few rounds of Championship cricket are moved from April to second half of May or June, something like that. But yes, the 100. I don't think there's any way in which the 100 can assist the England Test team, apart from maybe paying for it.
Yeah.
But that's a moot point as well. Is half an appeal for LBW as Bevan comes forward driving. Might have been inside edge onto pad. No.
Going down leg.
Going down leg is why Dahl pulled out of his appeal. Bevan 35 off 100 deliveries now, which means we can work out his strike rate very easily.
Yeah.
Don't expect to hear it again unless he reaches 200 deliveries faced. Dahl is into Bevan on leg stump, driven to mid-on, single taken. Rees does the fielding, 124 for one. Bevan on to 36 not out.
Bit of movement in the air for Dahl there.
And of course there's huge debate as to whether the 100 is actually improving the game's finances, given the vast amounts that are spent on marketing and the diminution of the ECB reserves sharply over the last few years. Dahl bowls, that's pulled by Lloyd through the leg side, will pick up just a single to the mid-wicket boundary. Connors again doing the fielding this time. Cap intact, 125 for one. I suppose we have to get in the caveat that COVID would have taken the big chunk out of ECB reserves, whatever the cricket is being played.
I think there's a number of things that have taken a large chunk out of ECB reserves.
Dahl bowls and Bevan niddles it into the gully, and there's no run.
The fireworks bill is quite large.
Thought you were going to refer to the management salary bill for a moment.
Well, no, there was also an inquiry, wasn't there, that apparently, well, it still hasn't resolved anything, but that's cost a fair few quid.
Apart from Yorkshire unfairly sacked a couple of coaches.
Correct.
Without going through due process, whatever the rights and wrongs of what actually may or may not have happened. As Bevan drives to mid-off and there's no run for Yorkshire to sack an entire group of people without an awful lot of time to work out which of them might have been guilty of what or not, as the case may be. It did strike me as inviting problems.
I've got an email here from Graham Brill. Do you know Graham?
Oh yeah, I think he's contributed before.
I don't know why he sent it to me, but there's a word in there that I can't possibly pronounce. It's the name of a club.
All right.
Absolutely no chance.
He's probably emailed you, because I get very few emails, so I don't bother to punt for them.
Okay. But Will Thompson's continuing this spell. It's his fifth over since lunch. I'll let you. It's quite a length.
I'm not entirely sure whether the word Anasgerwin has been correctly spelt anyway.
Well, correct or not, I wouldn't have been able to say it. The first delivery from a Thompson over is defended by Lloyd. I'd have had a go, but I'd have offended so many people.
Adam Sylvester played for Anasgerwin, says Graham. I think he also played for Neath as well, by the way.
He's played for a few teams, certainly in this area. As Thompson's in again, that was wide of the off stump and crashed away for 4 runs by David Lloyd. That wasn't a very good delivery from Thompson, I'm afraid. Lloyd moves on to 72 now, and Glamorgan up to 129 for one.
His dad, Jamie Sylvester, played a lot of local league cricket. Yeah, connections with Sully Cricket Club, who were big shots for a few years on the South Wales club scene. Makes various points. Thank you, Graham. Cricket-wise, hopes Alex Horton fulfills his potential.
David Lloyd on 72 weights as Thompson bowls. That one is defended up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Added the tributes to the late Eddie Butler. Thank you for your email, Graham.
And some kind words for you and Edward.
All appreciated.
And all absolutely true. This one is swept by Lloyd, although you haven't had the page in a 2.5 page valedictory. It's almost like an obituary written about you in a magazine.
Well, they can reprint that again in 50 years' time when you pass away.
Oh, wow. Yeah. This next delivery. Oh, he's crashed that away. That's going to go all the way, I think, for 6. Out into the long, mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket region. It has gone all the way for 6, and Lloyd moves on to 78 now, and Glamorgan up to 135 for 1.
And this is David Lloyd's highest score in first-class cricket since Glamorgan last played Derbyshire.
That's the kind of stat I got used to for a while. Yeah. A lot of players' personal bests came against Derbyshire at one point.
This time last year we had personal bests coming out of our ears when Glamorgan played Surrey at the Oval and 10 wickets fell in 4 days. Ollie Pope scored about 500.
That's not good, is it?
North East was the record day of records this that Saturday morning at Leicester.
That was brilliant, though, because I watched and saw the score and thought, why have they declared? He could have got 500 there. And of course they declared because they went on to win the game. So now then the long on has gone back as Thompson is in and bowls to Lloyd, who gets one that bounces a little bit more than he was perhaps expecting and defends it out into the onside. 10 off that over from Alex Thompson, who's now bowled 8 overs for 31, and Glamorgan 135 for 1 after 38.
I'll give way to Edward at the end of this over, and asking them about the declaration. Apparently it was scheduled to be 20 to 30 minutes after lunch in that game, but Glamorgan had scored so quickly they were able to declare sooner than expected, but they were never intending to bat on for North East potential 500.
Batsmen get centuries in the morning, is that right? And
correct.
Yeah.
Both North East and Chris Cook, who interviewed afterwards, said can't be very often you've got 190 and played second fiddle. Here's Anish Dal to bowl and Bevan to defend. And looking down, almost gun barrel straight on this, and Dal's bowling very straight indeed to Bevan.
He is.
To frustrate the Glamorgan run rate, certainly, which started very quickly, has sort of meandered downwards generally since, apart from in that last over. Dal in to bowl, and a play and a miss from Bevan outside off stump. Didn't quite get to the pitch as he went for the drive. 69.7 miles an hour, so maybe a slightly slower ball. And Bevan drove at it and was lucky not to get an edge. If you want to tweet us at NickWebb2017 and Fletch Sport. Carl reckons that Ryan Sylvester is Adam's father, not Jamie.
No.
Oh, there we are. As, that one is driven by Bevan. No run. So, yes, they're both well-known names on the South Wales club circuit. 135 for 1. But Sylvester coming into the Derbyshire side in place of Nick Potts. As in comes Dahl, who's bowling well at the moment, bowls, and Bevan drives straight to mid-on, and there's no run.
Just spotted something that may or may not be interesting. I found it slightly interesting. Derbyshire have used 23 players now this season, and of those 23 players, 19 have bowled. That's a lot, isn't it? 19.
Yeah.
19 of the 23 players use Hilton Cartwright.
Dull bowls, and Bevan drive straight to mid-off, no run.
Didn't bowl. Shan Masood didn't bowl. Brooke Guest hasn't bowled. And the other one is Billy Godleman, who I've never seen bowl. And everybody else has bowled.
Carl reckons that Adams started the season with Port Talbot and then went to Ynysgarwyn. So there we are. All matters that you can check up with him on when he does his first interview, on his first significant performance for Derbyshire. There's dull bowls. Oh, that's over pitched on leg stump for once, and Bevan tries to whack it through the leg side, but is hit on the pad. And a leg bye is taken. 135 for 1. Lloyd is 78. Bevan has 36. Q Bevan E to talk about. Bevan T brackets no relation.
Yes, nobody's holding their hand up at the moment to be interviewed at the end of the day. I suppose Anuj Dal is about the only one with his solitary wicket, the only wicket that Derbyshire have managed to take, having won the although Billy Godleman might be interested, regretting the decision to ask Glamorgan to bat. Billy, 2 spinners and a deteriorating pitch. How do you fancy batting last on this one? 136 for 1. Alex Thompson to continue from the River End. Afternoon, Edward.
Afternoon, Dave. Nice to see my name up in lights over there.
Yes.
It's just telling everybody I'm back on commentary.
Going nicely. Bevan on strike as Thompson bowls. He takes 2 steps down the track and smashes it away for 6. Out over the wide long on boundary. That's the second 6 in that region that's been scored off the last 2 sixes off the last 3 deliveries bowled by Alex Thompson, and these 2 batsmen have decided they're not going to let Thompson bowl at them.
And the problem Derbyshire will have, that if they do get after, as you say, getting after Thompson, then he will have problems, Godleman, because as you say, Deploy is basically not a regular left arm spinner, but he'll have to try and to see if he can grip it and turn it.
Harry Kame has bowled spin this season. Wayne Madson's bowled some, but between Madsen, Kame and Deploy, they've got 2 wickets. Thompson in and bowls onto the back foot goes Bevan and turns it backward of square. He fancies a single, but Lloyd doesn't. Lloyd says no. You'll have heard him in the effects microphone. Alex Thompson's got 20 wickets at 44 this season, or he did do just before those last 2 sixes were struck. It'll be slightly worse than that now. He's in again. And that one is off the bat, I think, judging by the reaction of Godleman and Anuj Dal either side of the pitch, because it bounced backward a square on the leg side beyond the reach of Ben Aitchison, and they've gone through, and it did, for a single.
That's the perfect off-spinner's dismissal, that, isn't it? Pitch, turn, short leg, thank you.
Sort of went between short leg and leg slip.
Yeah, he's horse and bolted thing here now, isn't it? He's put him on exactly where that ball went. He's a little deeper.
Well, he has been because he hasn't been fielding it leg slip to Lloyd. I think they're slightly more wary of Lloyd. I don't know why.
Sweep, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, he drives it, mistimed drive, and it goes straight to Anuj Dal at mid-wicket. There's no run.
These 2 are the two most attacking batsmen in this side, and if they do really well, they're starting to get going. If they put on over 100, that will benefit Glamorgan.
Yeah, their century stand coming up 199 balls in just a little over 2 hours. That one is defended into the leg side by Lloyd. Once again, there's no run. 143 for 1. Sam Connors is warming up. I haven't seen too much of Connors today. Perhaps a little surprisingly, Derbyshire's leading wicket taker, 6 overs for 13. Thompson is in and he goes down the track again. Does Lloyd, and this time drives it straight to Billy Godleman at mid-off. It's the end of another over. 40 overs gone now. And these 2, as Edward said, 112 off 200 and 12 balls. Lloyd 78, Bevan 43, Glamorgan 143 for 1.
And Billy Godwin must be, as he stands there at mid-off, thinking, what have I done here? What have I done? Because...
You'd hope he was. You'd hope he was.
Yes. But it will be pace, as you say. Sam Connor's going to have a go at this end.
6 overs for 13. That was pretty decent, I thought. Didn't take a new ball.
No. I was surprised at that. Especially with a young man in his first championship game. Thrust with that responsibility. And I'm talking about Adam Sylvester from these parts.
Sure.
What was the connection, I wonder, with Derbyshire? Do you know?
No, he was presumably just looking around. He came up earlier in the season, played a couple of matches and then got an injury, and has impressed Mickey Arthur, and played last week in the twos as well, and obviously impressed him sufficiently to get a call today. Shan Masood is going to make his Pakistan T20 international debut against England today.
Connors then starts an over, pitched it around leg stump, driven to short mid-off, fielded by Madsen.
I know we're not going to see him again, Masood, but I still think technically it's a Derbyshire player making an international debut, so I'm looking for anything to celebrate here, Edward, and that is as good as it. If I could speak to Shan Masood at the close of play, please, that would be great.
Yeah. I think he can be grateful as well. I know he played magnificently to Derbyshire.
Oh yeah,
and an excellent signing.
Absolutely.
Here's the next ball coming. That's driven onto the offside. There are 4 fielders there stopping that drive. 3 at cover, extra cover, mid-off, and 1 in between extra and mid-off on the drive. So there's a lot of way through there.
You mentioned Burton Albion earlier. They're playing tonight. They're playing in that.
Are you going to nip up a helicopter picking you up?
No.
Bring you back?
They're playing at Hillsborough against Sheffield Wednesday in the Papa John's Trophy.
Here's the next ball. That's well pitched up and driven out to short extra cover.
The big one.
The big one, yes.
Yeah. So Noah Abrahams will be commentating today. Good luck to Noah.
Good spot to commentate from, Burton.
Burton is I like Burton. You're about 6-7 rows back, not too high, not too low. And right behind the dugouts as well. So it's all right.
In comes Connors, bowls, and this is pulled out to a fine leg, and they'll go through for a single. He tried that earlier on, but didn't connect, and now he does connect, and his score goes up to 44. Good work by the young 23-year-old. Last time I was up with you in Derby, Swansea were playing away to Forest, and our commentator, I think I might have told you, wasn't physically but terribly abused there.
Yeah.
And you were telling me the next row apparently is the general public just in front of you, which is a bit awful.
It is at Forest.
Here's the next ball, and it's pushed out into the covers. It should never be. You should be at least about 6 or 7 rows away.
We're in and amongst it at Burton, but they're slightly more civilised there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And there are fewer of them.
Yeah. In fairness to the stewards, and this steward apparently immediately came up, grabbed him, and got him out of the ground, never to come again. Connors again comes in and bowls. Lord drives, and again, not timing it. None of the batsmen really timed the ball, because once it lost its shine, it was a little bit dead in the pitch. And you had to work for your runs, and at times, as we saw with those 2 sixes, chance your arm. 144 for 1. Partnership was 113, and Glamorgan will want to try get as many as they can on this pitch, because you have people like Patel and Salter. They haven't had many pitches to bowl spin on that to give him assistance for a long time. Patel might have out in New Zealand, but Salter certainly hasn't. So grip the ball and away you go.
Spin Derbyshire out twice, eh?
Oh, I don't know about that. They'll have to get runs first.
Just bat the once.
Long time since Glamorgan did that, I can tell you.
It's going to be Alex Thompson to continue. Long on, excuse me, is out. Bevan on strike on 44. And he takes a step down the track and defends it to Nafi Sheikh, who's back out on the field. Who's he on for? I think he's on for Anuj Dal, who had been fielding in that position, so nudged just off momentarily as this next delivery from Thompson is played off the back foot nicely, out for 4 runs, out to the extra cover boundary. Billy Godman gave up the chase on that one very early, and Bevan moves to 48 now. Glamorgan 148 for 4. That was a beautiful shot.
And what we saw there, Fletch, was that because of the slowness of the pitch, and I think it is a slow turner, that he had plenty of time to go back. If it was a roaring turner, rang in every ball, he'd have been jumping about and hitting him in the pads. So, yeah, a slow turner it is. But still got 2 short legs and a slip-in.
2 away from a half century on his championship debut, Bevan, and he goes back to that one.
Don't
That's
go
always
back.
dangerous, going back to the spinner, because anything can happen, and he managed to get bat on ball.
The old coach once said to me, don't go back, or don't try to cut the off spinner until you get 150 in your name.
Yeah.
Which is very true.
This one is, now it's up in the air. Where's it gone? It's gone to Nafi Sheikh, and he takes the catch, and Bevan has missed out on a half century on his championship debut with a slightly rash shot. He was trying to pull it round the corner, and he's got a bit of a top edge on that one. It's gone straight up in the air. Sheikh takes the catch. Bevan dismissed for 48. Glamorgan won 48 for 2.
Yes, as you say, a rash shot by the young man, and he was looking for his 50, but that's the way he plays. And as we said about David Law, you get out in certain areas, but you get a lot of runs. But a very, very good innings there by Tom Bevan, playing his first innings. So he was caught by the substitute fielder of the bowling of Thompson. 148 for 2, and he gets rich there of applause as he walks back to the pavilion. And we will await the entrance from Sam North East.
48 from 120 deliveries with 6 falls and a 6 for Tom Bevan. The partnership 117 of 222 balls with David Lloyd. And that after Glamorgan had been 31 for 1. So he's helped put Glamorgan into a very good position with a batsman who's got more runs than anybody else in the country this summer in the county championship, striding out.
A quiet time in the last couple of innings, and of course we must remember that Carlson is not here, neither is Gill. I'd suspect that Gill would have played, coming from India, the turning ball better than most. So you have got Billy Root, of course, and he'll have to play with caution.
Just had a message in our ears there from somebody.
Just turn the volume down as far as you can on the right hand side. That's all right. It's all right, they won't come to us.
Okay. We'll take your word for that. When we suddenly have to do a radio, when you'll have to do it, Edward, because I'll be doing one for Radio Derby. I'm sure you can.
Done a few in my time.
You can fill in, can't you?
If it trusts me.
I think you know what you're doing. It's just a hunch. 148 for 2 then. Sam North East is the new batsman. And there are still a couple of deliveries left in this Alex Thompson over. 1 for 42 in 9.4 overs. Alex Thompson takes a couple of steps, now he's in, and North East defends the first delivery back towards the Derbyshire spinner, who turns, and as he does between every single delivery, dries his hand in the footmarks.
He's going to have a long spell.
He could be bowling all day. Next delivery is clipped into the leg side, and it's fielded there by a tumbling Leas Deploy. And there's no runs. The end of a successful over of sorts for Derbyshire. 4 off it, and the wicket of Tom Bevan for 48. 148 for 2 after 42 overs now.
And he'll learn from that. It'll all come with experience.
Absolutely.
Because you don't try to play that sort of shot on a slow turner, any turner. But he'll be in the brain box and, right, yeah, I'm going to guess push, as he showed, bring the fielders in, hit him for 6. Imperative if Glamorgan are to get a substantial score now, but the captain stays there. And he is on 78 out of 148. And he will face Connors, who's been pretty steady here as he comes in, bowls the first ball to Lloyd, who leaves that outside the off stump. Connors is in his 8th over, 0 for 14, and he's been quite economical, hitting that off stump line. And again, just trying to bore the batsman into indiscretion.
Middlesex 119 for 4 after 41 overs against Leicestershire at Grace Road.
In comes Connors, bowls. This is clipped away nicely but straight to mid-on, where Rees will field. What was that score? 119 for 4?
119 for 4.
Simpson again holding things up?
Yeah, he generally does, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah. Proper Lancastrian though, you see it.
Yeah.
He's got 10 actually. Eskenazi 59 from 128 deliveries.
Yeah, if they can nip him out, they'll be
in business.
Yeah. Very improbable if they win their first game of the season against the club that's second. Connors bowls, driven, extra cover. Sylvester fields. Haven't seen him since his opening overs. Dave leaves us for letting the good people of Derbyshire and surrounding districts what's going on here. He'll have good news as the second wicket has just fallen. Connor's looking for the third as he comes in and bowls, and this is clipped away down the leg side to fine leg, and they will amble through for a single. 149 for 2, and the platform is there, Nick, and it's up to the Glamorgan batsmen now to consolidate on this very good start that they've had, mainly through the efforts of David Lloyd. Northeastern with his first ball about to come from Connors. 2 slips for him. The man on the drive on the offside has been taken away. As Connors comes in, bowled down the leg side and helped on its way. Just got one on it, didn't he? Just got the edge of the bat, and that's 4 runs for Northeast. No signal for us here. I think you might have a signal. He followed that right round and struck it firmly for 4. And Glamorgan go past 150. 153 for 2.
There's one of those signals on the screen, press any button to continue watching, and I've obviously pressed the wrong button.
I don't know.
Since I pressed a button and removed the signal from us, but...
everything's going well with Fletcher now here.
Thank you.
Here's the next ball, and a defensive response there from Sam Northeast. That's the end of the over.
I'll go and eat Welsh cakes the rest of the day if you insist. I'll go and eat Welsh cakes the rest of the day if you insist.
We got quite a number of good food. Well, is it good food? Welsh cakes and...
the ones from the Bevan household were warmly appreciated.
Yes, I didn't cook them because I'm not very good at that sort of thing. A good lady did it.
Thank you indeed. 153 for 2. As Thompson will continue after his success in the last over, getting rid of Tom Bevan. Some Northeast has not been productive. 27 runs in his last 3 innings to follow the 410 at Leicester and the 177 at Worcester to set a new one-day record, in addition to his new championship record. All sorts of records being broken.
From the top to the bottom.
Record score for Glamorgan, 795 for 5 at Leicester. Record team score And a couple of partnership records have gone as well.
That's the day you had to stop commentating and go away and do all these records. Well, I carried on for
Record
most
number
of
of
the
records.
afternoon. I remember that. It is a delight to be there, having seen the previous one, Steve James, of course.
Indeed, here is Thompson to continue from the River Taff end, and Lloyd drives, and that one's hit northeast his partner and run up to long on. Well, Glamorgan didn't get any advantage from the ball flicking the non-striker on the way through. I'll just do this one over, and Dave will be back.
Those are the three short legs back together.
Three close fielders.
Two
short legs
slip,
and a
yeah.
slip. So three corners of the square. Silly Point is the only one missing around the bat, but it's good to see Derbyshire being so aggressive with the field placing on the first day as Northeast drives into covers, and it's stopped by Duploy moving sharply to his right.
I think it's great to see spin and ball long spells here, because you don't often see it on the pitches that are prepared.
Here comes Thompson holding the ball carefully, and Northeast pushes forward slightly uncertainly. The ball just trickles a couple of inches off the strip out on the offside, and Madsen is waving.
He's in charge there, isn't he?
A bit backward of square. Thompson bowls. Northeast turns one past short leg.
Godleman at mid-off threw his arms up. I suspect that was shin height and went through his legs.
A little bit aerial, it appeared, from Northeast.
Drop your wrists. That's what I was always told when it's turning. Drop your wrists.
155 for 2. Northeast moves to 5. Lloyd is 80 on strike off 121 deliveries.
Good going.
As Aitchison is repositioned at backward square, and Lloyd turns one towards mid-wicket and takes a single perfectly safely, that one, along the ground. Out to the debutant, Sylvester.
And he's dropped his mid-on back for Lloyd, and also Lloyd knows that he is the main man now. He wants to stay there if he can and try and get this substantial score.
If you have just joined us, Lloyd and Bevan both striking sixes over wide long on off Thompson, as Northeast just flicks the wrist on that one and turns it backward of square. They'll come back for a second run. Good running from Northeast, as Sylvester had some ground to make round from square leg towards backward square. Thompson has rattled through his over. 1 for 47 off 11. Glamorgan 158 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online.
Nick departs as purveyor of good news for the Derbyshire and districts. Comes back to join me. Dave Fletcher. Let them all know that there's another wicket gone.
So seldom the bearer of good news, Edward. What's he done to your telly?
Nick has broken it.
Unbelievable. I'll sort it for you.
I don't touch things like that because I have no idea how it works.
Okay.
Connors to start a new over. He's coming in now and bowls to Sam Northeast, who plays it defensively back down the pitch. And there is no run. The score remains 158 for 2.
I've fiddled with a few tallies in my time.
A little bit of cloud coming out, coming over.
Yeah, it's that when it gets to 5 o'clock and the brightness disappears, that could be a problem. But
in comes Connors, bowls, well pitched up, hits him on the pad outside the line of off stump. Game at Derby between Glamorgan, seems a long time ago, back at the end of April. Northeast made 49 there, and 81 in the second innings. As Glamorgan finished tracing 3-3-1 at 310 for 8, as they lost wickets chasing those runs. excellent game of cricket it was.
Brilliant.
Connors is in and bowls. Lloyd clips this away nicely under the leg side, but there's a man running in from the mid-wicket boundary, and it is only a single. He moves on to 83, 159 for 2. What time are we having scones this afternoon? An afternoon tea, as they say.
So we've got another
The usual time, is
another
it?
19 overs before we can do it, so it'll be 25 past 3, something like that. I would have
Not
thought.
that I'm very hungry at the moment.
No, I was going to say.
Lovely lunch. Sam Connors comes in, bowled. Good delivery on a length, just short of a length, if anything. And I'm sure that he is concentrating, Fletcher, you've seen more of him than me, Connors, on length and just keeping batsmen quiet, because there's nothing in there for us, Seaman.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
There's been nothing there really since the start.
No, it can be expensive. So he's taken his wickets at the
45.
Yeah,
is it?
quite expensive. But he's a wicket taker. They often are a little bit more expensive than your holding an end up kind of bowler. But that's what he has to do here.
Here he is again in bowls, and North East is right forward, treating it with respect. Glamorgan's run rate 3.55, which is a little bit more than the average for a first innings. They have been fairly quiet, apart from those 2 sixes in the afternoon session. We had 44.5 after this ball, 45 overs. And there remained 51. Here's Connors, bowls, and this dead bat shot again from North East, just the single off that over. 159 for 2, Lloyd 82, North East is on 7.
Yeah, but splendid lunch. I haven't mentioned the lunch hour. It was absolutely magnificent. And
Boiled ham, parsley sauce, potatoes.
rivaling. I'm not suggesting they're bettering, but certainly rivaling Derbyshire as the best food on the circuit.
The Lords is always disappointing.
Very dizzy. Yes, people always say to you, "Oh, you're going to Lords. You get looked after there, don't you?"
Soup and sandwich.
Yeah, no. It's the cakes are nice at tea, but there's barely time to enjoy them.
Yes, it's people who probably ring in and say, "Hang on, at least you have it for free."
Very much a first world problem, I think, Edward. Yeah. When we complain, we're sort of doing it tongue in cheek, sort of.
Yes.
Thompson to continue. 1 for 47 from 11 overs, and the first ball he bowls is turned into the leg side by David Lloyd down to the backward square leg, where it's fielded by Ben Aitchison, who has to come jogging in because he's going to go into leg slip. And his throw sees Brooke Guest hurdling the stumps backwards as he desperately avoids trying to destroy them, which he did. It's a good effort. 160 for 2. And now it's North East who defends.
The thing is, that when it went through Short Leg's hands a couple of overs ago, in the old days, as you've probably heard from a number of people, there were specialist short legs, and they were absolutely terrific. I'll just let you describe this ball.
From Thompson, North East pushes it out into the offside.
Glamorgan had the great Peter Walker there. He was absolutely magnificent, took over 600 catches. And you probably heard the name of Derek Morgan in Derbyshire, another one. They would not miss anything. No protection, just get down there. And as they said, they could catch flies.
Thompson bowls North East and tries to work it into the leg side. Might have got inside edge onto pad.
Because you had to have the specialists there.
Yeah.
And if you bowl to, as Glamorgan had Don Shepherd and Edwin Smith of Derby, if you had bowlers like that, you could trust them, couldn't you? You knew that you're not going to get long hops on the spot, and you'd watch the bat, especially in uncovered pitches. It was a treat to watch.
This one is driven and touched by Thompson onto the stumps, and
really?
Lloyd was fortunate that he'd got his bat down and was back in his crease there. There was no appeal, but bowlers do play for that. But the thing about the short leg, I mean, it's Harry Kane in this instance, and it's generally one of the less experienced players, isn't
That's
it?
come into
Younger
it.
player nowadays, absolutely. Turned into the leg side. by North East. This is only Harry Kame's 4th first-class match, and
Well, exactly.
he is, apart well, Aitchison, it's his this season, that is, it's his 5th this season, but he is probably the least experienced first-class player, other than the man making his debut, of course, today. Sylvester.
I talk about those times, and you think of Middlesex, who had Phil Edmonds and John Embury, and most sides had 2 spinners. If you went to Gloucester in the old days, you'd have 3 spinners there, because obviously there was a lot of uncovered pitches. You can imagine the thunderstorm and the big sunshine coming out afterwards. But then, as a bowler, you had to put it in the right place. Connors to continue bowling a steady spell here, and he's coming into Lloyd. Lloyd clips it off his legs, off his hips rather, out to deep mid-wicket, and they take a single as Glamorgan go on to 161 for 2. Lloyd now is on 84, North East on 7. No Carlson today, and Shubman Gill, of course, has got some ailment. So we'll probably see Root next, or Chris Cook. Here's the next delivery, down the leg side, and North East tries to help it on its way, but it goes through to the wicket-keeper Guest. And then we've got a tail then. We've got, after Cook and Carlson, Harris, Salter, Patel, Hogan, Van der Gooten, of course, will come in at number 9 or 10. So it's not a bad tail at all. Here's the next ball, and it's full length, pushed away onto the onside. There's no run. 3 slips there were at 10:30. There is 1. A, as opposed to the ball going so much older. Secondly, the slowness of this pitch. $161 for 2. After Glamorgan were put in. Connors is over the wicket and bowls, and this is played defensively. He has kept a steady line. His figures 1 for 20, none for 21, with 2 balls with his 10th over to go. You don't want better than that. Girdleman wants to try and not only take wickets, but put a break on this. The run rate is still healthy, just under 3.5 and over.
Mickey Arthur's on the boundary, talking to Liz Deploy.
In comes the next ball. Full, pitched up, driven. And it's... is that over there to our right?
Yeah. It sort of deploys the sort of, I don't know if it's ever been officially announced, but he's a sort of de facto vice captain. He captained the side in the Championship and in the T20 this season. It's interesting that he's gone all the way around to the far side from the pavilion in front of the big grandstand to have a chat with Deploy.
Is where do you go on?
I want from Connors. He just
Nice shot.
slapped, wasn't it? Sort of carved backward of square on the offside for 4 runs. No, it was a nice shot from North East. He moves to 11, 165 for 2. Lloyd has 84.
I was about to ask, has Dal back on the field?
Yes.
Oh, good, because Shai, was it Shai who caught that catch? Has he gone off?
Nafi Sheikh has gone,
Nafi Sheikh. And because the reason I ask, he looked as if he was vomiting it this morning.
Yes, no, I think he did throw up.
Yeah.
We had all sorts in that first half hour or so. More helmets being brought out now, or are they being taken away? Taken away. Looks like now then.
Changing helmet?
They're changing the short leg, and I think Lewis Deploy is going into short leg. I wonder if that's what the conversation was about, because he has fielded at short leg in his time at Derbyshire. Harry Kame has been taken off short leg duties, and he has been replaced. Is it Matson?
Matson generally at slip or very close, isn't he?
Yeah, well, Aitchison's gone in at slip. I think Matson's going in at short leg. Most
experienced man in the side.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen. It certainly might. It is Madsen. I haven't seen him in there.
Unless he's giving somebody a rest and sort of saying, well, I'll do the first half of the afternoon, you do the second.
Yeah. Well, he's in there now. The oldest man on the pitch, I would suggest. He's crouching down. Sorry.
Thompson rolls, a stifled sort of appeal as the ball comes in off the pitch, probably hit bat to pad simultaneously. And Thompson has blocked that shot out to mid-wicket, stroke long on. There's a man on the boundary and a man now at deep mid-wicket. Thompson in, bowls, good length ball, push back. You've got to be selective. You just try and wait for the half volley of the bad ball and then you can help yourself, but don't get carried away, I think. Thompson in close to the stumps then, and it's cracked away, and that might just run away for four. It's a long chase up to the boundaries. Caught it or stopped it just a couple of metres inside. He really ran like a hare as if he was competing in the 100 metres then.
Good to see his cap come off as usual. Middlesex have lost a fifth wicket, and it's Eskinazi who's gone. 142 for 5.
I wonder.
Ryan Higgins has joined John Simpson.
Might be just wondering why we're giving that score. As in comes the next ball down the pitch. Lloyd drives, and again he goes down, tries to deflect it, flick onto the stumps.
I think he flicked it onto Ian Blackwell.
Anyway, there was no run.
Dance.
Now, going back to that, listeners and viewers, it's the reason is that Glamorgan the third, followed by Derbyshire, Middlesex a second. As the next ball comes in, and it's driven very firmly, but again Glamorgan makes ground and moves quickly and stops a run. Is that if they can be held to a draw, and if either of these teams win at this game, it'll make it very, very interesting for next week.
Won't it just?
Glamorgan down at Hove, and at Derbyshire playing Leicestershire. Yeah, very interesting. Thompson in, bowls. Lloyd advances and drives down to long on, and he has taken the bowling. Yes, that's the end of the over, and he also gets a single. 168 for 2. Lloyd nearing his 100. Perhaps I shouldn't say that. He's on 87 at the other end. Northeast, who's looked quite secure, is on 11. Pitch was quite green at both sides, but it's still some greenery there, but nothing like it was at the start. And the ends are shaved dry and low to the ground, if you know what I mean. In other words, it's had a big cut.
Middlesex's last game is at New Road against Worcestershire.
Never know with them.
No, they're a strange old side. So
would have beaten Glamorgan a fortnight ago, but rain saved Glamorgan. I think they'll all agree on that. Captain has had a word with Connors, is perhaps saying he's tired or whatever. Dave,
get a wicket. 168 for 2. Connors bowls, and it's driven into the ground and back to the bowler by Lloyd. And
did it tell you how I was evicted last week?
You were evicted from Lord's?
From the pub opposite, the hotel opposite.
Oh, really?
You know, the one where everybody stays.
Yeah, we were there, yeah.
Won't name it because there are many other hotels. On the Saturday afternoon before I was due to drive up to HQ. You didn't hear about that, did you?
Now you mention it. No, not you specifically. This one is driven into the leg side by Lloyd, straight to Wayne Madsen, who's got the fielding pads on at mid-wicket.
But by some genius, the lad at the BBC managed to get me in a very nice hotel in Paddington just before the prices were going up to £300 to £400 a night. And the team had to stay in Watford.
I heard that. So their hotel was commandeered by
the Met Police.
The police, yeah.
Well, what can you do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Disappointed a lot of people who come with the balconiers. You've heard of them.
Yeah.
The crowd. They were ready to get ready in a lovely couple of days, as we are. Enjoy, Lords, don't we? You know, it's lovely to go up there. And that was that. And I'd given up I wasn't going, but it worked out all right.
Sleep in the back of your car, Edward. This one is pushed out into the offside, up towards mid-off by Lloyd, where Godalming fields.
Dave, at my age, I would not envisage sleeping in the car, especially in the streets of London.
No, well, that's a fair point.
Although they're very good at Lords, they let you park a car inside, which I did for 4 days, and Paddington, as you know, I used to walk in the morning and in the night, 20 minutes down the Edgware Road, bustling Edgware Road. So it turned out all right, but it was a huge disappointment to many.
Connor's in, and that one is, that's a strange looking shot there from David Lloyd on 87. He was, I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. I'd like to see a replay. It looked like he was trying to turn it into the leg side, ended up in the offside.
It hurried on to him, I think. So that was the start of it was very nice couple of days at Lords, except for the result.
Yes.
Very disappointing batting by Glamorgan in the second innings. 123 for no wicket. They were just before tea and lost the next 6 for 21.
Well, at one point it looked ideal for Derbyshire. I thought that was going to end in a draw.
Yeah, so did we.
This next delivery from Connors is driven up to Godalming by Lloyd, and again there's no run. So yes, to see Middlesex going on to win the game was hugely disappointing, but it sort of makes it tricky for either of these two.
Yeah.
With Middlesex playing Leicestershire and then Worcestershire, but Leicestershire doing what they can at the moment, and fair play to them. They have Middlesex 5 down at Grace Road, having put the team currently in second place into bat. It's Connors with one slip bowls, and that one is a very straight delivery, and he can't time it again, Lloyd, and he drives it into the ground. Connors half stops it, and there is no run. Glamorgan remain 168 for 2 with Lloyd on 87 and North East on 11.
Yeah, I always say that Leicestershire I feel sorry for, but you just think of the Chris Broads, of the James Taylor, the Harry Gurneys, all brought up and started their careers off with Leicestershire, and then the big counties, they can play. I think we'll sign those, and it's a lovely ground, well appointed, lovely commentary point for us, Dave, and everybody's so friendly. Richard up there, our co-commentator, and I get very annoyed, when people say, we don't want Leicestershire in the Championship. The history and tradition of that club.
One county in particular seemed to denude them of players, though, of course.
Well, down the road, they're not far. Thompson starts in the over, tosses this one up, and it's driven and well timed there by North East. It's going up towards the boundary. It's stopped eventually, and they take 2 simple, easy runs. 170 for 2 is the Glamorgan score. And, it would be great if they could get their first win of the season against Middlesex, and it would please so many people. 2 short legs and a slip. Wait. In the next ball comes and play defensively on the offside by Sam North East. He's moved on to 13. Paul Nixon works as hard as any coach, and sympathise with him. But if they get in on a good pitch, they've got some good batsmen up the top of the order.
Yeah.
Thompson is in. Down the pitch comes Sam North East, drives it wide of mid-on, and that'll be an easy run as Rees picks it up. Is he another of these, if I can remember, that picks up and can throw either left and right?
I don't recall seeing him throw with this. I wouldn't be surprised. He's a magnificent fielder. Really, really quick in the field, really sharp.
Billy Root and many others, that you can surprise some batsmen when they think, he's got to come in left-handed, but when it sings in right-handed, they got to accelerate. 171 for 2. In comes Thompson. He's gone round the wicket. Short though, nearly decapitated Madsen. That's short leg, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, there's my lad was telling me I have a huge interest in American football. I find it quite boring most of the time, to be fair. But there is a quarterback in high school at the moment who can throw it equally well with either hand. So right-handed or left-hand, which is going to be the next step, you'd have thought, isn't it, for all sports?
That next ball is squirted past short leg, and he'll get a couple. It's a long chase, and they might just see they're ambling if I have got a criticism of some batsmen, they just amble the second. If they were playing 2020 or were chasing, they'd have walked 3 there.
Yeah.
Not actually walk, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Thompson, interesting this, he's gone back to over the wicket to northeast. As he comes in, bowls again, northeast, turns it away to short leg, just past short leg, and there's no run. He's going round the wicket to Lloyd and over the wicket to northeast. He must have spotted something.
Oh, the analysts will have come up with a plan, won't they?
6 runs off that over. And Glamorgan comfortably placed on 174 for 2. This little partnership worth 26. Lloyd is on 88.
Talking of cricketers who've been signed by Nottinghamshire from Leicestershire, Zach Chappell, who's coming to Derbyshire next season.
Is he?
Yeah.
Who's a cricketer?
Currently playing for Nottinghamshire Seconds. Derbyshire wanted him to come on loan before the end of the season, but he's playing for Nottinghamshire Seconds against Derbyshire Seconds today, and he's just picked up his 2nd wicket. He's bowled 13 overs, 2 for 29, and Darren Smith, who is the head of Pathway, who's playing in the Seconds today, very much a veteran in terms of playing, is his 2nd victim for 8. So
do they have a Pathway, Nottinghamshire?
I don't know. Well, yeah, it's called Grace Road. I've got to nip off, but I'll be back. I'll be back at some point if I haven't been arrested by the ECB.
Yes. Lewis Rees is to bowl, and he's coming in for the first ball of a new spell, and that's driven beautifully, but a very good stop there at mid-on. And they go through for a single. I thought it was running through 8 for 4. It's a beautiful shot. And northeast is on 16. Lloyd, who hit that, is on 89.
Yes, almost confusion between the batters as it just got away from Connors the ball, and the batsmen were not quite on the same wavelength for a minute.
Lewis Rees, one slip as he's in, trying to hit that off stump line, but he rather turned northeast then, was looking to turn it on the onside, and it ended up at short extra cover.
Yeah, Derbyshire have bowled pretty well without too much fortune on the scoreboard. You think 175 for 2, the batsmen were well on top, but they've had to work hard for them.
Yeah, he's still going more or less 3.5 and over. They've milked the off spinner and the occasional boundary. 2 sixes off him. As Rees is in, bowls wide of the off stump, and it's straight at backward point. He was fortunate there because one a couple of yards either side, and that would have raced away for 4. As it is, it's no run. 89 to Lloyd, and northeast now beginning to share this useful partnership is 16.
Yeah, temperatures around 19 Celsius today, 20 tomorrow. Little possibility of rain, fingers crossed, until Friday. Maybe a bit of light rain there.
It's supposed to finish at midday, that rain. Rees bowls, lovely on drive there by Sam Northeast. It's a long chase, and it stopped just inside the boundary, and they take 2 runs. I was just remarking to Fletch there that Glamorgan running between the wickets is not the best I've seen in the Championship this year. We've seen, I think they could have ambled 3 there, but it's a different game to one-day cricket, obviously. But I see, like, as a Glamorgan watcher, you and I go back to the days of Steve James and Adrian Dale, were absolutely electric in every game they played. They used to run to a sort of deepish gully at times. I think that's missing from Glamorgan. Round the wicket he's decided to go, Rees, but it's drifted down the leg side, and it will be 4 runs. Not a good delivery from Rees. Came round the wicket, drifted down, and the batsman of North-East's calibre is not let that one go.
He's looked pretty useful from over the wicket, hasn't he? Rees, the left arm medium across the body of the right-handed batters.
Yes, he was keeping a good line. We saw that this morning, and just outside that corridor he still remains round and bowls, and that's a better ball, and it's pushed up to mid-off. 0 for 21. Rees after that seventh over.
You have to worry about Ben Aitchison because he came back onto the field, but only bowled the 1 over then. So he's obviously not quite right, you wouldn't have thought.
Or it could be, well, I'll just try one. No, it's not absolutely right, and I'll just get a bit of exercise, and hopefully I can bowl tomorrow, if Glamorgan is still batting, in the second innings. And I'm rather surprised he's not having treatment, and the physio just working him for most of the day. But it will be the off-spin of Thompson, who has not had such a long bowl, 14 overs. It'd be quite expensive, 1 for 57. He probably haven't had this bowl all season.
In comes Thompson then, around the wicket to David Lloyd, who's trying to work to leg side, and it's Madsen under helmet at short leg.
He's volunteered to go into Boot Hill.
Aitchison is at slip as Thompson bowls, and Lloyd is stretching forward, playing to cover. There's no run. He's reducing the possibilities of LBW by coming around the wicket. You'd have thought the off-spinner to the right-hander.
Yes, he got 4 men on that offside though, so...
Lloyd is stretching forward, defending on the leg side. David Lloyd 89 not out off 144 balls. Started pretty quickly, has had spells of being becalmed, but hopefully he'll have the patience to see it through. As he comes down the wicket, drives on the bounce straight back to the bowler, who fields and threatens to shy at the wicket. So this is Lloyd's highest first-class score this season. The average has hovered in the mid-20s for most of the time as he's stretching forward to defend, but 70 in the last innings and 89 not out. Looks to have recaptured that touch for which he's struggled. 181 for 2 on BBC Sport Online as Lloyd sweeps and gets just the single down to fine leg. Fairly wide is Harry Kame, who was under the helmet early on at short leg. 182 for 2, and that single is the last ball of the Thompson over.
And David Lloyd was probably wishing that this was April, not September, so that the season would carry on in this sort of a rich vein he's picked up in the last 2 games. It's certainly given Glamorgan an excellent start here, and he will shoulder the responsibility that as Glamorgan, as I've mentioned, and Nick has, are without Carlson, and Gill. Gill, of course, is not well, and Carlson has been left out.
It'd be interesting to learn whether Bevan might have played anyway in the absence, but brought in to bat at 3 instead of Shubman Gill.
Lewis Rees to continue. Bowls the first ball down the leg side. Hit on the pad.
No, it's gone up in the air, I think.
It was up in the air.
Headed towards square leg. There was a bit of interest initially. It came off the top edge, I think, rather than the pad, that one.
Yeah, we have the benefit of this monitor right in front of us. I just like to look at the cricket.
It's very useful, though. It
is. Gives you everything.
Bit of a treat where we don't always get it at so many grounds.
In comes the next ball, and North-East is forward, just pushing it away. What you were on about the wicketkeeper here with his helmet, takes it off, but he's in the standard of cricket you played. Do they insist that every game that you, as a wicketkeeper, have to wear a helmet?
No.
I'll report you then, because that is the rule. You know that, Mr. Webb. So when you don your whites next season, as Rees comes in and bowls, bowled him, a beautiful delivery. Now whether that came back or it moved across him, North-East was completely bemused. Must have a look at this. It's either been a nip backer, and he comes Oh no, he played on the wrong line completely, and he's done. And off stump was hit as he was looking to play it down towards mid wicket. Yeah, it's slowed down for us, and you couldn't blame North East because it pitched that then.
I think it has moved a bit, hasn't it, off the pitch?
But it was a good delivery, and North East will look quite secure there. Departs for 22, and now Derbyshire have got their first bowling point.
They have indeed, and they've got a foot back in this game because Glamorgan don't bat as deep as they usually do, and North East has been unable to keep his red ball going after his heroics at Leicester. It's 4 innings for only 49 runs since then. I think, to be fair to Rees, that has done a little bit off the pitch.
No, and another gentleman coming into the middle now who has been a little short of runs. Billy Root, who fits and starts, isn't it? With Billy.
Frustrating, isn't it? Average at 28.9. At times he looks $1 million, and at times he doesn't.
Won the game there.
Doesn't get going.
Worcestershire.
Yeah, he, as you suggest, has been out of form in the last 3 games. Got a half century in the draw against Notts before that, and 99 not out in the win at Worcester. Crucial innings there. So he's had his moments, Billy Root, but as you suggest, not as regularly as he and Glamorgan would have hoped. But he's been promoted to 5 in this innings with Carlson left out.
Now it'll be very interesting to come if he gets up now against the against the off spinner, because the off spinner is turning quite a bit, going away from Root's bat. But now he'll have to negotiate Rees, who's coming over the wicket to the left-hander, and 2 slips now, attacking from Godalming. 3 wickets fallen on a pitch which is not all that easy to score. Halfway through the over, and Rees is going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Root. Bowls his first ball at him, and he drives back, and there is no run. Sun comes out briefly, some cloud about. Probably get to about 5:30 if it stays like this, 5:45. Perhaps they should start at 10.
Oof.
What do you mean, oof? You can only drive across the city. I'm going to drive from Swansea.
I'm not sure the players would fancy 10 o'clock conditions.
Out comes the sun as Rees comes in, bowls the Root. Root gets behind it and plays it up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, I'll be very interested to see how he deals. He likes to reverse sweep, does Billy Root. So you better be careful of the ball jumping around and hitting a divot or hitting some rough patch, and then all of a sudden you're caught at backward short leg or goes up in the air. And now he's waiting for the last ball of Rees's over, and it's been a good one. Then he comes and bowls, and Root is forward. End of the over. Very good over it was too. It was a wicket maiden, and Root out without not Root out. The other batsman, North East, out for 22. Lloyd is nearing his century. He has moved on to 91. And a change in the box. I shall go and have a cup of tea. And Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Webb will enjoy each other's company, I'm sure.
It's always a moral triumph when you manage to do these changeovers without anyone demolishing a pair of headphones or a chair in the process.
I assume it's entirely coincidental that Edward's going just as the cakes arrive. I nipped out to the lavatory and they were arriving. I didn't have one.
Oh, you should have stuck one in your pocket. Thompson to start a new over to bowl to Lloyd, who turns him off his legs. Past short leg will pick up just the single. They'll settle for that in the afternoon sunshine. Lloyd to 92, 184 for 3. It's all right. He's quite a lean fellow, Edward Bevan. I don't think he can maintain that physique if he stuffs all the cakes. 184 for 3 as Thompson will get his first bowl at a left-hander in the shape of Billy Root. And Root stretches forward and gets a thick edge down towards third man. They'll go through for a single. There might have been a second if they'd run the first one more quickly, because Kame couldn't gather cleanly at the first attempt, but just a single. Thick edge, but kept lowish by Root. So wasn't a chance. 185 for 3. Short leg and slip crouch as Lloyd flat bats a drive to wide-ish mid-off and goes through for the single. 186 for 3. 42.3 overs remain, so 10 overs until tea, which will be somewhere around 25 past 3.
Yeah, poor timing that, isn't it?
Over 8 is level on the board at the moment for Derbyshire and is likely to remain okay as long as Thompson's bowling significant chunks. We had 1 over of deploy before lunch, of which the less said the better, possibly from the Derbyshire point of view. Thompson bowls and forward comes Root defending, and they've brought in an extra slip for the left-handed Billy Root with the aforementioned deploy joining Aitchison in a mini cordon. It's also short leg in that. Thompson bowls and Root stretches forward. He's quite a tall chap, isn't he, Thompson? So he's giving it a little bit of air.
Yes, probably 6'5", 6'6".
Oh,
yeah.
You look him in the eye, do you?
Yeah.
Thompson in again, bowls. Well, that's on leg stump and swept away by Root. I think he got a bit of bat on this. It's running down towards the boundary, but just kept inside the ropes. So initially kept inside the ropes by Sam Connors, and then he watches the ball as he plunges over the ropes, the ball agonisingly just touching the boundary. So 4 runs to Root. Glamorgan 190 for 3. Derbyshire have 1 bowling point. Glamorgan are 10 runs away from 1 batting point.
Very pleasingly, Sam Connor's cap came off as he raced around the boundary. Didn't quite keep that one in. It was a valiant effort.
It was.
A valiant effort.
It's a good effort. Fast bowlers of decades gone by would be horrified by.
Yeah, no, he's a good fielder. He's a really good fielder, Sam. There are 1 or 2 who are lesser fielders, I think it's fair to say. Rees around the wicket, edged and through second slip, possibly on the ground where second slip's feet might have been by Lloyd, and he moves on to 97 with a boundary down to third man. I'd put that into the moral victory column, but that was a genuine edge, and I think second slip would have gobbled it up. No?
Depends how far forward he.
Well, yes, depends where he was standing. Yeah.
In fact, who's that at first slip has gone over to.
I think it's Aitchison.
Aitchison wandered over to second slip and said, "Well, if I'd been here, I might have caught it, but might have dropped short.
Yeah.
Might have been half volley. Anyway, it's a suggestion of a chance. Rees gives it the double teapot.
They've lost the ball underneath the hover cover down at the far end of the ground. Quite sure how it got there, really, but poor old Brooke Guest, in all his wicket-keeping paraphernalia, had to go down and fetch it, which he has done.
Oh, that's a bit off, expecting the keeper to go and get it.
Well, he's not been doing much, has he? 194 for 3, and Lloyd, over to you, 3 away from a century.
Thank you very much indeed. Off 151 deliveries so far. David Lloyd looking to fight his way back into form as Rees bowls and Lloyd drives straight and powerfully back to the bowler as Rees stops it in his follow through. Been a lot of straight drives for dot balls today, which shows you that Derbyshire are keeping to decent lines at least. 194 for 3. Maybe on the evidence so far, 350-ish total might be par for Glamorgan. Rees bowls and Lloyd is forward, defending back to the bowler once more, though we've got Chris Cook to come, Salter, Harris, Van der Hoogten, Patel and Hogan, so Glamorgan not batting as deep as they sometimes have. But on the other hand, they've got more bowling options, playing 2 spinners. As that is driven firmly by Lloyd, but straight at Came at cover, and again there is no run. Rees towards the end of his 9th over, 1 for 26 against his name so far. The wicket of North East bowled for 22. Tom Bevan made 48. Eddie Byram 13. Wicket apiece to Dal, Rees and Thompson. Here's Rees looking to add a second to Lloyd, who drives another one back to the bowler. 194 for 3 it remains.
You'd have thought Glamorgan would probably be hoping that they might be able to get enough runs to just bat once from this stage. Only 3 down, 194.
I'm not sure, as I say.
Get up to 400?
The bat, well, depend on these 2 and Cook largely, because the lower half isn't, with all due respect, as strong on paper as it has been. As that's driven hard by Lloyd again, straight to the fielder, this time at extra cover, and there's no run. 194 for 3.
Some helmets being removed by, or one helmet being removed by Nafi Sheikh. That of the man at leg slip, I think. Oh, lovely. And he gets to take off Harry Kame's protector as well. I don't think that Ben Aitchison, if he saw that, would be massively happy, because Harry Kame has just put his protector inside Ben Aitchison's helmet. I think there needs to be some spray involved there, somewhere along the line.
Sanitizer. Well, there should be some sanitizer around somewhere.
That would be my preference. Thompson begins a new over, full delivery, spin smothered by Billy Root. Good to see him wearing number 7. That joke was starting to wear thin.
Route 66. Yeah, I think Joe's still sticking to it, isn't he?
Yeah. Next delivery, Root again, fuller delivery from Thompson. Round the wicket is defended by Root once more. He's on 5 from 9. Lloyd on 97 from 156. 2 slips and a leg slip. Thompson bowls and he drives out into the offside, just beyond the reach of Arnaud's Dal. So they're going to go through for a single. Root moves to 6, and Lloyd is on 97.
Indeed he is, the Glamorgan captain, looking for his first century of the season. Trying to flick back to see what his highest score in T20 was. As forward comes Lloyd. He'd have a 90 odd, I think, in that. If my sophisticated computerized system can find it. 195 for 3. Thompson bowls. Lloyd sweeps. Won't get his century there, as it's trickled down to fine leg, and it's possibly off the pad anyway. Yeah, leg by.
Yeah, it's amazing what the sound effects you can put on those computers these days to make it sound like a
notepad ruffling.
Notebook.
Yeah.
Very impressive. 196 for 3. Root, the left-hander, back on strike. And Thompson around the wicket bowling to him. That one is pushed through a little quicker, I fancy. I'll wait to see what the speed is. He's been bowling a little bit quicker, not much, 51.1. He's bowling anywhere between 49 and 51, so at the top end of his pace range. There is no run from the final ball of the over. Root has 6 and Lloyd has 97.
Yeah, Lloyd's
196 for 3.
Lloyd's standout innings in the C20 was the 67 against Middlesex. I couldn't remember whether it was he or North East had got more of the runs. It was North East who got 89. Lloyd's 67 on that occasion came off just 36 deliveries, so it was an impressive affair. Rees to start a new over to Lloyd on 97 not out, and he's almost clipped that one to mid-wicket. That was
far off Madsen, was it?
almost the end of David Lloyd, as Madsen stays down on his haunches, and that one was aerial for a good distance. May just have been on the half volley by the time Madsen
He got through the shot a bit early there.
flung himself to his right as Lloyd flicked that one away on the leg side. Rees to Lloyd again, who's slightly squared up but defending competently enough on the offside. A nervous 90s maybe for David Lloyd.
It's peculiar, isn't it? A batsman who's got all those runs can suddenly get nervous.
Yes, no particular logical reason is that. Rees then has the ball lobbed back to him in the afternoon sunshine here at Sophia Gardens, as he drives the next ball powerfully to wide mid-on, but Connors intercepts it, and they will only take the single. David Lloyd playing his 96th first-class game. He's played all sorts of roles really in this Glamorgan side. He's been a lower order batsman and third or fourth seamer. He's been a fifth or sixth seamer and opener. He's batted at 5, he's batted at 3. He's a good team man, will fit in wherever he's needed. Rees bowls and Root drives to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, you need one of those. Sometimes it's better for a cricketer, certainly a batsman, to know exactly what their role is. Anuj Dal being the perfect example of that. They did try him at 3 last season because, they thought, Anu, we're looking for a number 3. Anuj can do it. He couldn't. Dropped down to 7. Was kicked out of the team because his confidence had gone completely.
Rees bowls to Root, slightly over pitched, turned through square leg for 4 runs despite the enthusiastic chase from debutant Sylvester, and that is the 4 runs that brings up the Glamorgan 201 for 3, 1 all on bonus points.
Yeah, nip and tuck.
It's a score draw on your pool's coupons. No, I think the 16 points is what both teams will be very keen to get on in the bag, with Middlesex playing bottom placed Leicestershire this week. 201 for 3. Rees to Root, drives into the offside but intercepted by Kame at cover, and there's no run. The screen tells us that Rees is bowling at around 70 miles an hour. David Lloyd's career stats aren't anything special, but I think he would have been a lot better had he been given a role in the side and stuck to it. But as I say, his promotion to the top order in the white ball game was fair enough. He can hit the ball very hard, and then when Glamorgan had a few uncertainties around their opening position and were of the view that they were getting a little bit stuck and not going anywhere in terms of scoring rates, and they said, we'll give David Lloyd a go in that, and he's been doing it for the last couple of seasons. He's on strike again on 98 not out, 201 for 3 as Lloyd pushes forward. There's an inquiry from Guest and from Thompson, as there was one which umpire Blackwell might have given some serious thought. 201 for 3. Has got a bit of turn there, Thompson.
That's a worry.
Bit of bounce as well might have saved David Lloyd. Lloyd on 98. Thompson, right arm off spin, round the wicket, is into the Glamorgan captain, who has driven this one up to mid-on for a single.
Not sure he's got it there, playing that particular shot, if I'm entirely honest with you, because it looked like it should have gone a lot square. It went quite straight, didn't it, up to Lewis Rees. So, hence the U's and the R's from fielders.
202 for 3, but it doesn't feel quite like that sort of scoreline with the batters on top, as you'd think just from reading the score. Thompson to Root, who defends on the offside. No run. So 2 slips for Billy Root. They reckon they can get him early on. He's on 10. Or 15 deliveries. As Thompson in bowls, and Root works this one into a gap on the offside and through for the single, which means that David Lloyd will be back on strike on 99 not out.
Thank goodness. I'm feeling redundant here, as I so often do.
Not at all, Dave. Not at all. Lloyd on 99 not out.
You'll just get to it after nip off and do me 3 o'clock.
In comes Thompson from the River Taff end, and David Lloyd comes down the wicket and blasts one through mid-on to relieve the pressure. David Lloyd has his first century of the season. There are hugs between Lloyd and his batting partner Billy Root, and David Lloyd punches his bat to the dressing room and to the spectators to acknowledge the applause. David Lloyd's 100 has come off 164 balls, and it's included 14 fours and a 6.
Yeah, he's batted well. He has batted well. There's no getting away from that fact. Now we'll get on with the rest of the game, and hopefully Derbyshire can start picking up some wickets, because they need them here. 207 for 3.
Thompson then to finish his over to David Lloyd. Long on is dropped back after that aggression by Lloyd off the last ball, and Lloyd is forward, stretching and just seeing the ball dribbling gently back to the bowler. 207 for 3, Lloyd 103, Root 11.
Confirmation of what Nick told you a few moments ago from Andrew Hignell. Billy Root was as pleased as Lloyd was when that ball raced away to the boundary there. He punched the air as well.
Well, I think
always good to celebrate with your captain.
He knows his captain's been struggling for personal form at times this season, and he's one of the good guys, David Lloyd.
Well done, Skip. He said, "Sorry, I know you're. I've got to. Yeah, thank you."
Off you go. Just don't eat all the cakes. No, it's an update for BBC Radio Derby in very quickly. Actually, it's 15:01. Will Dave Fletcher make it all the way to the back of the box to talk to his radio audience? 207 for 3. Rees to Root, left armour to left-hander. First ball defended back to the bowler. There's no run. Wicket apiece for Anuj Dal. Alex Thompson and Lewis Rees in this innings. Ben Aitchison has only bowled 9 deliveries. After 3 of them, he limped off with an ankle injury, which he'd sustained delivering the second of them when he slipped and fell. Rees, though, is doing a tidy job with his left arm seam, and that one is cut by Root, but down into the ground, and Dahl charges round enthusiastically at point to do the fielding. 207 for 3. So Glamorgan, well, you'd have thought from here 300 would be the very minimum. 350, maybe par-ish. 400, very welcome. As Root cuts and Dahl fields again at backward point, and there's no run, but if Root gets going, he can score pretty quickly. Hit 5 sixes in a row at Worcester, 3 of them to reach his century. That was in the one-day cup match. He'd also got 99 not out in the championship on the same ground. As he's in defensive mode there, playing that one carefully to Madsen, who still has his wicket-keeping style pads on under his trousers at shortish mid-wicket, having been fielding at short leg for much of the day. 207 for 3. BBC Sport Online at Fletch Sport at Nick Webb 2017 if you wish to contribute via the medium of Twitter. Rees is in to bowl, and Root works one into a gap on the onside and goes through for a single. To 8 for 3. All change round for the right-handed David Lloyd. Derbyshire's over rate. Well, they need have few concerns about that, I suspect. Well, Alex Thompson is twirling away. 18 overs, 1 for 72 on day one. So that means that Ajaz Patel might be confident of some employment on day 2. Rees around the wicket bowls. Lloyd drives to short mid-wicket, where it's palmed by Madsen up to Connors at mid-on. No run. 208 for 3. Lloyd is 103. Root has 12. Dave Fletcher back with us.
Yeah, I guess Derbyshire would have been hoping perhaps that Patel might be bowling today, but I don't think he will. Not at this rate anyway. 208 for 3 with, we're going to see a change. We're not going to see any further spin at the moment from the river end because Adam Sylvester is coming back. He bowled 5 overs for 24 in his first spell. Not sure he's been seen since, actually. And we haven't seen anything all afternoon of Ben Aitchison either. Yeah, 5 overs for 24, his figures. So been used sparingly. The two men who would ordinarily have opened the bowling have hardly bowled. Ben Aitchison's bowled 1 over and 3 deliveries. And Sylvester's bowled 5 overs for 24.
And Derbyshire must be confident that Aitchison will be fit enough to bowl at some point today, because otherwise he'd be on the treatment table rather than lurking at slip, which admittedly doesn't require a lot of running.
Round the wicket comes Sylvester to bowl to Root, and that one's left alone outside the off stump to go through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Guest, who then immediately waves to Sam Connors and says to Connors, just go a bit squarer down at third man. 2 slips, third man, backward point cover, mid off, mid on, and mid wicket he was doing something very strenuously as to ploy out in the far distance. No idea what he's doing. I'm certain I couldn't. Sylvester again around the wicket bowls to Root, who just clips this into the leg side. There's a huge gap there, but the batsman settled for a single as Lewis Rees comes round to do the fielding. 209 for 3 with Root moving on to 13.
Yeah, as Edward suggested earlier, Glamorgan may be not the most vigorous between the wickets. We saw in last week's game Middlesex at one point really kept the board ticking along by just running very hard for their 2s.
When it was tapped into a very large area, wasn't it, really? There were probably only 2 fielders on the leg side, but they very early settled for just the one. Brings Lloyd on 103 back on to strike. Sylvester bowls to him and he pulls out of a pull shot. Thought initially about turning that one out towards the man at square leg, but it may well have gone in the air and straight to him. Harry came, who actually just looks into the sky to see what his what sight lines are like, but he's got the sun is to his right, so he's got no problem with the sun, if that's what he was doing. But he certainly looked upwards. Nafiz Sheikh, who's carrying a water bottle that's almost the same size as he is, around the boundary. As in comes Sylvester. And that one is defended into the leg side for a single. Hurricane comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. 104 to Lloyd, 210 for 3. Nafis, who took a good catch in the end earlier on to dismiss Tom Bevan off the bowling of Alex Thompson. The ball was in the air for a long time and it would have been spinning because it was a top edge. Never nice, that. But the substitute fielder, as he was then, took the catch for the first of the 2 wickets to have fallen in this afternoon session. 4 overs and 2 balls to go until tea. Billy Godleman doing all he can to ensure that they don't get off before 3:30 by having a lengthy conversation with Adam Sylvester. Everyone now seems happy with where they are and what's happening. Nothing changed. Sylvester is in, and that one is down the leg side. Ball taken by Brooke Guest. One arm in the air from Wayne Madsen, who's a very optimistic cricketer.
Must have flicked something on the way through.
Yeah.
Middlesex 179 for 5 against Leicestershire. Middlesex are second in the table. Glamorgan third, and Derbyshire fourth going into this match. Worcestershire recovering somewhat, 185 for 5 against Notts, but they'll win it anyway. The division, that is.
Yes, they will. Oh, that's a good leave from Billy Root. The ball from around the wicket going towards the stumps after pitching, but Root knew where his stumps were. And it goes through to Brooke Guest. There's no run. 210 for 3. I'm just looking at the card for the Derbyshire second team against Nottinghamshire. Zach Chappell picking up 2 for 29 from 14 for Nottinghamshire. He will be at Derbyshire next season, of course. And Toby Petman, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 48. He currently tops the Derbyshire bowling averages with 7 wickets at 20, having had a couple of games on loan earlier this season. So Nottinghamshire's bowlers, the Derbyshire connections, doing a lot of the damage there.
Here's Rees then running away from us, and Lloyd turning that one round the corner. Should have been 2 there. Yes, they'll eventually come back for 2 after a mini hesitation on the turn, but Lloyd was safe enough, and it was played fairly gently, and the man at fine leg Thompson had a long way to run. In the first division, which Surrey led by 8 points ahead of Hampshire at the start of play. Surrey at 203 for 5 against Yorkshire with Ollie Pope, 96 not out. Rees in to bowl outside off stump, carved away by Root, but he can't find the gap as it's picked up by Dahl at backward point. Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes released by England to play in that match for Surrey.
Good of them.
Yeah, I mean, no reason why batters and keepers and spinners shouldn't play all the time, in my view, when they're not wanted by England, or most of the time.
Leach isn't playing, is he?
No.
Somerset.
That's a nonsense decision, and Lloyd blocks the next ball to Dahl at point. Why? Spinners surely benefit from bowling as regularly as possible. One would have thought, but what do we know?
We're not experts, though.
We're not
experts.
We're not experts. We don't watch much cricket.
No.
We're not in the elite regions of the ECB.
Well,
Rees bowls, Lloyd defends. Hampshire against Kent. Hampshire, let's say, 8 points behind Surrey at the start of play, and Surrey have been reduced to 146 for 8, with Kyle Abbott having 4 of those wickets and Keith Barker 3. Ben Compton has top scored with 63, so he might be ahead of Sam North East by now. I'll have to check those stats. As Lloyd drives but checks his shot slightly to Sylvester at cover, and there's no run. 212 for 3 still. Sam North East out today for 22, playing down the wrong line to a ball that just did a little bit off the pitch from Lewis Rees. 212 for 3 overs plus this delivery until the interval, and it is driven by Lloyd through backward point. Dahl might have got a fingertip on it, but it's not enough despite an enthusiastic chase from Dahl and from Sylvester to prevent David Lloyd picking up 4 more runs, and goes on to 106 not out. 216 indeed for 3 at the end of the over, and this partnership worth now 33 for the 4th wicket as Glamorgan look to go into T3 down and maybe push on in the evening session.
Compton's on 11.91 now.
Thank you.
I believe.
So he has now 15 ahead of North East.
Here is Adam Sylvester around the wicket, bowls, and that one is defended a little hurriedly by Billy Root out into the leg side. And there's no run. 1104 Wayne Madsen yet to have a go in this round of matches.
Lots of wickets at Chelmsford. Lancashire 131 all out. 5 Simon Harmer, the Essex spinner.
You say spinner. I've never seen him move a ball.
Essex 42 for 4 in reply.
It's millions of wickets. He got 9 Derbyshire wickets in an innings last year or the year before, never moved one. This one is an attempt to turn it into the leg side by Billy Root. I rather fancy he didn't get any bat on it, and he didn't. It's a leg by 217 for 3. Root remains on 13, Lloyd on 110.
Quite a lot of leg byes today. That's the 9th.
You're looking at the records. Somewhere away from Derbyshire's extras record of 87, I think it was, up at Durham a few years ago. Hardisfield Shearn was responsible for most of them. Sylvester bowls off Yorker. He's managed to dig that one out, Lloyd. I think he's dug it out with his bat, which is why the appeal for leg before wicket might not be treated with any great respect by the umpire, and it isn't. And he did get some bat on it. I thought he had. It was a terrific attempted Yorker.
Inside edge onto boot, maybe.
Yeah, Lloyd ended up on the floor, but still managed to get back to his feet and go through for a single to move on to 111, 218 for 3. Yeah, that the day of the 87 extras or whatever it was particularly galling up at Chesterler Street. My colleague barely mentioned it. Every 30 seconds, Sylvester around the wicket to the left-handed Root, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest.
150 all out Derbyshire seconds to do.
Yes.
Against not seconds. Alex Hughes top scorer to the 40.
Fight back starts here.
B. Hutchinson 34.
Ben.
Not much else to talk about.
No. Tom Woodmay 22. He's played some first team cricket this season after that 6-month ban. As this next delivery is striking Billy Root on the pad, but it was too high.
Yeah, Root doesn't look entirely comfortable as yet, does he? For his 13 off 29 deliveries. Yet to really hit his straps and strike some of the fluent drives, which we know he's capable of.
So the final ball of the Sylvester over is 7th, 0 for 27 at the moment, his figures. Glamorgan on 218 for 3. He bowls to Root again. It's obviously not the final ball at all, because it's a no ball. The first no ball of the day, I fancy. 2 more to the total, 220 for 3. So we can do the final ball of the Sylvester over all over again. Only this time his figures are 0 for 29. And no, it isn't the first no ball of the day, because Lewis Rees bowled one earlier. So that's complete nonsense as well. 13 extras. I thought it was 37. That's the partnership. This one is guided by route to backward point, where it's fielded by Anusdal. He rolls it along the ground to Harry Kame, who starts polishing the ball furiously. The T20 International that's taking place at the start of England's 37-match T20 tour of Pakistan, which goes on for about 2.5 years. It's in Karachi. England have won the toss and put Pakistan into bat. Luke Wood making his England debut, which is nice. We're going to see, as we did at the end of the morning session and over at the end of the afternoon session, from Leas Deploy. I have no idea why. And Shan Masood making his debut for Pakistan. Derbyshire's Shan Masood, by the way.
Indeed.
Which is nonsense, but you've got to cling on to everything, haven't you, really?
Well, like Welshman Imad Wasim playing for Pakistan.
Yes, yeah.
Swansea-born Imad, well, just because he left at the age of 3.
No,
don't mention it.
No, still Welsh.
Imad is a Welshman. Deploy then, being deployed from the Cathedral Road end at 2:20 for 3. Looking to buy one before tea as he bowls to Lloyd, who is struck on the pad looking to work on the leg side. Stephen Moss says only Lloyd's 6th first-class 100 and agreeing that he is really a better player than his stats suggest. He's on 111 as that's swept away by Lloyd down towards fine leg. Single taken. 2:21 for 3 and Lloyd moves off Nelson. This is the penultimate over before the tea interval, so tea will be only around possibly less than a quarter of an hour late, depending on how these next 8 balls go.
That makes it positively early, doesn't it? If it's only a quarter of an hour late,
yeah,
it means it's
being
early.
Quarter of an hour late is early in our realistic expectations. 10 balls to go till tea. That's wide outside off stump from Deploy as Root tries to cut and inexplicably misses a very wide ball. Not given wide. Next delivery is again wide outside off stump, and Root flat bats this one away for a single to the man grazing towards the point boundary in front of that large and unused grandstand away to our right. The wicket, by the way, is fairly central for this game. It's just to our right as we look out from the main radio commentary box. Another ball is on leg stump for Lloyd, and he works it gently down to fine leg, and they amble through for a single. All fairly sedate at the moment. Deploy to bowl the last ball possibly of this spell for him. To the left-handed Root, floated out very wide, and Root just toe ends it to point for a single. Well, Deploy's tactic in that over seemed to get to want Billy Root running across to the edge of the crease to try and hit it. There are at least 3 very wide balls that would have been called as one-day wides.
I'm not sure what the point of bowling Leas Deploy 1 over at a time is, really. Now he's in conversation with Wayne Madsen, who's saying, "What are we trying to do there, Leas?" So I'm not entirely certain, if I'm honest, Mads. I can only imagine that that's how the conversation is going. He's a good cricketer, Leas Deploy, but unless he bowls a lot, there's not much point in bowling him a little, if that makes any sense, because he's not going to get into any kind of rhythm, and he's bowled 2 overs for 13. That's all you need to know. Here's Adam Sylvester continuing from the river end around the wicket, and that one's left alone by Billy Root. This will be the final over before the tea interval, after which in the evening session we will have 32 overs, and we hope that the clouds stay away so we can get most of them in. I have no idea which way the weather comes from down here, but there's cloud to what I imagine would be the east-ish anyway. That might not be coming here. Sylvester is in again, and that one is pulled by Root out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Deploy is there, so they'll only get a single. Root will move on to 17. No, he won't. He'll move on to 16. And Glamorgan 225 for 3. Regardless of what happens from here on in, another session won by, or going to, Glamorgan. 99 for 1 at lunch. 225 for 3 now, so 124 for 2 this afternoon is decent. Something similar would put them in a very handy position come the close of play. You're not missing any action because Billy Godalman's having a long-range discussion with Adam Sylvester, and the upshot is that we've got a second slip, Wayne Madsen, and who just about gets there in time for Sylvester to deliver this next ball to Lloyd, who turns it into the leg side for a single. Harry Kane comes in, overthrows the wicket-keeper. Brooke Guest, fortunately for him, he got something on it, and it was Anuj Dal who was backing up just behind him. Lloyd 114, 226 for 3 now. Halfway through the 64th over of the day. It's more watery sunshine than anything else now, it feels. Oh, it's more sunny to our left than it is to our right. Sylvester Bowles still looking for his first wicket as a Derbyshire player. That one is defended by Root back towards him, and there's no run. Fairly sure, my eyes aren't great, but I'm fairly sure that's Mickey Arthur sitting on the little seats in front of the gate that leads to the steps that go up to the pavilion.
All 39 of them.
Are there 39? Oh no. That's a book, isn't it?
It is.
A book and a film.
Probably a play.
This next delivery from Sylvester's pushed nicely out into the offside by Billy Root. It beats the dive of Harry Kane, so Billy Godalman has to race quite a long way to get there. They've only run 2 again, though. Just to back up the point we were making earlier, that perhaps they've left a few out there. And Root moves on to 18, 228 for 3. I'm going to have to go and count those steps tomorrow now. I'll report back.
Good man.
We were over there this morning, just having a quiet word with Adam Sylvester. Griff took his photograph, knowing that he was making his debut. In fact, in both games, look at that.
Oh no, not a ball inspection now.
There's one ball left. One ball left.
Just bowl it.
Tea, and they're going to inspect. They're going to give it to the umpire. Oh, they're going to give it to Ian Blackwell.
No,
they're not. No, they're not. They decided not to. We had a very strange ball incident in one of the games that they played, where they finished at lunch and they went off and they came back and the ball was inspected before the ball had been bowled after lunch. That might happen here. Sylvester in and bowls. That one's defended by Root back to the bowler. And that will be tea. 228 for 3. David Lloyd on 114. Billy Root on 18. The partnership worth 45, but the big partnership was between Lloyd and Tom Bevan, who was the first man out in the afternoon session for 48. Just a couple of runs shy of that half century on his championship debut when Nafi Sheikh, the substitute fielder, took a good catch off the bowling of Alex Thompson to dismiss him. 117, as I say, for the second wicket. Sam Northeast never looked 100% comfortable to me. He was dismissed for 22 by Lewis Rees, a ball that did a little bit and, completely flummoxed Northeast, who played down the wrong line. But skipper David Lloyd with a century, first of the season, 164 balls, 1/6, and with the 14th 4 of the innings reaching 3 figures. He's moved on to 114. Joe Root, I knew I'd do it. Billy Root is on 118. And at tea, with Lloyd taking the applause of the crowd as he leaves the field and goes up those 39 steps or more.
1, 2, 3.
228 for 3.
We'll be back at 3:45. Dave Fletcher, myself, Nick Webb, and Edward Bevan. 228 for 3. Leave you with the good doctor chuntering on.
All of these things I should stress are in the first day of 4. The Jewish Bowl, Kent, have moved on to 156 for 8. That's against Hampshire. At Taunton, Somerset are currently 163 for 2 against Northamptonshire. At Chesterley Street, Sussex are 142 for 9 against Durham. At Chelmsford, Essex dismissed Lancashire for 131, and Essex currently at 52 for 4. At New Road, Worcestershire, 187 for 5. That's against Nottinghamshire. At Bristol, Warwickshire, 164 for 6. That's against Gloucestershire. At Grace Road, Middlesex, 196 for 5. That's a T against Leicestershire. And the other game is at the Oval, where Surrey have moved on to 222 for 5 against Yorkshire. A reminder, if you're seeking refreshments, that food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk and mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. A reminder that members can obtain tea and coffee in the Lewis Lounge tomorrow morning from 9:30 until 10:30, and again tomorrow afternoon from 3 until 4. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open until approximately 4 o'clock. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. If you're seeking a scorecard or a copy of Michael Owen's testimonial brochure or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook, all of these items are available for purchase from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. You can also obtain these items and plenty more from the Glamorgan shop run by Missouri Sports, which is situated opposite Gate 2. The shop will be open until just the turn of 5 o'clock, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan shirts. Once again, we'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to Sapphire Gardens today. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this, so if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to the nearest student. Cricket is a game for everyone, and thank you for joining us in raising the game.
But it said we've already agreed to. Yes. It said we've agreed to. We've signed it. Yeah. There was a rest. I was going to be tidy and not get it shit stuff. Yeah. Game the first, did it? That first inning last week, it wasn't just the other players. Oh, indeed. Yeah. Yeah.
From Stumps at the top end, the Oxford. How long is it since we've seen the I haven't got problems to some extent, as I said, with the teachers and what they've got to work with. So in that sense, that wicket is putting some pressure on the spinner to bowl well. But you've got to give them a drive into the bowl line. You can't have to bowl in the nature. What I have to do cricket ends. And that makes it so well, yeah, he used to play as well, yeah. I saw them all. some of them on the inside of the car, they haven't got even no tickets.
They'll only 20 balls.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I don't know how many balls Hogan did with them. He must have been 7 games. Big old thing.
The whole season.
But I remember you're going to do away with balls. Just have that. We'll learn to bowl a bit wider the wickets, you know. Yes, I know you said that, yeah. No, I think I don't know.
It's not just getting top position promoted, isn't it?
We've been 2 players, haven't we? We've been 2 players.
Hopefully a fair bit better now.
There we are. Well, again, I think it's the effect when you cricket.
To resume the Glamorgan first activity, David Lloyd and Vic Root. To resume the bowling for Derbyshire at the Cathedral end. Sam Collins.
Thank you.
Very good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is. It's that time of season. Well, we don't quite know what's going on. The 228 for 3 is what's on the scoreboard for Glamorgan against Derbyshire in this LV County Championship Division 2 match, third against fourth, with both teams needing really a victory to stay on the coattails of Middlesex. Glamorgan having made a bit of a mess of affairs at Lord's last week, and the Londoners moving from 7 points behind Glamorgan to 12 points ahead. So it means that the impetus is with Middlesex, who have reached 203 for 5 against a bottom place Leicestershire at Grace Road, or whatever Grace Road is called these days.
Is it Grace Road? I think is as good as anything. Can I just point out, so that I'm not accused later of hindsighterry, that Sam Connors, who's going to bowl the first over after tea, did really well as he bowls his first delivery, and it's pulled back at a square on the leg side for a couple of runs. It's fielded out there by Lewis Deploy, 230 for 3 now. Glamorgan bowled really well in the evening session against Durham and picked up 3 or 4 wickets in that match with an old ball. It was approaching the end of its useful life, in all honesty, and I couldn't work out how he was getting it to do things, but so when he does the same here.
Well, Glamorgan lost 7 in the final session of day 3 at Lord's. There's hope for Derbyshire yet.
That's what they need, really. Next delivery is defended by Lloyd, who moved up to 116 with those 2 runs of the first delivery. That's defended into the leg side.
Batting to come, Cook, Harris, Salter, Van der Hochten, Patel, Hogan.
So there is hope for Derbyshire. Pakistan 36 without loss after 4 overs. I think Masood is batting 4. Well, that definitely gets some swing there, but it's driven beautifully and beyond the dive of Lewis Rees by David Lloyd for 4. That was a glorious shot. There was definitely some movement in the air, and Lloyd moves to 120, 234 for 3. Really nice shot from the Glamorgan skipper, and it's twice that he's not the best fielder, Lewis Rees. He's not the worst, but it's twice he's gone over the top of one at mid-on. One off Anuj Dal this morning that had Dal giving him a bit of a stare. Lloyd on 120. Next delivery is turned into the leg side. This will be a career best equaling run for David Lloyd, who moves on to 121 not out. I thought there was 2 there. I got overexcited. 235 for 3. Brings Root onto strike for the first time since tea.
It's probably a more valuable knock than his previous 121, because that was at the Oval and the end of last season, and although obviously he did well to score the runs, there were quite a lot of career bests on that occasion. 5, I believe.
Yes, there's been a few games like that this season, haven't there, where I saw a game at Derby with 3 double centuries in it. Dreadful. Around the wicket comes Connors, and Root pushes this one up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Billy Godalman. There is no run. So the last of the sunshine, not quite the last of the sunshine, but a lot of people making their way around to the front of the pavilion to try to get a bit more of the sunshine.
Yes, at times during the heat wave there were people moving into the shade, the opposite way from usual.
Yeah. Making their way around to the far side as Connors is in. That's a full delivery, and it's driven by Root. That might be 4 as well. It is. I thought for a moment that Godwin might be able to scamper after it, but he knew he was never going to get there, and Root picks up a boundary as well. He moves on to 22, and Glamorgan to 239 for 3 at the end of the first over after tea, from which 11 runs came.
For the sake of statistical completeness, the other career bests in Surrey against Glamorgan September 2021 were Chris Cook, 205 not out. Jamie Smith of Surrey, 138. Hashim Amla, I think, must have been a Surrey career best rather than a career one. He hit 163, and Ollie Pope 274 because before he was bowled, rather improbably, by Hamish Rutherford. As Glamorgan bowled, well, poor old Andrew Salter, plus an assortment of nonsense at the other end for most of the final day, including Chris Cook bowling with Michael Hogan keeping wicket.
Yeah, it's not a good look, is it?
It was time for the season to end at that point.
Put it out of its misery.
Alex Thompson from the River Taff end to bowl to David Lloyd, and Lloyd is back on his stumps defending. The ball runs back down the pitch to the bowler. The Derbyshire over rate remains level according to the scoreboard.
Because having suffered that collapse against Middlesex, they'll be doubly determined not to suffer one here, I would imagine, Glamorgan.
Thompson is in to David Lloyd, who's back on his stumps, watching that one very carefully, pushing it back to the bowler. Indeed, they were well behind, and I think it was scoreboard pressure which gets in the head, and they didn't really know where to go once they'd lost a couple. Lloyd down the wicket, drives it on the half volley back to the bowler, who whips it back to the keeper, who takes off the bails.
That was great bit of cricket, wasn't it, all round, really?
Balletic.
Yeah.
239 for 3.
Somebody needs to get that clip and set it to music on Twitter, please.
Slow-mo.
That's your challenge for the day. Anybody out there?
Twitter sphere. Fletch Sport, Nick Webb 2017. Alex Thompson, right arm off spin, round the wicket to David Lloyd, drives back to the bowler, no run. And Thompson shovels it on to Dahl to do a bit of polishing. And Dahl looks suspiciously at the ball and shows it to umpire Blackwell, who says that's round enough and red enough, get on with it. Thompson to Lloyd. 121 not out, back on his stumps, working it on the leg side, and is sent back as he looked to get a single for his career best. Yell of no from Billy Root at the other end.
I do wonder if Dahl was showing the umpires a mark on the ball there, possibly, because they never put it through anything, did they? Sometimes they like to show the umpire a mark to make sure that he doesn't think they're cheating.
Thompson bowls. Lloyd comes down the wicket, squirts it away on the offside, and there is no run. Lloyd remains on 121 not out, and well, I wouldn't have thought that any of the Derbyshire fielders know that he's equalled his career best, but he's just looking a little bit jittery in that over, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Somebody needs to get a message on saying this could be his career best here. Crowd him. But when I say cheating, I mean altering the state of the ball, which is an offence. There's no suggestion that that's been done.
No.
Right, I'm glad we've cleared that one up. Sam Connors, who conceded, far too many, 11 runs off the first over after tea, is going to continue, and Billy Root smashes his bat into the crease as he waits and then defends the first ball out into the onside. That was almost Matty McKiernan-esque, the vigour with which he slammed his bat into the ground, waiting. Unless the microphone's been turned up, which it might have been, but no, I'm happy with it. It just sounded a lot louder than I remember him doing. Let's see if he does it again. Yes, he does.
Good microphone, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a long way away. His Connors in and bowls to him, and Root defends it just slightly to the offside of the stumps at our end, Cathedral Road end, and there's no run.
Yes, it'll be going away for the winter shortly, that microphone.
Does that not get used in the winter at all? You don't?
No, it's a more sensitive one, which wouldn't work on football and rugby grounds because it would be too noisy.
Oh, okay. When you're doing rugby, do you have an effects mic as well? Because I tend not to at football. Connors is in. I should really ask you this off air because nobody else is interested. That was guided down to backward point where it was Philip Dahl by Billy Root.
The answer is yes, there is an effects microphone for rugby, but obviously it can control the volume, and for a lot of games where we also have a television feed of pictures to our studio, then they quite often use the effects feed off that rather than mine.
Would that have the referee in it
yes,
as well? Then,
correct.
Yeah. It goes. I think that's a brilliant idea. Connors, and it's defended by Root up towards Billy Godalming, and there's no run.
Which it obviously does help considerably with our understanding and the understanding of our listeners, if they can hear what the referee's on about when he gives contentious decisions or decisions that aren't obvious.
I do. I like that. I like it when they only do it in rugby league when they go for the TV replay for a try or whatever. So, but you can hear the video referee giving his reasoning as Root defends this out into the offside. But even in football, VAR, you don't hear a thing. You get no explanation. And on the radio, you basically have to wait for the Premier League to send them an email to say why the decision was made. Well, come on. It's the 21st century, for goodness sake.
It's not good for commentary, is it? It's a goal, maybe.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll wait a couple of minutes and then we'll go again with. But then Albion take the lead.
Fortunately, they don't have VAR at the level. The level that I commentate at. In comes Connors. That one is driven out into the offside. That's a good stop by Leas Deploy, diving away to his right-hand side and preventing the run and helping Sam Connors complete a maiden over, 239 for 3.
Maiden overs in from both ends, from Alex Thompson and then from Connors. So Root remains on 22. Lloyd remains on 121 not out, equal to his career best, as he meets and has a little chat with Billy Root mid-wicket. And so maybe the message is, for heaven's sake, let's try and pinch a quick single and get me to this career best. Thompson then continues from the River Taff end to David Lloyd, who comes down the wicket and then blocks when he gets there. David Lloyd then stuck on the nervous 1-2-1s, level with his best score in the last match of last season against Surrey. Lloyd back on his stumps, pushing it into the offside. This time they will go through for the quick single, and Billy Root is safely home, and that is a career best for David Lloyd, the 6th first-class century of his career, and he moves on to career best 122 not out. Glamorgan 240 for 3.
He's had to fight a bit more, Nick, than the 121 he got last year at the over.
Certainly. Saying to Dave a few minutes ago, in the context, there were 5 career bests or championship bests on that occasion. Here's Thompson then to bowl to Billy Root. There's an update for BBC Radio Wales to come very shortly as Root pushes forwards, drives into the offside, but a good tumbling stop from Dahl, who's a busy boy in the field and has prevented quite a few runs. 240 for 3. Slip and a leg slip now for Thompson to bowl to the left-handed Root, who is forward defending in the offside. No run. So Derbyshire certainly able to keep the brakes on things for long periods, but not to take a couple of quick wickets at any juncture today. Thompson bowls and Root is forward defending into the covers. Dahl with a rather easier job this time. Just a little cloudier in the evening session at the moment. After plenty of sunshine this afternoon, Thompson bowls, Root runs one into a gap in the offside and ambles through for a single. 241 for 3. The end of the over. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come. Liam Williams out of Wales Rugby Autumn Internationals with a collarbone injury on Cardiff debut that's needed surgery. Radio update. Glamorgan 241 for 3 there, very nicely placed thanks to the efforts of their skipper David Lloyd, who's just passed his career best. He's on 122 not out, and he's played with real maturity in this innings, had to wait his moments. Derbyshire's attack has mostly been tight, but Lloyd battling away. Billy Root is 23 not out, the men out today. Eddie Byram for 13, Tom Bevan for 48 on debut, and Sam North East for 22. Glamorgan well placed at the start of this evening session on 241 for 3. With 27.5 overs remaining in the day's play, Edward Bevan will be joined by Dave Fletcher very shortly.
Thanks, Nick, and we'll watch Connor's turn at this end. And he comes in and bowls to the left-handed route, who watches that very carefully outside the off stump as it goes through to the wicketkeeper. It's manoeuvres time here, as Nick, as he says, is taking a break. Fletcher's coming back. Nice swapped seats and is ready to go again. He didn't miss a ball. As Connors, who's been accurate but hasn't taken any wickets as yet, comes in past the umpire, and it's a tickle around the corner by Root. He's thinking of 2. He sets off very quickly. Should have been a 2 there, but they're taking it easy. And the way that Lloyd especially, and Root, North East for that matter, have approached this game, I think, and they certainly deserved it, to have had a dressing down after that disastrous second innings at Lord's last week, because they are playing carefully, much more application than they had up in London. And at 242 for 3, they're in sight of a second batting point and in sight of a formidable total as Connors turns. Just the one slip in attendance and bowls, and appeal for LBW and not given. From where we are seated for the moment, the way that he was playing that, drifting down. Yeah.
It looked quite good, didn't it? It did. It put the naked eye from up here. I thought it looked quite good.
No,
but
it's a good decision by Billy Taylor, because.
And Connors knows as well, judging by the look on his face, as the decision.
What's the wicketkeeper? He just took a step.
Yeah, no, it was going down.
122 then off at the moment, 192 balls for Lloyd, who waits for Connors to come. And he just nudges that away into the covers, where there's a man on the drive and plenty of protection behind him. One at mid-off, one at extra cover, one at cover. There's the solitary slip. On the onside, we've got a mid-on who's rather deep. A man on the drive, a fine leg, and a mid-wicket. And not knowing the machinations of the ball that comes in off the pitch as Connors bowls, and that's a nice looking shot, 4 runs to the vacant third man boundary, and that is 20. 20 runs now have gone down there. I said I was going to keep a vigil this season, and Connors snatches his sweater, knowing that was the last ball of the over. He's not annoyed with anybody, wicketkeeper or anybody else, himself, as he marches away. I'd say by the machinations of a reverse swing. I suppose you know it inside out, Fletch, but it appears that is the feel that he's got now, because the ball, well, it's just 11 overs short of the new ball. So that'll be interesting to see how that is projected just a little later on, and by that time you either get a flurry of wickets, or with the bowlers just glad to get the day over, waning a bit, and the batsmen could help themselves. 246 for 3.
I'm going to see some spin. Alex Thompson's coming back from the River Taff end. A slip and a leg slip. Madsen is the leg slip, and Aitchison, who we haven't seen bowl since that one over he had just before lunch, which appeared to be to test out his ankle.
He's on the field.
He's always been on the field for a long time. That one is driven into the ground and back towards Thompson, who stretches out a right hand and diverts it towards Anuj Dal. There's no run.
I think you can safely say that it is a slow turner, isn't it? Nothing's jumped into the midriff or to the left-hander, spun away.
No, sadly, or probably fortunately, as far as Derbyshire are concerned, I think he took the pitch out of the equation there, Billy Root, but he slapped it straight to Harry Kame at backward point, and there's no run. So there is a slip in the leg slip, but as I said, there are men close-ish in at extra cover and mid-wicket. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary as well as the backward point. This one is defended by Billy Root. There is a man down at backward square leg, that's Sam Connors, and then there's the mid-on or the mid-off who are, I don't know, the thick end of halfway back to the boundary. Billy Godleman at mid-on, unusually, and Lewis Rees at mid-off. There's this next delivery on the back foot goes Root and pushes it out to Dahl at extra cover.
There is space behind mid-off and mid-on. We're orthodox, they're not deep. If Root wanted to pump one over the top, but he's not taking the risk.
Not yet. He's on 24. 246 for 3. Thompson bowls and he cuts. Again, there's no run as it goes to Kame, moving around from backward point. 2 point to do the fielding.
63 this partnership, you know, all useful partnerships.
I guess Derbyshire, well, they want more than 3 wickets by the end of the day, having won the toss and put the home side into bat. Thompson bowls, Root defends, Dahl fields at extra cover. It's the end of the over. It was a maiden over from Alex Thompson, but not a massively threatening one. 246 for 3 Glamorgan, with Lloyd on 126 and Root on 24. The start of that 73 match England tour of Pakistan. Pakistan 72 without loss in the 9th over, the first of 7, I think it is, T20 internationals.
Babar Azam, I bet he's motoring by now.
I think they're both motoring, whoever the 2 openers are. I'll get there.
Rizman possibly?
I'll get there.
Rizman and Babar Azam.
Absolutely. Mohammed Rizwan 45 off 31 and Babar Azam
played against him.
28 off 20.
But we saw him down at Sussex in the first T20 game.
Yeah, he played up at Derbyshire in the championship match.
He didn't
up at the
think that Michael Nisa could throw, and he got run out from deep mid-wicket. It's like a bullet. He's got a bullet throw. Connors having a word with his captain that he's going to start another over from this end, and bowls to Lloyd. Lloyd pulls viciously and gets 4 runs in front of square. In fact, the man on the square leg boundary is generally Lewis Rees, but I don't think he looked one way and the other. So I think he might have lost that, but that brings up the second batting point for Glamorgan. A ripple of applause.
Yeah,
if they can, how many overs left? 25. If they can get, I don't know, 320 tonight, they'll be very happy.
Wouldn't be a good day for Derbyshire. It wouldn't be their worst day of the season, and that was 450 for 1 by Notts.
Connors in, bowls, and this time better delivery, which is pushed back by David Lloyd, who's moved on to 130. 450 for 1.
You know, the hottest, the games that started on the hottest day of the century, Notts won the toss, batted, and
I bet that didn't please the locals and the Derby Notts.
No, not really. But the game ended in a draw after rain on day 4. We started off on the hottest day of the year and ended with rain. Bizarre.
Yes, Connors with just one slip now comes in and bowls, and this is pushed defensively back. And it's fielded at mid-on, and the score remains at 2.5 for 3. That is 250 for 3. 24 to Billy Root. He's been very circumspect and played his role well. Normally, of course, it'd be Carlson and Gill. One has been dropped and one is not well. So Tom Bevan, who came in, did a good job getting 48 as Connors bowls. Very, very correct is Lloyd. I'm going to make up for all those poor scores I've had this season, he says, and I'm going to bat here until lunchtime tomorrow.
That's the way to do it, though, isn't it? Notts, who will get promoted, just been held up here by a 6th wicket stand of 132 between Gareth Roderick and Brett Oliveira.
He's a very hard man to get out, this Roderick. He got 100 against Glamorgan 3 weeks ago. Connors past the umpire again, bowls, and that's nurdled away, and not quite in the middle of the bat. And the wicketkeeper guess goes to his right and stops any runs. But cloud cover coming over, but interspersed with lovely blue skies. We should be all right to the close. And, a couple of weeks ago, it just opened out towards the end of the day. You could have played until 7:30. Not now, though, as the days move on to the dreaded winter. Connors over the wicket and bowls. This is pushed back down the pitch to mid-on. A couple of accurate overs here from these two bowlers, Connors and Thompson. Thompson's bowled 21 overs and has gone for 74 runs for the solitary wicket of Tom Bevan. But he's plugged away and gone nearly fours, but not quite. What would they give for another left arm spinner, Derbyshire, or another accurate off spinner? They should always take insurance. Should you just take one down if they're not going to play, send them back. Be no cost, hotels.
I think part of the problem was that Thompson has replaced Mark Watt, who is a left-arm spinner.
What about
McKinnon's a leggy.
Yeah, well,
he's playing in the twos at the moment, but Watt's gone off to play for Scotland now. Thompson begins a new over, balls to Billy Root, who drives this up to.
McKinnon's not a bad leggy, is he?
No, he's okay.
So he would have appreciated something like this.
And he can bat.
Perhaps he's had one of the seamers.
Well, they've been underused, some of the seamers today, certainly. As Root turns this next delivery down towards fine leg for a single. Moves on to 25, 251 for 3. The moment we started talking about how good Babar Azam was, he was bowled by Adil Rashid for 31. But Mohammed Rizwan's made a half century off 30 balls.
Yeah. The last 5 games they played at that venue, I think it's Karachi, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've won 2020 match.
Yeah, they're a good side, aren't they?
They are a very good side.
85 for 1 they are at the moment.
Off about halfway, is it?
Yeah, 9.3. Thompson is in, using his feet, is Lloyd, and he just pushes it up towards long on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees coming in off the boundary. Takes a look at the ball. 252 for 3.
And Lloyd would love to hit him straight, but it's difficult because he's hitting that Midland leg and just turning a little bit. So he has to find that man at long on all the time, or mid on as he's come up now.
Thompson round the wicket to Root, who uses his feet in about 3 different directions before eventually just defending the ball back to the bowler. He's caught in several minds there, Billy Root. Most peculiar. He remains on 25, 63 balls faced. He waits now. Thompson bowls to him, and he goes onto the back foot and pushes it out to Dahl. That extra cover. They're all starting in earnest, aren't they? These warm-up games for the T20 World Cup now. India have made 208 for 6 against Australia.
Australia not a good side at all. They were beaten somewhere recently.
This one is, they were beaten by Zimbabwe at home for the first time.
Out
up in the Northern Territory, or somewhere up north, Townsville, somewhere like that.
They were playing at home.
Yeah. Oh yeah, first time that they'd lost on home soil, wasn't it? Yeah, so 208 for 6. The entire.
Yeah, I can't see them. I think it'll either be Pakistan or possibly England. It's a long way away. Butler hopes to be back.
Yes, yeah. Moeen Ali's leading them today, isn't he?
Lewis Rees is coming in, who I think has been the steadiest of the Derbyshire pace attack. Figures reflect it too. He's bowled 12 overs, 1 for 38, which is a shade over 3, and got a wicket of Sam North East with an absolute beauty. Just moved at the last moment, bowling, going to hit Midland leg, and then it just went off the pitch, hit off stump. And Tom Bevan, I was very impressed with, got 48, and then he had a slog at Thompson and just skied it in the air to mid-on. But it's Rees now, coming back to start his 13th over, and there is just one slip, and he's coming round the wicket to Lloyd, who bowls to him, who plays it round the corner, down towards fine leg. They'll come back for a second, which takes the score to 254 for 3, and takes Lloyd up to 133, rooted on 25. There are still, including this over, 24 overs left. If the sun stays, if the blue skies stay with us, then we'll get through. But if it clouds over, we might be a little bit dodgy, which is appears hard, silly to say, because it's been such a glorious day. Rees in, bowls. Lloyd plays it gently with a ball that just came across him and lifted just a little.
The Perils are playing in September, though, Edward.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And don't start me off of fixtures, or I might just lose it.
Talking about them this morning, and the problem is that August won't change, will it? That's the fly in the ointment.
Rees bowls, that's driven gently up to Godalming, captain to captain. No, because the 100 is earmarked for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
And then they talk some ridiculous idea of playing county championship friendlies in August. So in other words, why not have just a second 11 championship game?
Yeah.
I said I wasn't going to say anything, but I better leave it there now. As Lewis Rees runs away from us at a slight angle, comes in, bowls, played away into the cover position, and there's no run.
If he shakes back on the field, I'm trying to work out who's gone off. I think it's Sam Connors. That'll be my guess.
Another reason why I think Glamorgan are not going hell for leather, if you like, is because they want to take advantage and bat as long as they can, because they will hope that the pitch will turn more as the game goes on. Lewis Rees in bowls, cover drive, which is nowhere near timed, and goes out to Sylvester. Wouldn't normally see a young fast opening bowler feeling that extra cover, but he was only down at fine leg, or mid on, or mid off. No, Godalming says that's my position. I can talk to my bowlers from mid off
incessantly.
Another good over to finish after this ball as Rees comes in, bowls, and that's played over cover and will go for 4 runs. Funny looking shot, really. Took his hand off the bottom of the bat, but he really middled it, and just shows you what these bats are like these days.
Yes.
Put the bottom hand off, hit it over cover. Another boundary, he moves on to 137, 258 for 3, and Glamorgan set now for a useful score, more than useful score here if they bat through the innings. Indeed, if they accelerate tonight, or whatever in their minds, if one of them does accelerate, they could get well past 300.
Oh, comfortably.
Yeah,
comfortably.
might be touching 350 if they go, but I don't think they will. They'll just play properly against this attack, who by no means have been collared. They've stuck at their task well, especially Rees, and I think Thompson's bowled fairly well. He did promise much in his first couple of overs. His first over, it really did spin, but he's having a rest. No, he's not.
No,
he spoke to his.
He's just having a chat.
Well, he'll bowl to the new ball. 7 overs to go.
I'd say so. It's coming in around the wicket to Billy Root, who goes back into the leg side and carves this out into the off for a single. Moves to 26, 259, 4-3. There's a slight change. Well, there is a change because it's left-handed and right-handed. So Kame has gone out to deep backward square leg on the boundary. The man at mid-wicket's on the boundary. The long on is back. Thompson is in and bowls, and he smashes it. I think, has he got anything on that? I'm not sure that he did.
Certainly has.
The batsman certainly has. I was just wondering if the bowler had got anything on that and tipped it over the bar, but he's hit that hard.
Yeah.
He's hit that hard over the head of Alex Thompson, who stuck up. He did get something on it. He got his left. Yes, he just got his left hand to it, probably the index finger and middle finger of his left hand. If you say that was
a chance, Nick Webb, you're the most cruelest man in the world.
You can hear them at Mackin, can't you? Barracking from the sidelines with a pint pot in his hand.
Yeah, come on, you.
4 more to Lloyd, who's 241. He defends this. I was going to say defends it, but he has edged it to the right of Ben Aitchison at slip, and it's running away and going over the boundary now.
Unfortunate.
4 more.
Arm ball, wasn't it?
145 to Lloyd. 267 for 3.
Without name dropping, I had my finger broken once on this very ground by Mike Gatting, of all people. It was a sort of not a charity. We were raising funds for something or other.
Thompson bowls. It's defended by
Lord's Tabernet.
Oh yeah.
I came in and they said, "Go on, have a bowl." Well, I used to bowl occasional spin. That was, very. Oh, I said, "Go on, no, give it to somebody else." And bowled second over. I'll never forget it.
Thompson bowled. This one driven but bounces into the ground and then into the ground before it reaches Billy Godalming at mid-off as well. 267 for 3.
I was bowling from this end and Gat came and just hammered it like an idiot. I went to try and catch it, just like that. Broken finger. It's you think you're 20 years younger.
Thompson in, defended by Lloyd, pushed out into the offside, fielded by Leas Deploy, end of the 74th over, 267 for 3 with Lloyd on 145 and Root on 26. This partnership's now worth 84.
Very important one. 9 off that last over, so whether Lloyd is going to take a chance or two now. But again, as we say, every game, Dave, the new ball can come, fine, but you've got to bowl well on it. Otherwise, if you're a bit tired and you're off colour,
go to all parts.
That new one can go, and Lloyd is just the sort of person who will play like that. But it's what are we? 6 overs away. So this means, Dave, that Rees won't be. I would give the new ball to Rees, but it looks he's not going to have it. It'll probably be Connors and Sylvester, because Aitchison, as you say, hasn't.
If Aitchison isn't going to bowl,
what's he doing on the field?
What is he doing out there?
Rees is in, he's over the wicket, and it's a nice looking drive, well fielded on the drive. The man fielding there gives us the ball a wipe.
Leas Deploy's now left the field. He's just walked up the stairs. Shaker stayed out there in his oversized sweater. Actually, it's a normal sized sweater. He's just an undersized human being.
Yes. He's going from over to round. Now he's coming over and bowls to Root. Root playing a very cautious innings here. He's 26 and he's faced 68 balls, which is un-Root-like. Rees turns, takes quite a long run for a medium pacer. Now accelerates past umpire Billy Taylor and bowls, and Root goes back and just chops that down for 4 runs. That's 28 runs to third man. I said I was going to do it, Nick, middle of the season, and at last I've come down to it.
You should have kept a tally from day one.
Oh. In fairness to Glamorgan, they do not go on the field now without it. After I lectured them at the end of last season. So
I wish I had that amount of influence, Edward.
28 runs. 7 fours have gone down to the vacant third man. Mr. Godman, if you're listening. 271 for 3, and the score goes up rather quickly in the last few overs as Rees is again over and bowls. Nice looking shot off his legs, this time out towards Fine leg. They go through for a single. 5 runs off the first 4 balls. 272 for 3. Glamorgan. It's been a good batting display. Leading by example is their captain David Lloyd, who is on 145. Root is on 31, and this partnership flourishing at the moment. 89 is put on as now he reverts to round the wicket to the right-handed Lloyd. In comes recent bowls. Short, pulled away, 4 runs. Is it? No, it isn't. It's fielded.
Right off the toe end of the bat.
I was looking, everybody looked round, so there's got to be...
Everything was right, other than the final execution.
At this, it's just a a couple of seconds after, and I'd rather watch what's going on there, so I apologise, because I was looking out to mid-wicket, and it was off the bottom of the billiard cue. Here's the next ball. I can tell you that's played defensively up to mid-off. I've kept on it, Nick, but about cleaning the windows, but he won't go out there because they were rather dirty.
Well, yes, they are a bit, aren't they? I've cleaned the inside of this one earlier on.
Well
There was a couple of smudge marks on it.
We just wanted somebody to go outside and do it, and offer to get the scaffold in, but
I might be able to stand up and do it out there.
No,
we're quite high up, aren't we?
I'd rather you sit down.
A couple of floors up here. Excellent view.
In all seriousness, it does impair your vision. Do you find?
Well, my eyesight's poor anyway, Edward. Anything that impairs it further is going to be a bad thing. But
right, it's 272 for 3. Mr. Fletcher will take the next over. The over rate, by the way, is level. Well done to Derbyshire.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how they work those things out. Nick Potts has just brought something on and given it or done something with Alex Thompson. I've no idea what he was doing, and he's going to bowl around the wicket to Billy Root.
Sweets, perhaps. Remember them when they used to rub the sweets on the ball?
Yeah,
the umpire has the ball every over now.
Saliva's banned, isn't it? And it's going to be banned permanently from the 1st of October. The ICC have announced today.
Dreaded COVID, is it?
Yeah. Stopped it because of COVID and completely stopped it altogether now. Root will pick up a single as he chops that one away.
2 probably.
Out into the offside. Fielded by Sylvester. They don't run 2s, Edward. They've left a few out there already today.
Yeah, a bit annoying, really. I know they played. Lloyd has been superb, but you never know. You can get so many more runs.
273 for 3, with Root moving on to 32 with a single there. Thompson in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Now that's a good run if they get there. Nappy Sheikh has a shot at the stumps and misses. Good backing up from Kame. They do get through for the single. Lloyd moves on to 146, 274 for 3.
Every game you watch, without exception, how often do you see anybody hitting the stumps direct? Twice a season? They practice it before every game.
Every morning. Doesn't make any difference. Root defends this one back to the bowler. 274 for 3 it remains. Root on 32. Thompson bowls to him. He uses his feet, goes down the track into the ground, and then one hand out, the right hand stops the ball.
You were saying about off spinners in the Glamorgan side. You've got 2. Carlson was playing, they'd have 3, and Billy Root has been known to bowl some off spin, but he was examined and suspended for a while 2 or 3 years ago for his action, and the next ball is nudged away on the offside for a single. The score moves on to 275 for 3, and with 20 overs left, Glamorgan go at 3s. It'll be up near 240. Still that little bit of cloud cover. Let's hope it goes away. But away to our right, it's cloudless. But away over Caerphilly Mounted, there's a little bit of cloud.
Sun's out, obviously, over Cardiff Bay. glinting off the azure waves. Well, not waves because it's a barrage, but you know what I mean. 275 for 3. Drinks, a couple of drinks being brought on for the batsman. And a little pause in proceedings. Where are we time-wise? 20 overs remain, 4:33, so we'll finish.
Should be all right.
Maybe around 10 to 6 or thereabouts. It might slow down a little bit with the new ball. But we've got 4 overs left of this ball, which is being propelled by Lewis Rees from the Cathedral Road end to Billy Root, who squeezes it down to fine leg for a single. Root moves on to 34. Not out.
You know, a slow innings by Root, 34, 76 balls, but he's been very dedicated to this innings and played very responsibly. I was just saying, Nick, when you were away, that they'd probably been lectured and had a telling and everything else after that abysmal second innings at Lord's. And they seem to be playing with a lot more responsibility.
Yes, I think Glamorgan were caught between the devil and the deep blue sea against Middlesex, lost a couple of wickets and didn't know whether to try and grit it out or bat more aggressively. That's a half volley from Rees that's smashed by Lloyd straight to cover, no run. Matthew Maynard used the word proactive. He hoped that Glamorgan would have been more aggressive to try and break that stranglehold that the Middlesex four-man seam attack managed to get in the final session of day 3. We're in the final session of day 1 at the moment. 276 for 3 as Rees is in to bowl and beats the outside edge of Lloyd's bat as he prods forward for once rather uncertainly and was beaten by that one. Rees and Dahl have bowled pretty tidily with their seam, haven't they?
I was just saying, Nick, before you came back, that Rees, I think, has been the pick of the attack, not so much for taking wickets, but his accuracy, 15 overs, 1 for 50. Beaten the bat, had there been a second slip once, he'd have gone.
Rees bowls, that's not a great delivery. It's smacked through the offside for 4 runs.
Beautiful shot
by David Lloyd, seizing onto it, a bit of width and a half volley, and that is David Lloyd's 150 as he reaches new territory. It's come off 218 deliveries, and it really has been the centrepiece of today's play.
Played quite beautifully. That was the shot of the match so far, because he's hit a lot of balls straight to fielders, hasn't timed them. But that was 4 from the moment it went from the bat.
22nd 4 and 1-6. Been at the wicket just a touch over 5 hours now. As Rees is into bowl to Lloyd, tries a short one that Lloyd pulls away, and he's beaten the fielder at fine leg, hit it square of the fine leg field, and that's raced away for 4 more. 154 for Lloyd, 284 for 3, and that is also the century partnership between David Lloyd and Billy Root for the 4th wicket.
A very good partnership it's been. It was 183 for 3 when Root came in, and he stayed with his captain there, and hasn't played many shots in anger, but accumulating slowly and give it a good partnership.
Rees in again to Lloyd. That's a better delivery, and it's driven straight to Godalming at mid-off. Well, it has had to be a patient process for Glamorgan's batsman today, hasn't it? Even with a run rate of 3.69. As the details are confirmed by the doctor there over the PA, Dr. Andrew Hignell, 284 for 3. Billy Root just taking something on board. Is that Kieran Carson doing 12th man?
Can't see from here, Nick, but
looks as though it might be him. The vice captain left out, but enthusiastic contributor. Shubman Gill missed out through illness, if you're just joining us for the first time today, and Glamorgan bringing in Bevan and Salter in place of Gill and Kieran Carlson. Derbyshire with the 2 changes from their last match. Thompson for Watt as the spinner, with Watt on Scotland duty, and Sylvester getting a debut in place of Potts.
So it will be the spinner Thompson to start another over, and it's met quietly by Root, who pushes it to mid-off. So this is the 78th over. So this over and another, you would presume, for the spinner, unless they give a warm-up over to the opening bowler. As he comes in over the wicket, bowls to Root. Root guides that, but straight to a fielder. So run rate 3.67, which is more than adequate. 284 for 3. Glamorgan 16 runs away from their third batting point. Just the one so far for Derbyshire. In comes the next ball. That's just played gently to mid-off. Root is on 34. 79 balls. Wants a change in the field here.
Manson again doing a lot of the signalling rather than Godalman.
Well, I think he's such an experienced, probably the most experienced player in the side, that he does take charge. There's a silly mid-off, very close at the moment, as the next ball is reverse sweep coming out, and he hits him down towards, which could go for 4, is it?
Good stop by Sylvester.
No, it's a very good stop there. I thought he'd got a foot inside, but there we are. It wasn't, but it gets 2 runs for it. So there's a man there, bat pad, if you just push out and the ball comes up to the top of the bat and you go hard at it, that's the reason he's there for.
Probably the reason for Root's reverse sweep, to try and get him out the way.
And he comes again. There's another one coming, and he's just straight to the fielder. But good play there by countering that change in the field, and he gets another run. Takes him to 37, and Glamorgan are moving on to 287 for 3.
Root trying to get Madsen to change his positioning, and he stays where he is for the right-hander, so he's at short leg now.
Last ball of this over. Thompson is in, bowls down the pitch comes Lloyd, and Thompson might just have seen him take a step down and pulls it down. That is the end of the over. Glamorgan 287 for 3 then, and Lloyd is 154 not out. Been there all day since 10:30 this morning. Well, without having a bit of lunch and tea. And Root on 37.
News of Derbyshire's second 11. They're not having the best of things against Notts. Second 11 at Belper Meadows. Derbyshire 150 all out. Alex Hughes top scored with 40. Notts in reply 63 for 1. Watson with the only wicket for Derbyshire seconds. And in the second division of the county championship, Middlesex, principal target for these two teams to try to overtake. Well, they're pretty solid against bottom placed Leicestershire, I'm afraid. Middlesex 239 for 6. John Simpson is 65 not out, and Ryan Higgins made 53. He's just gone.
2 solid batsmen, those two.
They good men to have at 7 and 8, as Glamorgan found out.
Yeah, those two halted the progress of Glamorgan, with James Harris had just taken 3 quick wickets, and then they came and put on a 100 partnership.
In the T20 International, Pakistan 117 for 3 in the 15th over against England. Mohammed Rizwan made 68 before being stumped by Welshman Phil Salt off the acting skipper Moeen Ali. Proud moment for him to lead England against the country of his forefathers. Here's Rees then to bowl, and that's outside off stump, cut away. Down to third man by Root for a single. Division 1, topside Surrey going pretty solidly, 287 for 6 against Yorkshire. 136 for Ollie Pope there, 50 not out for Jordan Clark. 4 wickets for the Yorkshire veteran Steve Patterson, who's leaving them at the end of the season.
Glamorgan having a look at him, perhaps? How old is Patwa now?
37, 38, I think. Yeah. Not as old as Michael Hogan, who is departing Glamorgan.
Sadly.
Indeed. Rees to Lloyd. check drives on the offside, no run. As for Surrey's rivals Hampshire, well, they dismissed Kent for 165 with 4 wickets for Abbott, 3 apiece for Abbas and Barker. But Hampshire in reply are 13 for 2.
What a pace attack that is.
It's pretty formidable, isn't it? As Rees is in to bowl, and that is defended on the offside by Lloyd, with Aaron Donald keeping the gloves despite the return of Ben Brown.
I had a word with his brother who works here next door to us, and one of the technicians, or what did you poshly call them, engineers, or whatever they are. Anyway, keeps
he's directing the video stream at the moment.
Keeps the stream coming into your homes, and his brother, I asked him, why is that going on? Well, he said that, well, I'll explain after.
Rees is in to bowl to Lloyd, dot ball.
And he said that Ben Brown is back into the side now after he broke his hand or his finger, and it's not quite right.
All right, so
he'll go to field third man or fine leg or whatever. You know, doesn't want another crack.
Gets the batting ability and doesn't risk the
good player.
The injury.
Ben Brown, former Sussex captain.
Speaking of which, here's Rees to bowl to Lloyd, drives at half volley, slight misfield at cover, runs up to mid-off, single taken to 89 for 3. Speaking of Sussex, they were hustled out for 162 by Durham at Chester Le Street. Lots of single-figure scores there. 3 wickets apiece to Matty Potts and Paul Coughlin. Durham in reply 25 for Norton. Glamorgan finish their campaign.
Down by the seaside.
Good old Sussex by the sea. Is it good or grand? Their little slogan.
I don't know, but I know the song, but I shan't dare sing it.
Rees bowls and Root defends on the offside Madsen Fields.
Right, we've reached the moment when there's 1 over left before the new one is projected, and that will be bowled presumably by the off spinner Thompson, and then I suppose it'll be Sylvester and Dal, who hasn't bowled for a while. Connors, I would probably give it to. He generally does have the new cherry, but for some reason he didn't open the bowling this morning.
No, is that a theory?
Well, it's going to be Adam Sylvester, not the spinner. You often see this just to warm up before you take the new ball, and I have no doubt that Derbyshire will take it, and hope that they can get some movement. But as we mentioned, and we always mention when the new one comes along, if you don't get it going, you could be punished, especially Lloyd in this sort of form. He's on 155, and he will face the Welshman making his debut, Adam Sylvester, who was born 4 or 5 miles down the coast. He comes in and bowls now. Oh, it's a glorious shot. Glorious, glorious shot. He had a half volley outside off stump and then bent just a little and hit it like a rocket for 4. One of the most terrific sights in cricket when the right pad goes down nearly to the ground. There's wonderful pictures of the great Wally Hammond doing that, and it's almost as good as a left-hander. For some reason left-handers play it even better. Anyway, that was 4 runs, 159, 293 for 3, and Sylvester, I'm thinking, yeah, I know what first-class cricket is now. Here he is from that river end, bowls the second ball to Lloyd, plays it out to mid-off, no run.
Yes, it's been a slightly chastening debut for Sylvester so far, isn't it? 0 for 37 in his 9th over, and of course with Aitchison not able to perform, it's thrown a lot of work onto the remaining seamers, but Rees and Dahl have stood up well.
And in fairness to young Sylvester, he's bowled some good deliveries, and he's quite nippy. I'd like to see him on a quick pitch. As he comes in now over the wicket and bowls, and Lloyd plays a good length ball back, and he's acquitted himself all right. 293 for 3. Still 16 overs left after this. 96 overs, remember, in the day in the LV County Championship. And play starting in this month of September at 10:30. And everything goes on half an hour. In comes the next ball from Sylvester. Clipped off his legs, and that is going to be stopped from going from 4 down on the mid-wicket boundary. I think that's the young 12-man Saith or Shake. And he moved very quickly, didn't he?
He's certainly
he's not far.
Enjoying his spell on the field, isn't he?
Saith, yeah.
Navi's Shake.
295, and Glamorgan 5 runs away from a welcome batting point, which they've struggled to get in the last couple of games. Lloyd is moving on and on, 161 not out, as he waits for the medium pace of Sylvester. Oh, that jags back into him, and it's just played away into the offside.
Somewhat discomforted by that one, David Lloyd, wasn't it? It was an odd sort of shot. I think he's maybe inside edged it onto his
midriff
pads, or possibly just above the pad.
0 for 39, 1 ball left of his 9th over, Sylvester. I suspect it will be, well, either Connors or Dal. Dal hasn't bowled for a very long time. He was in a bit of discomfort this morning at one stage as Sylvester completes the over, and this played out into the covers. That's the end of the over. The new ball is due, and I shall be very, very surprised if it's not taken. At 295 for 338 to Root. Lloyd is 161 not out. And who's got the new ball?
Dal, by the look of it.
And has he been given the new ball? Yes, he is. Umpire Taylor holds his hands up high to show the chalkers, the scorers, that the new ball will be taken.
Returning to bowl with the new ball at the Cathedral Road end. Alan Stump.
So Dal will have another go. He's bowled 11.3 overs, 1 for 34. The 0.3 being because he took over halfway through the first over from Ben Aitchison.
Out comes the sun.
Out comes the sun. Just looking to see as Aitchison is still with us, fielding at slip, but not bowling. He bowled 3 balls, went off, came back on, bowled 1 over before lunch, and since then has been mostly grazing quietly at slip.
96 balls left then tonight.
If the light holds, fingers crossed, and out comes the sun, so hopefully it will. Here's Dal then, to bowl round the wicket, down leg side. Root ignores it contemptuously, as that would have been called a wide in limited overs cricket.
It's been a very good season, and for Dal, bat and ball. I saw him on television when Glamorgan weren't playing earlier on. Got a wonderful 100 at Worcester, which Derbyshire came from nowhere to win that game.
Here is Dal with ball in hand, ball to Root, full of length, and squeezed out by Root back to the bowler. 295 for 3.
I better finish after this over, Nick, because Fletcher's about 6'4", and he's standing over me and looking at me.
I think it'll probably be in about 8 minutes' time, Edward, when he throws you out the window.
Yeah, he's rather tall and
gentle giant, though.
Gentle, built like a lock forward.
Next delivery, Root gets an inside edge onto the pad. Oohs and ahs from Dal as Root eventually picks the ball up and lobs it to Guest because it had ended just in front of him. 295 for 3, some bright evening sunshine, and the teams will be hoping this continues.
Third game between these two. This is the second of 2 championship matches, and we had the one-day match in the Royal London up there.
Which Glamorgan won quite comprehensively, as another ball from Dal is allowed to go through to Guest by Root.
I told them before, and I think that commentary box and the whole press area there is, to me, the best in the country at the moment.
It's
The view you get, you're not so high as most places.
Yes.
And I mentioned it, of course, at the Lords last week. It's so far away.
There's a long way up in the sky at Lords.
Yes.
As Dahl in bowls, Root pulls away on the leg side and will pick up a single to mid-wicket, 296 for 3. And of course, television commentators at Lords have the benefit of the real-time screen that we do here, but at a lot of grounds, including Middlesex, it's 40 seconds a ball or two behind by the time we get to see it on the screen. So it's not
confusing.
It's not the close-up that you're hoping for sometimes that you need.
Derbyshire, where I've commentated in 4 corners of the ground over the years.
They're moving you around.
And this is no, I must say, superb. And they give you a good lunch.
Here's Dahl back over the wicket to bowl to Lloyd, who works it into a gap on the leg side for a single. 297 for 3. Lloyd developing this career best, of course, with every scoring shot. It's moved on to 162. And maybe we'll start to think of getting a not out overnight and being able to kick on into tomorrow.
If they bat purposefully, they'll be not far off a 4th batting point.
Where are we? We've got
3rd coming up.
Yeah, 15 overs left tonight. Just looking at how far to go. 29 to get 103 for maximum points if they're still there, which is just a little bit quicker than they have been going, but may be able to accelerate to maximum if they've still got wickets in hand, that is.
Yeah, 150. I think that's rather optimistic, but there we are.
Derbyshire have got a long way to go, haven't they? Just the 1 point so far in their bonus point hunt.
So it'll be Sylvester who will share the new ball, and he is coming in now to bowl to David Lloyd. Here's the first ball of the over. That's played all along the ground down to 3rd man, and 20. It stopped about 3 or 4 yards by Dahl, who's chased that down. Fair play to him, but they take 2 runs. 299 for 3. Lloyd 164. Must forget the contribution that Billy Root has made. He's 39 and has been there for 88 balls.
Yeah, Lloyd was just a bit hurried by that delivery, wasn't he? It was a thickish edge.
He's quite sharp.
Well,
there's Sylvester.
Something to work on. Maybe, obviously, looking to earn himself a crack again next summer.
Yeah, he's a very big lad, broad shoulders, comes in and bowls. That's beautifully played past mid-on. That's going to be a long chase up to the long-on boundary. They will be running 3. It stopped just a yard or so inside. We get the scrum half pass into the outside half, backing him up, and in comes the return. But that's 3 runs, and the 300 comes up there. 302 for 3, and applause from the appreciative, mainly Glamorgan crowd. Although there are a few people down, which it's good to see.
Yeah, so both sides keen to play positive cricket in this game, but Derbyshire have been forced into containing strategies. They have bowled straight, they've bowled wicket to wicket, and not really let Glamorgan get away apart from the very occasional expensive over. But they'll need further wickets tonight.
Round the wicket he's going now. Sylvester to the left-handed route and bowls, and that's driven. And that is a most lovely shot played by Root through the covers there. The left-handers look so polished and better than anybody when they cover drive. Root gets 4. So already there's 9 off 3 balls. The score is 306. W.T. Root is a 43. Brother of some fellow who plays for England.
Rested at the moment, of course.
Yes, 2020.
Like all Well, so many England players spend so much of their time resting rather than actually playing the game they're paid for. Not the players' fault, I'm sure.
Yes, I don't think you'll see Broad and Anderson bowling in this game.
Well, no.
Or the next game for Lancashire.
You wouldn't expect the seamers to do it, but everyone else.
Matty Potts is playing. In comes the next ball, bows to Root outside the off stump. He leaves it go. And a no ball signal there by Ian Blackwell. 2 more runs, so this is an expensive over now. 11 off 4. And the run rate jumps to 3.78. Sylvester North for 50 of 9. And the transition, of course, from club cricket even to second 11 cricket is a jump. But this is another jump to first class cricket before you reach the ultimate, which is tests, of course. Here's Sylvester to Root again. Root goes back, crashes it through the covers. It's a long chase up to the boundary. That might just no, it's hauled in a couple of yards, but another 2 runs. And this is proving to be
Shake on for, have you noticed?
13 runs already off this over. And we made the point, and it's been proved, if you don't bowl well with the new one, it's it can go 13 off 5 balls.
Quick scan of the field tells us that Shake is on for deploy at the moment.
Last ball of the over from Sylvester, bows to Root. Root gets a good delivery this time, but it's not the end of that over because of the new ball. Is Fletch talking to the nation behind us?
He will be shortly.
Yes. Fletcher from Derbyshire, also Burton Albion's main commentator, loved by the public up in that area, I'm sure. This should be the last ball. In comes Sylvester and bowls to Root, and Root drives again through the covers. Didn't quite time it, but it's gone away for 4, so it's been rather a disastrous over from young Sylvester. 7, 9, 11, 13, 17 off the over, Nick, if I'm counting properly.
I believe so.
So that is I can't understand why Collins, he bowled up at Derby and bowled well with the new one. So 314 for 3. Well, you were talking about Glamorgan getting 400 tonight.
Well, I meant more in the 110 overs for the bonus points. So they should be fairly placed to kick on tomorrow morning if, as I say, they get wickets in hand. If a couple of wickets go, Derbyshire will be into the lower order, and the run rate may well drop.
Batting to come, James Harris. Well, before him, Chris Cook. There's no mean batsman. He's averaging well over 50 this year. Then James Harris and Van der Gooten. Patel, who can certainly hold a bat. Hogan. And Salter will probably be there before the last 3.
Next delivery from Dahl is an attempted slash through the offside from David Lloyd, but straight to point. There's no run. Umpire Blackwell is staying at point, not walking back and forth between the right and left-handers since it's the back half of September.
I never know why they do.
It's not a great deal of a point in many cases. That's down leg side. Lloyd tries to dispatch it, is hit on the leg, and they'll go through for a leg by 314 for 3.
And you can see now, Nick, I think, that the bowlers are tiring, especially young Sylvester. Okay, he hasn't bowled a huge amount of overs. He's only bowled 10 overs. But you're not used to it, are you, as a first-team county cricketer, especially if you've been playing club cricket. He has played some second-team cricket, I gather. But it's a long day, 96 overs, and you're bound to tire, especially when the batsmen are in complete control, as these two are.
Very good evening stroke morning to Peter Miller, who is following us from Guyana and enjoying our coverage, where Peter is the PR mastermind for the Caribbean Premier League there.
It's still going on.
315 for 3. Presume if he's still in Guyana. Yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything, reports about it. Not that I've scanned every newspaper, but...
Tomorrow, Barbados Royals are playing St Kitts and Nevis Patriots.
Are they? Well...
Colin Ingram is playing out there, of course, for
yes.
Guyana Amazon Warriors. 315 for 3. Godelman is directing traffic, aircraft, or his fielders. As Dahl comes round the wicket and bowls on leg stumps for Billy Root, who flicks it to square leg for his half century, which has come off 94 deliveries.
Well,
and has included, not on the right page, 6 fours.
It's been a very responsible innings by Root. Knew that now he'd been promoted to 5, that he had to get his head down and support Lloyd, and that's exactly what he's done. They came together 183, and now it's 316.
Next delivery has gone straight through Lloyd. That was a fine ball from Anuj Dahl.
That's what you want to bowl, the new one.
It's beaten David Lloyd all ends up and gone through just outside off stump. So Derbyshire, even though we've got a new ball and we've got 3 men out at the moment, whether they're trying to tempt a pull shot towards square leg, as he's on the boundary. Not there, they're not, as Lloyd steers one down to gully. There's no run.
Don't know if you've mentioned it, Nick. A presentation this morning to Michael Hogan from the Glamorgan followers. They're a band of brothers and sisters who support Glamorgan very well, and very much like the Glamorgan Balconiers have done for nearly 50 years. And they presented Michael with something I don't know quite what it was.
As Dahl bowls, and that's hammered down into the ground by Lloyd. Bounces back up to Dahl. No run, and the over. 316 for 3. Lloyd 167, Root 50.
Came from 94 balls with 6 balls.
And what are my orders now, Captain, with 13 overs left?
Right, well, if you give way to Dave for about 6 overs or so, and then you come back and replace me, that would be very lovely. As I'll do a bit of writing on the BBC Sports website. Close of play report available every day of Glamorgan's season from either myself or one of my BBC Wales colleagues. I do commend that, but I would, since I've written most of them. Other contributors
very good they are too, Nick. Very good they are too.
David Pritchard, Gareth Griffiths and Fionn Wynn's written quite a few. You can find her on most of the England Live text pages these days on the BBC Sport website.
We're not supposed to say other websites are available. Are we all right with that?
Yeah, but ours is better.
Okay.
There are other websites that give regular coverage to county cricket, but not as many as they should be.
Sylvester from the River End bowling to Billy Root, who whips this away for 4 runs. His previous over went for 17 by my rudimentary maths, and the first ball of his next over has gone for 4. I heard you calling it chastening. That was a word I used at Taunton in the T20 earlier this season in the quarter-finals. Difficult to know where to start with an interview after a game like that, in which you've been thrashed by 100 and goodness knows how many. I said to Mickey, after a very chastening evening. Well, he said embarrassing is the word I would use. Root waits 54 not out, and he guides this one out into the offside for a single. It's Lewis Rees out there. What's he doing out there on the mid-wicket boundary? Well, he's fielding, that's what he's doing, but it's a very unusual position to find Lewis Rees in. Sam Connors is alternating mid-on with Billy Godalming at mid-off. Reese out deep. Liz Deploy is back. He's on the cover boundary. 2 slips and a gully. And in comes Sylvester, and Lloyd defends this out into the offside. And there's no run.
Well, a great wicket obviously at Chelmsford this week. Lancashire 131 take a first innings lead of 24 over Essex, 107 all out.
Yeah.
Cook, Sir A, 40.
Everybody else virtually nothing.
Tom Bailey 5 for 36. 3 players in double figures for Essex.
Disgraceful. Get the pitch inspectors. They've had any rain there since 1972, though, we were told. This one is driven backward of square on the offside by Lloyd, down towards sort of wide third man, backward point kind of area for another 4. He moves to 171 now. 325 for 3. Now, we talked to the groundsman when we went down, it was right at the start, I think, well, pretty much at the start of the Royal London. And it was parched, and he said, yeah, they just haven't had any rain at all. Well, they've had some now, but not much.
Wrong kind of rain.
Yes.
Came out at the wrong angle.
Too heavy / light or something. 171 to David Lloyd from 241 balls. That was his 25th 4, so 100 of his runs have come by way of boundaries. He's also got a 6. It's been a terrific innings. With power to add as Sylvester's in and bowls to him, and he pulls this around the corner down towards Lewis Rees at square leg and goes through for another single. 172 to Lloyd, 326 for 3. Glamorgan with 12 overs and 1 ball left today.
Sliding doors. David Lloyd was nearly bowled by Anuj Dal before he'd scored.
Yeah,
Just outside off stump it went through. Very, very, very difficult caught and bowled chance to Thompson, technically only, I suppose.
Technical chance, wasn't it?
On 137.
Yeah. He's on 172 now. Sylvester, no, Sylvester's bowling to Root, who pushes this one out to Wayne Madsen, who's at extra cover, and it's the end of the over. 10 off that one, so 27 off his 2 overs.
That Lancashire against Essex game, by the way, or Essex against Lancashire, is 4th against 3rd in Division 1, so it won't have any bearing on the title, with Surrey and Hampshire well clear at the top, and neither side involved in the relegation scrap, with Gloucestershire doomed, Captain Mannering, and apart from that, well, it could be any one of Yorkshire, Somerset, Kent or Warwickshire in descending order.
One for the kids there. No, it's still on TV now, I know. But
yes.
Quite right too.
Dad's Army. There was a film a couple of years back, wasn't there?
There was, yeah.
Here's Dahl to bowl to David Lloyd on 172. He's squared up by that one. Looked to play to mid-on. The ball ends up with Kame at cover.
I would think Dahl's been the pick of the bowlers, personally. He's bowled really well. I'm entirely baffled by the presence on the field of Ben Aitchison, but I have been offered Billy Godalming at the close, which
Your interviewee,
which I approach with both excitement and trepidation,
and a long hand on your microphone.
Yes.
Dahl bowls, hammered down into the ground. Dahl palms it away, and they go through for a single as it trickles towards Rees at wide mid-on.
No, it'd be fine, Billy, as long as there are witnesses.
It's like when the Cardiff coach Di Young, at the start of his first spell in charge, had a quite rocky first 18 months or so. And of course there were demands for his head at various points, and after the odd defeat at the Cardiff Arms Park, I'll break off as Dahl is in to bowl to Root, who plays it through the leg side. They should take a fairly easy 2 here, and
if that hits, he's out.
Lloyd was
going to get a 6.
Well, that was very strange, because Lloyd seemed to be sauntering back, whether he'd given up or not. It was a long way out for the throw, and it missed the wickets, and it's run away to the boundary for 4, so it's 6 to Root, bizarrely.
and all run 6. two of them were run. I think he'd have been out back for his second, so therefore it's 6, isn't it?
I would have thought so.
That would be my interpretation. 2:59 for 7 Middlesex now.
Yeah, they certainly finished 2 runs by the time.
I think so. Well, he was going to be run out completing his second, wasn't he? So,
but they were comfortably home. The umpires come together with radio instructions to the scorers. It's 6 on the board at the moment. Glamorgan 3:33 for 3.
No, yeah. Why? Well, it was Root coming back to this end, wasn't it?
Oh.
No. Well, I think as the ball went away to the boundary, they'd completed 2. Then they went back for another, and they've just been told you can't have the 7th.
No.
You can't have the 7th. You've got to. 6 is enough.
Yes.
Surely to goodness. Although I wouldn't mind seeing a 7.
Oh, it's gone back to 5 on the board.
Oh.
No, so it was Root who hit it, wasn't it? And he's now at the non-striker's end.
So if he hasn't. All right.
Dahl is into Bolter Lloyd, who drives to mid on no run.
Did Root? No, was it Root who hit it?
Yes, it was Root through the covers, wasn't it? Because it was Lloyd who was nearly run out.
I've got it the wrong way. I've got it the wrong way around. Then I thought it was Root who was almost run out. Anyway,
it's gone down to 5 runs, and Glamorgan 3:32 for 3. The umpires know the laws better than we do.
Hopefully.
You'd worry otherwise.
Yeah.
That's gone right through David Lloyd as well. Well, Anuj Dahl has beaten David Lloyd. All ends up with absolute jaffers in successive overs. Lloyd pushing forward at that little bit of away movement off the pitch, and somehow it has eluded the outside edge.
Brilliant. It's brilliant from Dahl, but it's only really brilliant if it takes the edge, isn't it? Unfortunately, it hasn't. It wasn't that funny, though.
No, I thought it. That's a wide half volley from Dahl to finish this over, having said he bowled previously, and Lloyd smashes it away for 4 to cover point. 177 for Lloyd, 336 for 3. In the T20 International, Pakistan finished on 158 for 7 in their 20 overs. Mohammad Rizwan top scored with 68, and Luke Wood on international debut, the Lancashire seamer, took 3 for 24. 2 wickets for Adil Rashid, 1 apiece to Sam Curran and to Moeen Ali.
An interesting incident that I saw, because I was watching Shan Masood bat when he made 7 or 8, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, just the 7 off 7 balls.
Yeah, at the other end, it might have been Mohammad Rizwan, it might not. Salt removed the bails with his foot clearly over the line, and there was a referral that didn't end up taking place. It was very strange. I think they said that his foot was clearly behind it, but he did raise his foot slightly. So it's an interesting one, if you get a chance to see it somewhere.
Yes. Rizwan was eventually out Stumps bowled Moeen. Good to see a Welsh-born player in the England.
Always.
11, even
strong Wales, strong England. That's what I always say.
Even if he left at the age of 10, he did play cricket in Wales as a youngster, Phil Salt.
Sam Connors into the attack from the river end with the newish ball, 336 for 3, and that one is defended by David Lloyd. And there's no run. It's bad light at the Oval. Well, I assume they can use the light. I have no idea. I've never been to the Oval. What would I know? I've never been to the Oval. I've never been to the Bowl, whatever it's called these days, at Hampshire. They're the 2 grounds I've never been to.
Good heavens. Surprised the fixture list hasn't thrown those your way.
Well, we play Durham and Notts every other week. This one is turned rather unconvincingly into the leg side by Billy Root for a single. He moves to 61. We played Hampshire. Derbyshire played Hampshire twice in my time covering Derbyshire. Once this season in the 50 over, and once in the quarterfinals of the T20 in 2000 and whenever it was. Lost them both, of course. And they played Surrey once, and that was last season in the 50 over competition. And that is it.
Yeah, I was thinking, how come Glamorgan played Surrey last season when if Derbyshire didn't? And of course, we were on odd groups last season, or conferences, weren't we?
Connors is in that one. He's driven out into the offside by Lloyd for a single. Partnership up to 155 now. 338 for 3. Lloyd up to 178.
But of course, one can be forgiven for getting confused, since this was the 4th different alignment of red ball competition in 4 years, for which COVID is largely responsible, but not entirely.
Yeah, I think in every single one we've played Notts. And they've never beaten them. 300, but they beat them once. That one is clipped by Root up to mid-on. And there is no run. Beat them at the start of 2020, August 2020. Worst thing that happened to Derbyshire, that beating Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. It was excellent at the time, but everybody thought they'd arrived. This is it, we've arrived. And they were absolutely hopeless for 2 years after that. Much, much better this season, but today hasn't been a good day. 338 for 3. Connors bowls, traps Root, or hits him on the pad, but not trapping him the leg before wicket. As that one probably pitched outside leg.
Yes. Decent shout there.
Potentially. Yeah.
Right, an umpire writes, Nicholas Brill.
Yeah.
The overthrow. It would be 5 instead of 6, as the umpires have determined the batsman hadn't crossed on the second run when the fielder released the throw that then went for 4.
Okay.
Similar to the Stokes World Cup final incident where the umpires got it wrong.
So they've got this one right. This one's clipped into the leg side by Root for a single out towards deploy.
Yes, I was under the impression that it was when the ball passed the wicket, but it's now. It is when the fielder released the throw where the batsman
It's an awful lot of things to look at, though, isn't it, for the umpires? It's tricky.
Yeah, I'm surprised the umpires got any idea whatsoever when the where the batters were when the throw came in.
I suppose it's the umpire at the non-striker's end would have to look at that, because the umpire at the end to which the ball was going, which was the striker's end.
But they don't know that it's going to be
over, wasn't it? It was the other way around. So you don't know.
They don't know it's going to be overthrown. So why would you be looking at where the batters are when the?
A lot of things to look at just in case.
Yes.
339 for 3. At the end of that over.
Best estimate, maybe.
Yeah.
339 for 3. We have 10 overs left of the day's play. At the moment, the light may just about hold, and Dal will bowl the first of those 10, and Root will drive it off an inside edge out towards mid-wicket and go through for the single.
Might get finished by 6 o'clock.
340 for 3. Might even have to hold the close of play interviews while we do our 6 o'clock pieces.
I'll just not bother. I don't think people want to know anymore.
Derbyshire listeners may be forgiven for. So thank you to Nicholas Brill for that. George Edward Cooper suggests we read the windows. If George Formby is nearby, could he report to Glamorgan? Oh, very good, Edward. Yeah.
One for the kids there as well.
As our cultural references get older and older. Yes, now back in the 20s, the 1920s, next delivery is defended by Lloyd. No run. Said to be, I think, popular with the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. 340 for 3. Lloyd 178. Root 63. The partnership is worth 157. And Dahl is bowling with just one slip to Lloyd, who's hit on the pad as he pushes forward. Bit of bat in there as well because the ball's rolled up to mid-on. So David Lloyd is having one or two awkward moments against the new ball, at least from as propelled by Dahl.
I think it's more the fact that it's Dahl rather than anything else, though, because you look at Connors hasn't really troubled the batsman, has he? And certainly Sylvester didn't.
Dahl is in to bowl, and that's pulled away by Lloyd 4 runs, a long hop, I'm afraid, to spoil Dahl's bowling performance. Smashed through mid-wicket for 4. 344 for 3. Lloyd is onto 182 not out. With 9 overs remaining of the day's play, he might just have that 200 in his sights if he manages to survive those 9 overs.
Oh, he should get there, shouldn't he? How many double centuries have you seen this season then?
Seen a quadruple century. Does that count as 2?
No.
As that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Lloyd. Glamorgan's other batters. Lloyd, this is his highest score. Labuschagne high 130. Northeast just the 410. Cook 191 not out at Leicester. Ingram highest score 178. So this is the Lloyd driving into the offside, single taken. Lloyd to 183. This is at the moment the 3rd highest score registered for Glamorgan this season. 345 for 3 at the end of this over. And don't ask me how many the opposition have scored.
I think I've seen at least 4.
Oof.
2 from Shan Masood and 2 from Sussex batsmen. There might have been another one somewhere. If there was, somebody let me know. Good news for Burton Albion fans. Noah is dialed in from Sheffield Wednesday. I would suggest he's even earlier than I like to be at football grounds, with it only being 5:25, but it's good that he's dialed in. Well done, Noah. He and Aaron Webster will be providing the commentary this evening on the Papa John's Trophy match.
The what?
It's the associate.
Oh, the Bananarama one.
Yeah, you'd only have Newport County down here in it. Connors begins a new over, and there's a play and a miss and a horrible shot outside the off stump from David Lloyd that is entirely out of character and was entirely unnecessary. He missed the ball by about 8 inches actually. Doesn't look particularly happy with himself.
That was a horrible shot, horrible.
Is that one? Yes. Well,
one of David Lloyd.
If you've got your Dave Fletcher bingo cards, it was a horrible shot.
You're right.
I've got another word for horrible now. As here comes Connors, and that one is played straight back to him, into the ground, and back to him by Lloyd. And there's no run.
Has anyone got a double century against Glamorgan this season? I ought to know that.
Yeah, it's easy enough to think, well, you should know.
But it's all a bit of a blur at this stage of the season, isn't it?
Exactly.
Barnard, 131 for Worcestershire.
Here comes Connors again. Bowls, it's left alone outside the off stump by Lloyd.
Young Ollie Carter, 185 for Sussex. Ooh, no. Alex Lee's got a lot, didn't he? No, that must have been last season.
Well, that's the thing. There have been a lot this season. I mean, as you said, you've seen a quadruple, which is something that not many of us have seen, certainly live. Connors is on his way in once again, and that one is a full delivery that's driven and not stopped by Lewis Rees, who got down to it, put out an arm, and it must have a hole in his arm. It's gone all the way for 4. I'm not sure how he hasn't stopped that, if I'm entirely honest with you. 349 for 3 now, and Lloyd moves on to 187. A very unlucky number if he'd been an Australian. He isn't, sadly. And he's probably not.
187's unlucky as well as 87.
Well, I assume so.
Yeah, 13
off, whatever, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's rubbish, but again, something to say. 349 for 3, and now 350 up for Glamorgan as that one is cracked into the offside. They've run one. They think about a second. Deploy gets there. They decide against it, and another bonus point. The 4th batting bonus point for Glamorgan comes up as they reach 350 for the loss of just 3 wickets, and Lloyd moves on to 100 and 88. Everybody, just take a moment to say a little prayer for Don Topley. He's tweeted this, so I'm perfectly at liberty to read it out because, and he's missed some words out, but he always does because he's hopeless at tweeting. 20 wickets have fallen today at Chelmsford. Yes, 20. This truly worries me, and not just because I won't be gainfully employed on Thursday and Friday on comms. Bless him, bless him, bless him.
Oh dear, paid by the word.
Yeah.
Here comes.
Final ball, I think, at the corners
Indeed.
over. Has turned into the leg side. He might get 4 for this, Root. He is going to get 4 for it. He barely touched it. Turned it square out towards the big grandstand, and it just kept rolling. And at least Deploy could do nothing about it. 354 for 3 at the end of 88 overs. Somebody put Derbyshire out of their misery, for goodness sake. Lloyd has 188. And Root has 67 now. He might be eyeing 100 before the close of play.
I was right in saying that Alex Lees has scored a lot of runs against Glamorgan. He hit 182 not out. He would probably have got a double 100, but we'll never know because he ran out of partners. He batted through the innings in the first game of the season draw here at Sapphire Gardens when it hailed and stormed and various plague of locusts, downpour of frogs, etc.
It was Tom Haynes and Chiteshwar Pujara who got doubles for Sussex at the county ground. That was after Shan Masood had made 239.
So as far as I can work out via an intensive trawl through the computer systems, alias my notebook, 185 is the highest score against Glamorgan this season that I can see, hit by young Ollie Carter of Sussex, who are Glamorgan's opponents next week.
What was the last batsman to get 200 a day?
Oh, mate, don't asking us questions
Edward,
like that.
Be quiet. There's probably northeast Leicester. Here comes Rees from the Cathedral Road end, and Lloyd has edged that one down to third man for a single. Third man comes into play. Edward rejoices with all his heart. 355 for 3. So, having queried at one point whether Glamorgan would need to step on it a little bit to get to 400 within the 110.
Have to slow down enormously.
Their run rate has gone up from 3.5 to 4, and they should get there easily if they have wickets in hand. Rees bowls to Root, who steers it into the offside for a single.
So anybody got any ideas for the first question to Billy Godalming this evening, just to ease myself into this? I was going to start with that one necessarily.
Billy, talk us through the decision at the toss.
Difficult day, Billy, question mark.
The bowlers stuck to it quite well, didn't they?
Yeah, and then go in with the big one. Any consideration to batting this morning at all?
Here comes Rees to bowl, push and run into the offside from Root, steering it towards the cover point to the right hand of Manson. Easy single. 356 for 3. Dave will go off and inform BBC Radio Derby listeners, and if he could come back immediately thereafter, that would be lovely, on the grounds that I've got to write a report. 7.3 overs remain the day's play, so we should get through to around about 6 o'clock as Rees bowls and Lloyd on 189 plays defensively on the offside to Deploy, who is at cover. There is one slip, even though we're in the 9th over with the new ball. And Derbyshire very much on the defensive, looking to frustrate Glamorgan out maybe, and reduce the deficit for this remaining half an hour or so of play, maybe just a little bit less. As that is defended by Lloyd, and Rees is going at nearly 4 and over, but he's bowled better than that, really.
I must have a little think here, Nick. We were told that it was going to be a pitch that would turn, and indeed, when Thompson came on and spun it in the first over, we think, oh, this is a very good toss to be batting first, but I'll just carry on in a moment.
Rees is in to bowl to Lloyd on 189, full length ball that's squirted away down, deliberately played to third man for a single. 190 to Lloyd, 357 for 3.
To me, it looks good, slow batting pitch. So the Glamorgan spinners will have to bowl well on this if they are to try and win the game, because you've got some good players, Madsen, Goldman, etc. And hasn't been any vicious turn. There's been no big bounce. Glamorgan, I suppose, will have to be wary that yes, Derbyshire could get a score on this, because it's a slow pitch with the seamers. They've done virtually nothing on it, and it's a slow turner. So
yeah, high scoring ball draw is no use to man nor beast.
Well, you know what's happened at this ground for years and years.
Yeah, pitches have often flattened out.
Started money over, and the first ball is driven, beautiful shot through extra cover for 4 runs, and Connors just turns and walks slowly back. Where can I bowl at this man? He's 194, 6 runs away, and it'll be interesting to see, Nick, if he gets his double 100, how quick the last 100 has come, or the last 50, because you do these things impeccably well.
Lloyd reached his 100 off 164 balls. He's now faced 263. So this is the 100th ball he's faced since getting his first 100.
There is another one, 198. And he is just taking this attack apart. Connors again turns 8 of 2 balls. And Lloyd is on the verge.
Scrimshaw is injured in response to Graham Smith's question. Good afternoon to Gellegog, who says so pleased for David Lloyd after a tough season. It's all come together. And good evening to Ben Bonney as well. Yes, we are glad we're not watching Essex against Lancashire. We're very glad we're watching
masterclass
David Lloyd bat at the moment.
It's 2 for his double 100. David Lloyd has never been up here before. His previous best was 121. He's raced up to this magic figure. Oh, hopefully will be. There it goes. Past point, and he's going up, come back to save the crowd. He is coming back, and David Lloyd has reached a double century here at Cardiff at Sophia Gardens. A magnificent innings. It's been chanceless, really. He raises his bat and his other arm and waves to everybody in the ground, and especially to his teammates, as they do these days up on the balcony, and is embraced by Billy Root, who's been there since the score was 183. So congratulations to David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain. A terrific effort, and this has made his season. And it's 367 for 3, and David Lloyd has got a double 100. He's exactly 200 not out, the details of which comes from Nick.
265 balls, 30 fours and 1 6, and his second 100 off 101 balls.
And there's appeal for LBW, which is not given his leg by.
That would have been an anticlimax, wouldn't it? But yes, no. It's well batted to David Lloyd, who is a hard-working player, willing to go all round the batting order for his team's interests over the years, and really it's all come together for him today. He's taken Derbyshire apart to move 200 all out, 200 not out. Second 100 off 101 deliveries. As we'd better finish this over before we do the commentators' dance, Edward.
Yeah, Connors, who's been struck for a number of runs in this over, in bright sunshine here, comes in and bowls, and Root this time turns it on the leg side. There is no run, 1 ball left, and Glamorgan chasing that 400. It's touch a go. There are still 36 balls, and they need
32 runs.
32. Well, the way they're going, they should achieve it. But I'm beginning to wonder about this pitch as far as how good it is to bat. There's no demons in it. Let's see what happens when the Glamorgan spinners get to work. Connors comes in and bowls, and Root has pull that down. The sort of catch goes, but it's nowhere near the fielder down to the long leg boundary. That is the end of the over. Nick is off to do some homework, and Mr. Fletcher has come in to join me.
65 balls with 30 balls out of 6.
Beautifully done, Edward. Repetition of the
Tommy Cooper.
one for the kids.
So glad for David Lloyd. He's one of the nicest boys in the game, and always there to answer any questions, and had such a lean season, but now he's come good.
My 5th double century of the season.
He says with a sigh.
Well, 2 of them have been for Derbyshire and 3 for the opposition. There's Lewis Rees from the Cathedral Road end. 369 for 3, and that one is carved out into the offside by Billy Root, where it's fielded by the numberless Sylvester. 370 for 3. Root moves on to 70.
The rigours of first-class cricket. Poor Sylvester today, he was absolutely keen, wasn't he, with that second new ball?
17 off the first over, he bowled with it. He bowled 1 over for 3 runs, I think, with the old ball, then came back and was slapped about, I'm afraid.
Lewis Rees, I think, until he was hit for 2 fours in succession in 1 over by Lloyd, has bowled pretty well, I think, in the...
He bowls now, and Lloyd leaves that one alone outside the off stump. I think Dahl's been my pick of the bowlers for me.
I don't think he's bowled as many overs has he, Dahl. Let's have a look here. Rees is in his 18th. He didn't bowl much in the afternoon session, certainly.
15.3.
No, he's not far behind then.
He's just beaten the bat more consistently than anybody. But
that's true.
The mystery is Aitchison for me. Why is he there?
Well, there's a question tonight.
One of the many, as this one is very wide of the off stump and actually helped out into the offside by Lloyd, who moves to 201, and it's fielded by Deploy. 371 for 3.
What I love to hear tonight is Mr. Fletcher saying, Captain, yes, why did you decide to put Glamorgan in? And he would say, well, that's my own business.
Well, if he says that's entirely fine. Yeah.
It was the surprises of the season.
Not sure whether he will say that, but
I don't think he will at all. But you know who they are at the end of a long, tedious day.
This one is defended by
you see the way Root played that. There's no deviation, nothing. This tells me that I may be wrong, that there's nothing wrong with this pitch if you play properly.
But if there's nothing wrong with the pitch, it will deteriorate, won't it? At some point, it has to over 4 days, if we get to 4 days,
Fletcher,
of course.
You can ask Nick, how many times have we said that over the years?
Nick, how many times have we said that over the years?
And it's never happened.
393.
393, according to Nick's computerised system of statistics. That one is
okay, I'll ask you then, how would you rate Alex Thompson as a county spinner? Good, average, or
average?
Better than good.
Yeah.
Right.
I would say average.
You know,
at the moment,
he took 1 wicket, didn't he, on this? And you would expect Patel to bowl well. He's an international
that is a worry.
Spinner.
Next delivery is striking Root on the pad and potentially the bat afterwards, and it dribbles out up towards Lewis Deploy at mid-off. It's the end of the over. We have, well, it's gone off the screen. We have 5 left today.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, you would expect Patel to turn it away from the bat, and he's a very accurate bowler. We haven't seen him spin it because we haven't spinning wickets the couple of games that he's played. But Andrew Salter, you would say, is an average, perhaps just a little bit better than Thompson, and you'd expect them to bowl a lot of overs. And if the pitch does deteriorate, but then you've got scoreboard pressure, as they say.
See how good Thompson is, because he's coming back now with the new ball, a newish ball, certainly. Thompson this season, It's his 10th match. He hasn't been a regular by any manner of means. He's got 21 wickets at 45.
I don't know quite why there's a short leg coming in. He's putting the leggings on, the pads and the paraphernalia, because
I wouldn't go there.
Lloyd is on the rampage at the moment. Tell the captain, I'll just get my life assurance settled out there, and then I'll go there.
Put the oldest man in there.
Well, we had a beautiful day here, and if you are a Glamorgan supporter, you will have thoroughly enjoyed it. Perhaps not so much, but there we are. There's cricket, there's sunshine, there's fresh air for the spectators to enjoy, albeit the end of another season coming upon us after next week. And the older you get, I can tell you, Dave Fletcher, the quicker the time goes.
Oh dear.
I'm not trying to depress you, of course. You're only a young lad.
That's very kind of you. Yes. What can Thompson do then?
Right, let's see. Mr. Thompson, he's got a slip and a short leg, who's eventually getting all his gear on. And it'll be Lloyd to face a long on in residence down at the far end of the ground, and he's coming round the wicket. And he bowls the first ball now to Lloyd. Well, that did turn because he was playing down the offside and ended up in short leg's hands. Tall, bowls nice loop with him. Whether he turns it or not, well, remains to be seen. Up he comes and bowls, and Lloyd advances, but he's saw him come in and pulled it down. No run. He'll be aiming to try and go inside out. That is, hit over mid-off where there's nobody back, or straight. He's done it a couple of times. As Thompson comes in and bowls to Lloyd, who comes down the pitch again, but he'll get a single this time as he taps it away on the onside out towards mid-wicket. 372 for the loss of just 3 wickets, and Derby will be watching that bonus points board as well. They've got to take another 6 to get the maximum. We're already in the 92nd over.
Seems unlikely, doesn't it?
Got about 20 overs to get them. Root defends on the offside, and there's no run.
See the Essex score, Dave?
Have they lost more? Essex are playing Lancashire at Chelmsford.
I've seen that scoreboard. For goodness sake, have a look at that
Lancashire
pitch.
11 for 6.
Second dig.
Second innings.
I'm sorry.
Leading by 35.
Root is down and clears mid-off by quite a bit, really. He made an effort at mid-off, but he had a dart at it. It's extraordinary, but it should not be allowed.
No.
It should not be allowed, and that game is going to be over in a day by the looks of it.
Well, it could be.
And, well, they'll get what they deserve if they're, penalised. It's atrocious.
Well, Essex will be firm favourites now, wouldn't they? Lancashire leads 35. They're 6 down in their second innings.
Well, I think Dane Millis and his men will be absolutely furious. They're not a poor side, as you well know, Fletch. Lancashire, a very powerful side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Jennings and all those people.
Shane Snater 4 for 6 and Sam Cook 2 for 5.
Is it fair to say it's a farce?
Well, I would, yeah. I think most things that happen at Essex are farcical, aren't they? But
in comes the next ball, and Root goes back this time and cuts it away to deep extra cover for a single. As the score moves on here at a sunny Sophia Gardens to 377 for 3, and Root now is accelerating. He's 75. 21 runs in the last 4 overs is what they need. 6 runs came from that last over. His partnership is building.
Isn't it? Alarmingly. 194.
194. Are there? Mr.
Do I have to look at records, do you think?
I think Mr. David Griffin will tell us as soon as he comes in off his photographic efforts.
I think we should take Mr. David Griffin out of the equation here, Edward.
Do you think so?
I think so.
Snub him?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
We know, David, we know.
That's over. Yeah, but then you have to triple check just in case you're wrong, because he will have you. As Reese begins a new over, and that's guided out into the offside for a single by Billy Root. A very stiff looking Adam Sylvester comes around the boundary, to do the fielding.
Dave Griffin, indefatigable keeper of records and everything else you want to know about Derbyshire. And
So this is the fourth wicket, isn't it?
yes.
289 well, I was there. 2018, Usman Khawaja and Kieran Carlson at Swansea.
So was I.
Yeah. In comes Rees again, bowls to Lloyd, who looks like he wants to be there tomorrow morning at 10:30. Well, I'm sure nobody wants to be there at 10:30, but
I think that Matthew Maynard, the Glamorgan coach, David Harrison, the assistant coach, will be out there. And before 10:30, just having a look and thinking, how many runs do we need before we declare? That appears it.
Good enough.
Has it, has the pitch deteriorated? Follow on at this stage would be about 200 odd.
Rees bowls, left alone by Lloyd, that goes through to Guest.
I'm telling someone next door, they don't want to go on too long, because Friday's a bit of juice around, rain that is. And, if this pitch doesn't deteriorate a lot before the third day, they've done, I think, the first thing that they wanted to do, and is get lots of runs at a very good rate. They've gone it over 4 and over. So that, you can put that away in your locker to start.
And goes Rees again and bowls, that's outside the off stump, left alone by Lloyd to go through to Guest. No, it's been a terrific day for Glamorgan. I don't think Derbyshire have necessarily bowled as well as they could do. They're clearly being hampered by the loss of Ben Aitchison, He was out for a slip still, but has bowled 1 over and 3 deliveries.
That is a very, very strange decision.
It's just weird that he's still out there. And fair play to him if he just says, look, I can field if you want, but I can't bowl. But
you don't generally expect, with all respect in the world, you don't expect your opening bowler to be an outstanding fielder, if you know what I mean.
It's a good slipper, though. There is a sort of history of that, isn't there, through the years? Various bowlers who were very good slip fielders, but and if he was running around the boundary, I think it would be ridiculous to have him out there.
Yeah. But why come and... Well, you're on your ankle all day on hard ground.
Goes Rees again, and Lloyd, well, it's rather reaching for that one outside the off stump, drives it up to Billy Godleman, slightly unconvincingly, just 1 run off the over.
Yeah, just the one off that.
For 3, yeah, much better.
Yeah.
Damage
Stuck
done.
And then there were 3, I think, overs left, yeah. And Glamorgan will be getting their maximum batting point sometime tomorrow morning, unless there's a late flurry. They need 22 of 21 of 18 balls, and there's no rush at all. There's a rather weary Thompson, bends down and picks up the ball. He'll bowl 2 overs, and Rees probably bowl 1, and shortly after 6 o'clock they'll pull up Stumps. Thompson bowls to Billy Root, who's on, and I'm about to give you the score, is 76. I'm looking at the monitor and it disappeared. 76, and that first ball is no run off it. Sun in the bowler's eyes. He puts his hand up as he comes in round the wicket. Here's the reverse sweep coming up, and he didn't time it. Yeah, it hit the man there. Why I'm laughing, I don't know.
It's hit his ankle, but it's not the ankle that he damaged, because it was his landing foot, wasn't it? I think it was his landing foot. Anyway, he's hobbling Ben Aitchison because he stuck out his leg to prevent the runs, and he's got clouted on the ankle again.
You can't even put him in mid-on, mid-off. You'll have to chase.
But don't put him anywhere.
Thompson is in, bowls, and Root plays it, and that ball did turn as he played it rather straight, but it ended up at backward point. I think now perhaps they're playing for the morrow, these two. Alex Thompson comes in from the river end in lovely sunshine, and Root prods forward, and then there's no run. And Glamorgan to date have got those bonus points in the bag, 4 of them, just the 1 so far for Derbyshire. Oh, that was a wild shot, and it nearly bowled him, Thompson, to Root then. He tries a wild sort of shot and ends with his bat down on the ground outside the leg stump.
It's got a little blast of the king there.
Yeah. Last ball. So it's only one run of the last 2 overs, and it looks at Glamorgan saying to themselves, well, Root and Lloyd, we done our job. We just relax and come in fresh after a night's rest, and a glass of champagne perhaps for Lloyd.
Glass of champagne?
One of Mrs. Lloyd has got a glass at home for him when he comes in
I
tonight.
thought you were buying there for a minute, Edward.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't like champagne anyhow. That's been a bit... No, he deserves it, the old boy. And 378 for 3 as we come up to the last 2 overs of this lovely day here at Sapphire Gardens.
Yeah, 202 from 276 deliveries. I'm sure have been bowled out for 57 by Kent.
Some great wickets around that place, isn't there?
It's first delivery of the new over from Lewis Rees is pushed out towards mid-on by Lloyd, who's starting to just stretch out his various muscles. He'll be feeling it. He's been out there the entire day, of course, and will be a little tired, I would think.
And would not be expected to bowl. He is the fourth change, as it were, fourth seamer, but you'll expect the spinners to be on at first and second change tomorrow sometime, when we don't know.
Root waits, and that one is defended as Rees delivers the second ball of the penultimate over of the day. Lancashire staging a recovery.
Well, 20 for 6.
23 for 6. Now they're leading by 47, which might be enough.
If you have a chance, look at the stream there and see how Stephen Croft got out.
Really?
It was a remarkable decision. Well, not the decision, how he got out. I'll try and describe it as best I could. And
there comes Rees again in and bowls. That one is defended by Root. Back towards the bowler, but he doesn't field it. Wayne Madsen does.
If I can explain it, Simon Harmer was bowling, and Croft, as you know, is right-handed, and he's floated one up, and he is gone to reverse sweep. The ball is not where he expected to be, and then came and batted right-handed, and it flew into the gully, and he was out.
Oh dear, yes. This next, I've just seen it, this next delivery.
Have a look at it tonight.
I've just looked at it now.
Have you?
Yeah, he sort of played 3 different shots, didn't
Exactly.
he? He's played 3 different shots, and
Yeah,
eventually the one that's got him out is the one that he really didn't want to be playing.
Completely bemused.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. There was no run off that last delivery. It's say 25 for 6 now. They're struggling. Well, the whole place is it's a mess. This one is pushed out into the offside by Billy Root for a single. He'll move on to 77, 380 for 3. There's going to be a bit of a contest between these two as to who can face the least number of balls that remain. 7 left in the day's play. Around about 4 minutes till 6, so that's perfect timing, really, for those of us with things to do. Apart from the fact that I'll have to try and get the interview and get back for past. I should be able to, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Man with my lung capacity, all those steps. Here is Rees to bowl his final ball of the day, and it's left alone outside the off stump by David Lloyd, and goes through to Brooke.
You may have one of those moments, which I had many times throughout my career, is you get then, as you've just said, I'll back to play this down and they can have it, and they want me at 7 or English or a Welsh report. Is Mr. Goddleman around? Well, he's just nipped into the shower, he's shattered, and then you go, oh no.
Well, what I'll do is if I take my clever phone with me, I have a phone that has got the Lucy Live on it, and I can always do the report live from over there and just make it up.
Can you make up the Lucy Live?
Yeah, I'll just make it up.
How does it work for you now? I didn't trust Lucy Live at the start when she was born.
Yeah, no, I think she's all right.
She works now.
Yeah.
Right, we've reached the last over, and it'll be bowled by Alex Thompson. And initially, he will be bowling to Billy Root, who is undefeated here on 77. And the first ball beats Root as somebody's running behind the bowler's arm.
It's Nick Potts.
It's the 12th man, is it? That's one ball gone. 5 to negotiate. As in comes the next one. Root is not going to play any other shot, I don't think, tonight, than that forward defensive prod.
Why would he?
There's a bat pad and a slip. Keeper standing up, of course, to the spin. Let's see if he does spin anything. And this time he's played out into the covers, played firmly. What's Potts doing? Is he going on a little marathon?
I think he's collected a water bottle or something from out in the deep, so he doesn't have to do it later, so they can all make a quick getaway. Perhaps the coach has already started its engine.
You can slump after a shower in the hotel for a pint of something. They've earned it today. It's been hard work.
A vitamin shake or something, wasn't it? Something unpleasant.
There's the next ball. Oh, there's a bit of indecision here. Root. Now then, gentlemen, why do you do that sort of thing with about 2 balls to go? Root wanted one. Lloyd came. Then Lloyd went back. Then Root went back. Every captain now, the last ball of the day, stops and let's see what happens. This is the penultimate. As Thompson is in, bows to Root. Root is forward. And Gardleman said, I've had enough. Let's get inside. Because you see a lot of fiddling and nerves, some batsmen. Here's the last ball of the day in bright sunshine, and Root is forward, and that, as one famous umpire says, gentlemen, that concludes the entertainment for today. And so it does. It's been a terrific day for Glamorgan and a hugely satisfying day for David Lloyd, and he ends his day on 203 not out. Glamorgan at 380 for 3. Billy Root has given him valuable support. He's 77 not out. Glamorgan's set for maximum batting points, and the question now is, how long will they bat on for tomorrow? Thanks to Nick Webb and also to Dave Fletcher. I'm Edward Bevan, and thanks for joining us, and let's hope we'll all be here and yourselves listening and watching at 10:30 tomorrow night from a sunny Safari Gardens. Good night to you all.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, you got like the piece. You look at Chloe Mark, haven't you, on the... Yes, there, and you turn on Queen Street.
Oh, you go back there? Oh, okay. See you tomorrow. Yeah.
You've got the... Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Glamorgan have just closed on 380 for 3, and David Lloyd, their captain, with a career best 203. He's struck 34s and a 6, a masterful batting performance from the skipper. With help from Billy Root, 77 not out. They've so far added 197 for the 4th wicket to put their side firmly in charge of this match between two promotion outside hopefuls. Glamorgan finished day 1 here at Sapphire Gardens on 380 for 3. Lloyd, a 203 not out.